Doesn't a year go past so fast, eh? And yesterday as well. My name's Lex.
I'm Akil.
I'm Emily.
That's Jim. And the BIKC Nationals start right now! It continues.
It certainly does. And just on yesterday, what a day of racing.
Yep.
You know, two great champions, great people on the podium as well, really competitive. The two finals were great. So, yeah, long may it continue and hopefully some more racing today, Emily.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping it's nice, clean racing and that everyone's very fair and all the overtakes are fair and clean, because there's a lot of penalties that were dished out yesterday, which was causing a bit of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that a bit more?
I could do. I think mainly...
Very rehearsed.
We could risk it if you want. I think the main overtaking points that a lot of penalties were coming from are turn 1, turn 2 and 3 here just before the start-finish line. There's a lot of not enough racing room and just pinching into barriers. So if anyone that is racing today that's on the live stream, that's my biggest kind of tip for you, is at least leave enough racing room for those nice clean overtakes and try and get the switch back on that third hairpin there.
Yeah, as always, this year BIKC is ran in partnership with Motorsport UK, making it the biggest motorsport competition in the world, and also an official British Championship as well.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
Yeah, it's getting exciting now. The briefing is about to begin. We're going to try and get in there and have a little listen. It's always interesting to listen to a brief.
It's always interesting, but let's not interrupt the race directors. They get a bit agitated, as we've seen in previous years.
You've been telling me not to do that all weekend, haven't you?
Yeah.
Don't interrupt them.
But let's talk lightweights. Obviously, the lightweights are getting briefed. I think one thing you'll spot with the drivers is there's a lot of juniors that have moved up from last year, which just makes it a really open competition. Talking to kind of the experts here, there isn't really a clear favourite, Emily, which makes for a really good competition.
Yeah, there's a lot of new faces that are here this year, obviously with the juniors coming up. They said that it was a half and half of the juniors and new faces that have come into the competition this year, which is quite nice.
And last year's winner, Kai Newman, obviously isn't here to defend his crown, so we'll have a new winner. A fact for you as well, Freddie Farrell, he is the only person in BIKC history that has been in the cadets, juniors, and now the lights as well. So that is a little bit of BIKC trivia.
5 years old.
Is that how you're feeling?
Absolutely. yeah, don't forget, get in the comments and support them all as they're racing today. They will watch it back. If they're not watching it now, they'll watch it back and they'll love to see that support. So make sure you're getting that in there. If you want to swing round, we can just listen in to James Hislop now giving a little bit of a driver brief to everybody.
So you can hear James Hislop there just introducing the rest of the race directors, the crew. This is when the excitement builds. This is when people start to get nervous, Lex.
Yeah, you're nervous. Hashtag are you nervous? I think now's a really good time, actually, to take a little look around Warrington. If you're not familiar, most of you will be, but for those who are not, you had a little walk around the track with Mr. Tom Gibson, didn't you?
I did.
Let's take a look.
So this is where the grid start would be.
Yep, standing start straight out the pit lane,
Yeah.
timing lines here. So just before the first corner, brand new start lights as well.
Cool.
So you've got the nice 5 sequence. So
Cool.
really feel like a Formula 1 driver and you're
Yeah,
sat in the
yeah.
grid ready for a Grand Prix.
Cool.
So
So where should the cart be?
as you're coming up to here, you want to be just towards the barrier. This one of the great things about this track, there's loads of like furniture around. You can start using your braking markers.
Yeah.
So here, you just want to be tapping the brake as you go into as you come up to the red door. Turn towards the white line.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice smooth line as you come through here. Bonus, we've got so much circuit you can use, so much real estate. So keep it nice and tight up to the barrier, and then you're effectively following this new one on the way out. So you can just see a red line on the far side. You effectively want to put the cart in that gap as you come out of it. Nice TV as well for sector timing. That's a work in progress. I think we'll be the first track that's going to get that. So as you come over the line, you'll be able to see your lap times on the TV screens
brilliant.
there. Then out of this second corner, out of this first one into the second hairpin, series of 3 hairpins, one of the better overtaking points on this track. So you normally find as you come out of here, the racing line brings you right over to this section of the circuit here, just before this red line. But you can get a nice move down the inside, just sort of set it up here. So normally you find when you've got the races, this is one of the action zones. And again, nice sweeping line through, tap towards the apex on the middle. This one's a little bit different. You don't want to use all the road on the way out, because that run between the between the second and third hairpin there, it's really short. So you normally find the quick line sort of brings you out towards the middle.
Oh, it's wide, isn't it?
I know, you've got loads of space here.
There's a lot
You've got
of
loads of
space.
space. I think we worked it out. You can go into this corner, you can go 3 wide minimum. Now on an indoor circuit, that's unique. There's not many. Not many that you can do that sort of move, so it's a really good one for overtaking. This third hairpin here, this is one where you really need to alter your line for what you normally do. So you come out of turn 2 nice and tight here. You want to pretty much be where I'm stood here as you turn in, so just behind this L that's in the tarmac.
It's not as wide as
so not right up to the side, because that run's really short. Bring the cart in right up towards the apex of the corner, and then you can just see the circuit just starts to narrow in a little bit. So you can probably go 3 wide on the way in, but you've got to sort of get it all sorted out before you get to like where we're stood now. Otherwise,
see it. You can see where you don't want to be.
Yeah, you can see where you don't want to be out here where it's not been run,
to-
but you can just start to see the line starting to rubber in. But again, you just want to be nice and wide on the way out. Stick towards that wall on your left-hand side. And then one of the beautiful features of Warrington Dunlop bridges.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the bridges are. I mean, we posted a couple of images on day one. And we just did these because
instantly
everyone
recognisable.
knows exactly
you come here,
where
you
we
walk
are.
over. It's as you like. If you've never been here before, as you walk over that footbridge, you just walk out of a nice reception area, nice clean, calm reception area. You walk out of there to a circuit that's running. You've got all the noise. You've got the carts going round. It's like it's a real attack on the senses. It's like a nice little feature that Warrington has that you don't really get anywhere else. But mainly through this section here.
It's quite quick, isn't it?
This is a very fast section. So if I was out here, especially with the new e-carts, the boost button, I'd probably be using it coming out of turn 3. Because this now, we're going into one of the fastest sections of the circuit. So you're coming through here, threading the cart through the barriers, inside through here, keep it towards the middle of the circuit, then go towards the inside again as you go under the bridge. You got the old line here from BIKC, obviously the home of the finals. There's a few little bits that maybe a little bit different. You won't see at other
circuits.
We'll talk
about BIKC as we get further on, but I mean, there's a spectator area there, which is quite unique. And that's
this is brand
new.
new. So this is all brand new. We've been saying for a while that this is like a really good place. You can see loads. When we've been running our member-only stuff, we'll normally have someone in the middle here because you can see so much of the circuit. And now the fact that guests are going to be able to experience this here, it's going to be a very unique viewing point.
BIKC.
Yeah, especially with BIKC. I expect this is going to be electric when we have BIKC. Because you're right up towards the kart, you get to see the start, you got the checker flag. So if you are thinking about doing BIKC, this is where you will become a BIKC champion. You just come over this line.
I just want to watch our heads.
Bridges are a little bit low here. You find a lot.
Watch your heads, guys.
You'll find a lot as you come through. They actually look a lot lower than they are. So you'll see people as they come through, they just start ducking under the wheel. You don't need to, but a lot of people do it. This is one of the sections of the track where you can really make a lot of time.
Cool.
So we nickname it Dunlop 2 because it's the second of the Dunlop bridges. One of the few circuits that does have names. But if you look at where we are now, this is like a left-right chicane. So if you were looking at a normal racetrack, you'd expect you clip the apex here, you'd then try and clip this one here. That's the exact opposite of what you want to do. So as you come through this section here, you effectively want to stay nice up and close to this barrier on the outside because you've got a nice big corner here that you really want to try and maximise your track width. I normally try and explain to people when you're coming up into here, if you're right on the inside, you're making the corner very acute. Whereas if you can come out of here, open the corner out a little bit, you effectively make the corner look more like that. So as you're coming through, you take a bit more speed through. What it does mean, again, this is one of the action zones of the track. You find a lot of overtaking points. Because if you're over here with your cart, you've got a lot of real estate over there that you can quite easily find another cart going down your inside there. So you'll find when we get to like the IKC finals, most drivers will probably sit towards the middle of the circuit just to cover it off. Because if you're if you're too far over, it's just going to invite someone down your inside.
Someone to go through.
It's just going to invite someone down here. Again, under the mez, really long section that we've got through here. It's a nice, fast and flowing section here. But as you come out of this Dunlop 2 corner, again, racing line etiquette, you'd probably want to be over here. Now, the run to that corner is, again, very short. So I'd probably be about where you're stood there, Akil. So towards the middle of the track here. Because what we're going to do is we're going to pull the cart back over to the right-hand side before you turn in for this tight left-hander. You can just see the marks now as people have tried it. And you also see the marks where some people have gone a little bit too far out as well.
There's a couple that might have gone a little wide there.
Just take an alternative line through the corner. So your turning point for this one, you're probably going to be about here, just where the line in the floor is. Bring it in. The track does drop away slightly here. So you want to try and get the nose of the cart in so you can use the force of the cart coming down to try and get that little bit more of a bite on the turning. So clip the apex here. This is another one where it's really short on the run. So you want to stick towards the middle here. Stick towards the middle and then go through this nice right-hander again. Loads of space though. So again, you do normally find you can get a good overtaking move done down here.
So I've got to say, you don't want to lead the whole way here, do you? 'Cause it's very difficult to defend. You sort of want to be sort of.
This is one of those tracks where you can really have a good race. We were talking earlier. I've seen races here where you've seen drivers side by side for the entire lap and they've not making contact on an indoor track. It's exceptionally difficult. But around here, you've sort of got the real estate to do it. Now, for anyone who's been here before, this section is going to look completely different.
So this is the new bit?
This is the new bit. This is where things have changed. So originally, the circuit would have gone over to your right-hand side just here, but now this is the pit lane entrance. So if you are unfortunate enough to be shown a black flag during your session, or the checker flags come out, which is probably even worse, you come through the pit lane entrance into the new pit lane. The new corner here is a nice, quick right-hander as you come up the ramp. Now,
so not much braking, just a bit of.
Through this one, you can actually lift. It's actually a very fast corner. It's one of the nuances of this track. It is very, very fast. But you can just see is where the general consensus is here. It's a nice late turn in to bring it to the inside. Use all the road on the way out as you head up the ramp.
Boost button opportunity if you haven't used it.
If you haven't already used it down the bottom section there, if you're maybe fighting with another cart and you want to try and get the move, if you maybe look at the boost button as you come up to that corner, give it a kick, maybe try and go down the inside here. Again, you can quite easily go too wide up here. It's a very wide ramp. Now, this section here, while the layout is relatively the same, it's all been slightly reprofiled. So I think the guys who've been down so far have all said, while it's a similar layout, it's a very different track to drive. So they're just still trying to learn it.
Used to it, yeah.
But out of here, you find you get a load of speed coming up the ramp. You've got to get the cart slowed down into this like teardrop hairpin. So it can be quite difficult. You do find
go a bit wide.
Yeah, you can see the tyre marks where people have been coming just a little bit too far out. But you've sort of got to get the line correct here, because the next section of corners come at you so quickly. So really, there is only one line through here. Again, it's one of the nuances of Warrington. We've got the fast flowing stuff at the bottom section of the circuit. Up here, it's a bit more tight, technical, so you can really appeal
That's what makes it special, isn't it?
It appeals to just about everyone. If you're one that likes to thread a kart through the corners nice and quickly, then this is the sort of section of the track for you. If you want to go as fast as physically possible in a go-kart, you've got the section down the bottom there, which is really going to help you. So as you come up the ramp here, you want to pretty much stick towards the middle here. As you're coming up, there used to be two schools of thought. You could either go down the right-hand side. The way it's been reprofiled, the middle seems to work a little bit better. As you're coming up here, this section looks really open. However, with the power of these new e-karts, it comes at you really quickly. So you're finding now that you're trying to get the kart stopped, turned in, and if you take a little bit too much speed up here, the back end of the kart's just going to slide out, and it's going to leave you really tight on the way in. I think these were my tyre marks. I think these ones were mine from the other day. So
you can see the line really developing here, though. Can't
you can
do it right.
Yeah, you can see the general consensus here. Everyone's sort of got the same idea.
What's happening over there?
Yeah, I don't know who did that one. That was rather interesting. But out of here, nice and wide, just get towards the exit of the circuit. I think this bit feels a little bit narrower. It physically isn't.
It does, yeah.
It just feels a little bit narrower than it used to.
It feels, even just walking, it feels a lot narrower.
Yeah, so through here, you can really only go like one by one. However, this again is one of the action points of the track. It's a real overtaking point. Even before we made a couple of changes here, you'd still find you get a nice move down the inside, because this used to be one of the only braking points on the track. You come down the ramp and you can just see all the marks in the floor here where people have been slamming on the brakes as you come up. What I find works best, as the car bottoms out, so probably about here, tap the brakes, just see where the rear wheel marks are there before you turn the kart in. Now, this used to be really tight on the exit. What we've done, that barrier on the exit, is about a foot and a half further back, so you've got a load more space on the way out. So whereas it used to be, whereas it used to be quite difficult to run side by side through here, it's now exceptionally easy. And we found when we've been, I want to say testing, playing, that you can get an overtaking move done here, because you used to run out of space. Now you've got loads of it. Then two corners before we head down, one of my favourite parts of the track. You want to stick towards the inside here, stay nice and tight through this first one. You come out towards the exit the circuit, stay nice and tight, and just see how the line, like you say, is developing. So it's a nice, smooth run. Even though this is like two right-hand corners, you treat it as one. You keep the wheel turned in. And if you keep the wheel turned, it feeds you nicely out towards the middle of the track.
And then quite a natural corner then, isn't it?
And then you've got the fastest section in indoor karting. As you come down the ramp, this is really the money part of Warrington.
It's essentially got 3 boost opportunities. You've got this one as well. It's
going to be a real strategy game watching people use it. But as you come down the ramp here, you've got a nice long section, whereas if you use it coming out of here, you've got one of the
This feels quick.
This is very quick. As you come down here, you're just getting up towards the top speed of the karts. Just threading the kart through the left and the right. Even though this looks like two very tight corners, as you take it, it's pretty much a straight. So following effectively where I'm walking now, you want to try and stay relatively close to this one here, and then just coax the kart over to the right hand side. Now, you've got the old grid markings here. These are from a time gone by. However, talking about track furniture that helps you learn. You can use these markers to turn, to help where you turn. So we used to tell drivers to look between the 8 and the 6. Now you're probably looking between the 6 and the 4. Watch the low bridge, watch out.
Quite a low bridge, guys.
So you can see the markings here. You've got, used to say between the 8 and the 6. Now you want to go between the 6 and the 4. So it's a little bit of a later turn in. But I think this corner here, this left-right chicane, a lot of our guys have been likening it to Eau Rouge Radion, the Spa Francorchamps. It's one of those corners where you really, it's come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. Because this corner is just flat. If you get the right line, put the cart in the right place, you can do this absolutely flat out. Stay right up close to the barrier. The apex point is very late in the corner, so it's just about here. So you can see if you turn at the 6 and the 4, get a nice smooth line, stay towards the inside here, and then use all of that curbing on the outside, and that'll take you on a lap. But
you can see why the BIKC finals are here, can't you?
There's no other track like it.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
That was a long walk, Akil.
You know what? I'm still tired from it now, actually, to be honest.
Definitely
Tom.
got your steps up. You better have your watch on for that.
Just watching that now made me pretty tired, to be honest.
You still got round faster than what you would if you were in a car.
I was a lot fitter then, I guess.
Tom Gibson. Hello. How are you doing? Talk to him.
Yeah, Tom. So obviously back for BIKC. You weren't there yesterday, but you're here today. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Did you watch any of the action yesterday?
I did yesterday, to be fair. I dropped in and out where I could, and I always think this coming into it, but BIKC just always takes a step, and the level of competition yesterday was just so much higher than we've seen previously, and watching how strategy plays out and how that worked, it was a really good watch.
Yeah. And we've got some Christmas hats here as well, which is...
I know.
It's only 9:45 in this chaos.
No, representing the sponsors already, so...
Yeah. Should we just... Is Christmas come early?
It has. It's Warrington. It's National Finals Day. Christmas will come early.
Looking forward to the day, James?
Absolutely. Hopefully there's no Grinches around. So, yeah, absolutely.
Very good, very good. So, Tom, back to yesterday. Any highlights for you?
I think really watching the likes of the cadets, and especially like Leander at the end of it, following his brother's footsteps. Obviously, Eskil won 2 years ago, and just seeing how that's worked out with the two of them. And like you said yesterday, Eskil usually never had any luck, and seeing him finally get a title for Leander was quite nice.
Yeah, and it was a really emotional moment as well, because he was really emotional at the end. Parents were emotional. It was a really nice family moment for them, which is it's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's also seen so many drivers who've done a lot of stuff around the country already this year. Like, we've got a lot of drivers who've been doing Club 100 this year, like John Weigel touched on yesterday. Obviously, one of the prize partners. So it's nice to see even though we're 6 years in now, the support for BIKC is still here, and the grid keeps growing.
Like to see you're still media trained, threw in the sponsor bit there. You've done our job for us. What about today? Anything you're particularly looking forward to?
Genuinely, I can't wait. I think all three of these grids are stacked. So you normally look at the entry lists, and you can normally gauge how good a championship is by the drivers who fail to qualify. And just looking at the names of the drivers who are missing this year, that itself is a really good grid. Yeah. So for the guys and girls out there today to be able to race on this national stage and having beaten them already, we're in for some really good racing today.
Cool. And yesterday we did a little prediction on guessing the winner's kart, so the number. So it's all random. We don't know who's going to be in what. What kart in each category? So give me 3 numbers that you think.
Ooh, three different numbers.
Three different.
So,
It could be the same one, I guess, because in theory it could be the same kart. But
well, my old race number used to be 43, and I always have an affinity with that one. So I've seen that. I saw that one out yesterday, so I'm going to go with 43.
43 for one of them,
43.
or all three?
Depending on the draws, I think 43 will probably get maybe one or two of them if it's in two of the categories. And let's go. Well, 33 is always the number you see at the front of a grid everywhere, so let's go with that one.
Let's do that.
Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
He's a new dad. Yeah. Big round of applause. Go on, go back to your comms. We'll see you soon.
Enjoy.
Right, coming up then, racing-wise, we have
the lightweights.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty of this one. Who have we got coming up? Talk.
There's so many though that you can talk about. I don't have my glasses. Leave me alone. It's in like font 5.
Bobby McGee's one to potentially watch. Obviously, he's come from the juniors. He was second last year, wasn't he? He pushed all the way to. He was a very close second. He won the year before, so he's used to winning. He's obviously stepping up now. That will be really interesting to see him.
I think when I was watching the live comments earlier, there was a lot of shout for Jamie Sheeran Chase.
Yep.
He's been third twice, so I think he's going for his third.
Who has also brought the youngest ever spectator.
Absolutely.
How is that?
He's also a new dad as well.
Yeah.
Maybe he's dressed in a little furry teddy bear coat.
There is babies everywhere right now.
Absolutely, but he was wild carded, so he had a bit of a. I think he was pushed out in his grand final, so they wild carded him. He did a brilliant race.
Probably just very sleepy because it's like, you know, a new dad is probably quite tough.
Yeah. Then after lightweights, obviously, we're going into middleweights. Benjamin is coming in from. Where's he coming from? Lightweights into. What am I trying to say?
Well, no, it could work the other way.
Do you know what I mean?
You can't go to juniors, so no, yeah, that's probably the only way it's going to work.
Yeah, we've got. Who else have we got? Lewis Carton's coming in.
John Bolter.
Yes.
He finished third last year I would have to say, he was a Dundee member.
Yes.
He's now been a traitor and gone to Clydebank. However, we still.
Alan Carr.
He is an Alan Carr, absolutely. No, but he's a brilliant driver. In his regionals, he was just absolutely fantastic. So he's definitely one to keep an eye out for this year. See if he can be on the podium again.
Yeah,
just see some of the drivers getting ready now. This is where the
Let's
kind of excitement starts. The fun starts here, as we say.
Let's get a microphone in the helmets. Let's see what they say.
Oh dearie.
This needs to be careful there, don't we, really?
Yeah.
Let's just start. They're going to do a little briefing here, are they?
What's getting?
Their helmet checks and make sure everything's good to go before they get in.
Interrupt, but
No. You do your thing.
We're good. Let me get
observing for now. Get them in their carts and then we can chat to them there.
All right, helmet checks are a bit boring. Why don't we have a chat to James, because we have some brand new steering wheels on these carts. If you get yourself in right in there, James will explain how these work.
Yeah, so got the new steering wheels on the carts. Okay, so you've got all your driver information will show up on the screen in the middle. The minute it's just showing the battery life of the cart. Once drivers are in, they'll get their current lap time, they'll get their sector lights. There you go, so you can see there that Oliver is in cart 22. So as they're going round, they'll get their sector times, show they're up or down the lap that they're on, and then showing their position, how far ahead or behind they are from the carts in front, and they'll get all their warning lights. So you get yellow lights, red lights, they'll all come through the screen. If they get a penalty, they'll see that change on the screen as well. It's a really good piece of kit. Obviously, they've got the boost button, so they can deploy throughout the lap. But yeah, it's a top piece of kit that gives the drivers a lot of information during the session.
Thank you very much. That was he's very nervous about doing that, but you've done all right.
Oh, you were great.
Right, where are drivers? Go and speak to some drivers. Go that way and go and speak to some of them.
Where are we off to? Mr. Joe Jennings. How you feeling?
Good.
Good, yeah. How was regionals? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, well, fun, yeah.
Are you feeling better? We're coming to nationals, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I've made it these past 3 years, haven't I? But I haven't really done well because it's hard being heavy in juniors, isn't it? So.
Well, you're not in juniors anymore, are you?
Revenge. I'm going to get revenge.
You're going to get revenge. Please be nice out there. I've already said watch out for turns 1, 2 and 3. Make sure you're not pinching anyone at the barriers.
We'll see.
Please be nice out there. Thank you.
Right, Akil is speaking to someone in 43 over there.
We're here in the finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just really happy to be here today, to be honest. I didn't think I was going to make it through regionals, so yeah.
Is there a strategy, or is it just let's see what happens, see what,
Basically just head down and drive. I know that I'm comfortable on this track. I know that I'm quick, so it's just get in the mix and just have fun.
Absolutely. Have fun. Good luck.
Are you nervous? Right, don't forget we are giving away some free karting this weekend as well. We've got 5 given away yesterday, 5 giving it away today. All you've got to do is answer the question, which is the next TeamSport site to open? What is the next TeamSport site to open? Send in...
Don't write in the comments.
No, it doesn't count. Will not count. Can still be charged.
Telling everyone, so everyone's going to enter.
Yeah. Send it to win@bikc.co.uk before 7 o'clock tonight. Full terms and conditions are at bikc.co.uk/live.
Everyone loves free karting.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, I think it's nearly probably about time to get some karting action done. Shall we do that? Let's hand over. We've got Tom Gibson, Russ Mabley. Who else is in there now? There's
Chris Ball.
Chris Ball and Josh Wynn.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, day 2 of BIKC 2025. And I am joined, honestly, Tom, it's good you're back.
It's good to be back.
We were just a bit all 6s and 7s yesterday, is all I would say.
I wondered how long that'd take to come out. To be fair, it was really refreshing watching BIKC as a fan rather than being in the middle of it and just seeing it from the outside. And to be fair, I almost felt like I wasn't required today, but I'm glad I've been allowed back in the box.
Well, we got a full commentary team today because obviously I'm here. My name's Russ Mabley. We've got Tom Gibson. We are the historical commentators now.
We're part of the furniture at this point.
We are, aren't we? But doing an absolutely brilliant job yesterday. We have Josh Wynn, who is also here, will be commentating throughout the day. And we also have Stephen Merchant here as our... we're just going to call you that all day. That's right.
Yeah, the biggest nerd in karting.
Wow,
We've
hello,
got Chris Ball and his ball pad.
There we go,
here.
that's better. Thank you. Thank you for having me again. I really enjoyed yesterday. I thought it was such a good day of racing, and we got so much more coming up today. It's 3 whole categories to go.
I know. Now there's a lot of questions about today because we have got 3 categories, 3 British indoor karting champions to crown come the end of the day. And we have, as Tom was saying earlier on, we have an absolutely stacked grid, lots of talent, previous champions, new drivers. We've got drivers that have moved up from the junior category into lightweights this year as well. They'll be hoping to make a mark and make an impression. And I know the big question on everyone's lips is basically, how many badges does Emily need on her top?
I think we need to try and find ways of getting her more throughout the day.
Yeah.
So, it's going to end up like one of the pinboards at Disney.
She was literally that prefect in school that had all the badges. Perhaps we could get her some more badges, just have like 100 on her kind of thing come the end of the day. So here we go. We've got a bit of action already. Look at that. Kart 38 is no more.
Supposed to drive the karts there.
And indeed, it did all of 2 laps.
That's unfortunate.
Indeed, yeah. So we're just wheeling away. Fortunately, they parked it very close to the workshop area. So
yeah, right next to the pit entrance, right next to all the mechanics. So
it's going in the pits. They're going to need that seat insert, though, I would have thought.
Yeah, in terms of places to have a failure, that's probably the easiest one for the team to get it recovered. So it'll just be a case of get a new machine out there, and we'll be able to go rocking racing. Because of this stop, though, the time has stopped. The drivers aren't at least losing any losing any time from there. So
let's go through the format so everybody knows exactly what is going to happen today. So first of all, we're in practice. Same format as what happened yesterday. We are in practice. So practice is just practice. We're going to have a look. We're going to commentate on it. Obviously, we're going to have a look and see what the very early form guide is. And as ever, for everybody sat at home, if you want to see your favourite driver or a driver you are supporting, if you want to see it on screen, then get it on the stream. And we will move the cameras, literally physically get out there, pick the cameras up, move them around, and point them in the direction of the driver that you want to see on the stream. And straight away, we've got Kart 7 is in there. So I'm looking back at our tech, I call them tech dudes.
George Todd.
Really, Kart 7? Oh, that's good. Magic. I gotta become a better tech dudes. Just doesn't do it any service whatsoever. But we'll work on that one. So yeah, there we go. There's Kart 7. That is the magic of technology, that you can request a kart and there it will come on the screen. So that is...
This is George Todd, the MSKT driver. He runs sort of the MSKT team, and they do lots of charity events with TeamSport.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Including recently a Coventry 3-hour, TeamSport Coventry, a 3-hour endurance race.
They are popular, the endurance charity races. I remember I know you guys were talking about charity races yesterday. I remember not long after BIKC, I think it was one of our last petrol days, we did a 10-hour round here in petrol carts. That was grueling. It was good fun, really good fun, but those sort of events, a bit more laid back, a little bit more fun, and to be fair, all of them always work for a really good cause as well.
I just want to shout out, I've heard of like the long races around Trafford, around Leicester, around Leeds, but where's the Cardiff endurances? Why is nobody? I just want to call it now. I want to see a Cardiff 3-hour, 4-hour, 5-hour. Someone organise that, because I'll definitely be there.
Yeah, it's a lovely track, Cardiff, and to be fair, most of the sites as well do work really well for endurance races. But this now, an 8-minute practice session for these drivers to get used to the karts, get used to the circuit. And we'll start seeing the first couple of times pulling through. George Todd now coming through the last hairpin as the timing tower comes up on our screens. He's going to come over the lines. His first real shot at a lap. Let's see what he can do. And George Todd, he was 8th, 53.0, first time over the line. Christian Hill, though, in 36, a 51.617. It's only practice and someone's not hanging around already.
And then after the practice, they will go through to the heats. But before each heat, there will be a separate qualifying session beforehand, which is a major change from last year and something we were absolutely raving about yesterday, but it was a brilliant format change. So basically what happened last year is when we had one big qualifying session, and however well a driver did in that meant that would be their grid position all the way through the heats. If you get it wrong in that qualifying session, you would find yourself at the back in all your heats, whereas this year, every single heat has got its own separate qualifying session beforehand, which really, really mixed things up yesterday. And we had drivers winning, then suddenly we had drivers at the back. And funny enough, the drivers who tended to do well was the drivers who just kind of were consistent in each one and maybe didn't win, but came like 4th, 5th in each of the heats. That clocked up the points, and they qualified and made it through to the grand final. So then we're going to have semi-finals, an A and a B semi-final on each of the categories, and then obviously we'll go through to the grand final. And the Joker lap will very much be returning today in those grand finals, and it worked brilliantly yesterday in both of the races. In the juniors, it really mixed up everything, but funnily enough, the driver who was the fastest driver, who had the fastest lap time, was the driver who ended up winning the entire event. And then we had an amazing cadet final, Tom, absolutely amazing, where it was all very, very strategical, and it was won by Leona, and basically he did a fantastic stop. He pitted at the right time. He punched in the laps exactly when he needed to punch them in. And he literally popped out in front of second place, went on to win it, and it was brilliant racing. So we've got all that to look forward to. It is going to be a packed day of racing.
Yeah, it's absolutely mega at the moment. And we've got Josh currently just monitoring chat so we can try and see who's being asked for in there so we can get as many drivers on stream as we can. So Kart 43, Libby Wolven, I believe it's her first time out on the national finals, up towards the top end of the circuit. Libby chatted to Akil at the start of the day in the pit lane, and I think she's out there to try and see how far up the field she can get and try and enjoy the day. But she's going to come over the start-finish line now. She is currently in P7. Let's see if this lap time's an improvement for her. It isn't just, but still 52.172 isn't exactly a slow time around here, but is enough for 7th place currently.
We're watching kart number 40 as requested. Almost begged, actually, to put kart 40 on.
Please, kart 40, I beg.
I know. So, well, you know, we don't have to go that far. So 40 Archie is very much on the screen at the moment, but we've got lots of if you want your car on the screen, get it on the stream.
Archie Casaitis, first visit to TeamSport Warrington for the national finals. The Crawley is his home track.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go to kart 4 now. We're going to switch to kart number 4 as requested. Now there's loads of requests, so we can't.
That's a kart 4.
There's
I believe
not
that
a
one's
kart
the
4.
pit lane rush. You've been done already.
I've been done. Yeah, absolutely.
I really need to put you back on your lead, don't I?
Yeah, you do, Tom.
Good job I'm here. I forgot your lead yesterday. I didn't give it to Josh, so
we're going to go kart 5.
Kart 5 is on track. That's Nikki Patel, currently in 13th place. Their first time here at the national finals. One of the Trafford Massive. They had a lot of support, did Trafford, yesterday, and definitely the loudest spectator in the field. To be fair, I've seen some homemade merchandise that has all the Trafford drivers on it, which, to be fair, is quite a good going at the moment. But we seek out Nikki Patel, who's in kart 5. On the top end of the circuit, they've got the 25 of Anders Ademi in front of them. So 2 drivers towards the back end of the circuit as the drivers now, I think, are coming towards the checker flag. I see a yellow out at what is turn 1. And yes, sector yellows here as well. It's all changed since I was last here. It just makes it a little bit easier for drivers so they can keep racing when there isn't an incident in front of them.
The sector yellows, Tom, to commentate, are quite weird because you get an accident and we're so used to it going red or yellows. But no, you can look at the accident, but no, they're still racing.
I think they're
still racing on the other side of the track.
I think for a driver's point of view, especially on a circuit like this, it's a really nice little thing to have because it means that if you've got a fight at the front, then you've got that little bit of time for a marshal to try and clear the incident before you've got the pack coming towards it. It just makes the race flow that little bit nicer.
Certainly does.
Christian Hill, they're half a second faster than any other driver on track.
Yeah, that's not a small feat in this championship.
51.268, and I think that might be faster than any junior yesterday.
That is notable.
Did anybody tell him that was only practice and not qualifying?
Well, you don't want to show all of your tricks early. Yeah, exactly. He's shown some stuff off there. I don't think he should be.
Yeah, so with a championship like this, and as you'll probably know, Chris, a day like this, where you've got to be on it constantly with qualifying before every single heat, you don't always want to play your cards immediately. Sometimes it's worth trying to keep a little bit in reserve. And to be fair, we saw that yesterday with Amanzi. He had a few maybe rougher runs in the heats, and then semi-finals where it really mattered, came alive.
Beauty of the format now, isn't it? We talked about consistency. Russ talked about consistency earlier, but I think you don't know who's going to win this today because I think it's now, rather than just being a driver aiming for the top 3 all day, you're looking just for the top 8, getting through a semi-final, getting to that grand final, and just playing the right strategy.
And the one thing is we've only got one event this morning, so it is going
to try and get drivers up.
It is going to run much quicker than what we raced yesterday. So we're already on the second practice session, and straight after this we're going to go straight into quali and the first of the heats.
There's another skin suit.
I was going to say, the kart skins have really come alive over the last little bit. Is that, I think, judging by the name of that, is Max Thorne on the back there.
Yeah.
I know you've done a little bit of chatting with with one of the creators of that, and obviously it looks very different to what you normally see from there. But I think it still is worth a little bit of performance, from what I understand.
I think it's a little bit of the trick of the eye. It's still it's very lightweight, but it's quite thick.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, what a
look at that!
It's racing already.
They're racing already, and they're clattering into each other.
I mean, I know
driver 39. That's Max Thorne.
I know Max Thorne personally. personally, and he will, unlike drivers who are trying to set personal bests in their practice, he's out there just to get a bit of teeth into the competition, show, hi, I'm Max Thorne, I'm in a skin suit, and I'm looking to try and win this, and I want to try and top this. And he right now, he's not focused on the lap times. He just wants to go out there and just put his name in people's heads a little bit.
Yeah, just almost start playing the mind games immediately. It's like, if there's a gap, put the nose down the inside, just so if, let's say, for example, you're racing, you see the driver behind you, you're like, oh, they might actually just throw a move down the inside if I'm not careful here.
So yeah, back to the kart skins. They are still quite thick, but they are slightly sort of really tight to the body, is the way to put it. But they are lightweight. In theory, yes, there has been studies done abroad in various countries, and there is evidence that they've come up with to suggest that they are quicker. I'm convinced that they're very comfortable and they're very nice to drive in, but I'm not there on the whole lap time guarantee.
What's the next step, Chris? Is it going to be next year? Is it just going to be body paint?
Yeah, I think so.
I was thinking this sort of weather, it's not exactly the warmest place on Earth. I think it'd be freezing in it.
I think he was wearing a jumper, but he's cut the hoodie element out of it, and it is just a jumper underneath the kart skin. But he might have dropped that for today. I'm not too sure yet.
Just shows the length that drivers will go to just to get every single tenth. And to be fair, in a competition like this, where it is that close, sometimes half a tenth can matter. When you can see, even at the moment, the top two at the moment between Lewis Cook and Josh Green, just under half a tenth between them. We're watching kart 4, which is Charlie Devlin, P6. He's half a second off and is 6th at the moment. Again, just shows how close this grid is at the moment. So he's coming through the back end of the circuit. Over the line he goes. Let's see if he can go. Max Thorne moves up into second place. He's still, to be fair, Max Thorne is about 4 tenths clear of the next fastest driver, which is James Edwards. So looks like the top two in both practice sessions. And as I say that, Bobby McGurr moves up to the top, of a name that we're very familiar with. Former champion, moved up into the lightweights this year from juniors.
There are big names in this championship, aren't they? And Bobby McGurr doesn't get much bigger than that. I'll be honest with all the history that Bobby McGurr has got of racing in this championship. Max Thorne as well, Lewis Cook, there's Freddie Farrell, there's just BIKC, Charlie Devlin, there's just BIKC superstars from years ago. This is the 6th year, Tom, that we have the 6th championship.
Yeah, and the 6th time we've been allowed back in the commentary box. I really don't know how we keep getting away with this.
I don't know, if I'll be honest. I've done my best to get us banned over the years.
I know you've tried really hard at times.
The hardest.
So, to be fair, the first year you did try really hard, and well, that's just become a meme, which some people will know at the end of the day. But watching kart 17 at the moment, this is Megan Rowledge. She's P8 at the moment, 52.393. Again, 6 tenths off, and that puts you outside the top half of the field, which again shows you exactly how difficult this championship is to try and get towards the front of the field.
We're going to switch to 42 Bobby McGurr because he is the fastest driver at the moment on a 51.733. So our media team, that's better, isn't it, than tech?
Yeah.
Behind them, we pick up driver number 42. They're trying to find him, and he's so fast they can't find him out there.
There we go.
There he is.
There we go. Adopting the full European driving style, as we prefer to say, the hands on the top. Which, to be fair, I think it was Chris, as far as I'm aware, was the first person I really saw doing it, and having tried it, it makes sense.
Oh, thank you.
It does work.
Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. But I'm
not just doing it to try and defend you after the live stream comments yesterday. Genuinely, it does make quite a bit of sense, to be fair.
Well, for any viewers who didn't hear yesterday, I'm not the creator of this method, but I would say one driver who influenced me in bringing it over here, at least, is Ivan Shana, and I think he might be watching all the way from Hungary today. So
Hungary.
Oh,
you're. Well, yesterday it was Portugal. Now it's Hungary.
Ivan Shana's always in the UK
it was
racing.
Netherlands, and it was Portugal. It's now Hungary.
Well, let's see the chat.
How far are you gonna like spread your wings today?
Come on, let's get some people from Europe commenting in the YouTube chat. Tell me where you're from if you're from Europe, because I want to know.
I mean, Chris has probably raced in more countries than I've raced on TeamSport tracks.
Yeah,
so, in terms of a driver that is well travelled, you sat next to quite a good one from there. Another driver who's been trying to make waves in Europe is Bobby McGurr, who we are watching. He goes over the line in 42. Doesn't improve his lap time. That was a 52.160. He's still got about 1.5 tenths over Lewis Cook, who's in the 23, who's just that little bit quicker. Ronnie Chambers puts in a better lap into P7. 2 minutes remaining on this session, as I think we're going to go looking for... There's the 20. Is that the 23? Yeah, so that's Lewis Cook, who's running in second place at the moment. He's about 1.5 tenths off the former junior champion, who's currently fastest of all at the moment. Not quite quicker than the drivers who went in the first session. Over that one, 52.5 is what Lewis Cook can manage. So I know you were chatting yesterday about tyres and tyre temperatures. Seems even after maybe 8 minutes, the times have all started to drop off a little bit already.
Well, that's part of this format is that, you know, we go through a qualifying session now. So that's where, you know, the car will be at its max performance and the tyres will. You know, in the race, those positions are settled. So the lap times will be a little bit less relevant. It'll be about the racing from that point on.
Yeah, it's all about keeping the rear of the kart in check, especially on a circuit like this, which is part of the reason why on these karts they step the tyres, put something slightly softer on the rear just to control the kart a little bit more. Otherwise, we were finding, I think, the first year when we were playing with these, there was a heavyweight that thankfully for them, I can't remember their name, spanned 6 times on the outlap on the BIKC live stream. We definitely didn't capture the whole thing and laugh really hard at him.
Can I just say, we're going to go to Joshua Green, just on the live stream. They've got it wrong. Josh Green is not in kart 67. I just want to make that clear. he's in kart 29, so there's obviously a bit of a mistake on the live stream. So I just wanted to correct that.
You see, everyone. You've made one mistake now. Now everyone is already going for you now. They already know.
Oh no, they are. Yeah, I've spotted.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be long until Liz Anya comes up in the chat and starts asking for a shout out again.
And I'll do it. That's the thing. I'll do it all day long.
So looking down the order here, there's only a second between all the drivers. That's 14 drivers
just
on
under.
track. And, you know, that's close. And you look towards the top, half a second. But Bobby McGirt is pretty clear. They're, 4 tenths to third place Freddie Farrell.
Yeah, and Freddie himself isn't a slow driver. You could almost call him a career BIKC driver at the moment, as he started in cadets, raced in juniors, now he's here in the adult categories for the first time.
And he's a Cardiff driver as well. I've known Freddie since he was probably a third of my height. He was the smallest cadet when I first met him. Yeah, yesterday, quite literally.
I was going to say, I'm a third of your height.
But no, he's getting big and ugly like the rest of them at the moment. I think he'll soon be his way.
You know everybody, Chris.
I know.
Again, he's a well-travelled driver.
Here, isn't it?
Very well-travelled driver.
And I've got a friendly face and, friendly personality, shall I say.
And you sound like Stephen Merchant. So.
No.
Oh, he's getting wound up already.
Stephen Merchant is tuning into this, going, it's me.
I didn't know I was invited.
He's phoned his agent wondering where the fee went.
It might be one of those AI voice sort of actors, you know.
It's like, I didn't know I'd been signed up for this one. I didn't know I'd done it either.
Oh, brilliant. Well, Bobby McGirt tops that session, 51.631. So it's 4 tenths down on Christian Hill's lap time.
Yeah, so it's really close, to be fair, between all of these drivers, and I think even over the 2 groups, it's shaping up to be quite a close, hard-fought day.
The mad thing is, it's just gone 20 past 10 on a Sunday morning. Practice is done. We're going racing.
Oh wow,
we're in.
Yes.
Next is quali, followed by the heat. That's the thing about this championship. It is relentless.
Yeah,
and we're in.
I think this new format as well, where you have qualifying heat, it really rewards consistency. Usually, this BIKC, usually you have to be on it for the entirety of the day. But in previous years, you had to be on it during qualifying, otherwise your day would be absolutely ruined. Now you have to go out and qualify 3 times.
I just had a comment here, but tell me, Chris, is it more personal or does it really work holding top of the wheel? It's personal. I think I said this on the stream yesterday. You have to change more than just holding the top of the wheel if you're going to be successful. Yeah. You need to start steering with your shoulders, moving your body in a certain way. If it's shifting to the left of the seat, to the right of the seat, not just moving your hands from the bottom or the middle to the top, that doesn't change it. You have to change everything else with it. It's a style of driving, but it's not the only style. It's one of very many.
Yeah, you'll notice as you go through the day, you'll see various different driving styles through the entirety of the day. And it's what works for you at the end of the day.
Exactly, absolutely. Sorry, Russ is just laughing at 6-7 jokes again in chat.
Thanks, Louis. It is going up generations. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. I will
many
say,
generations.
I will say before when obviously now I've got my young one at home. Everyone's like, "Oh, how you feeling being a dad?" It's like, well, I've had 5 years of babysitting already. I've been dealing with dealing with Russ for 5 years, so give me a good idea of how to deal with a child.
Do you have a mute button for little Logan?
Sadly not. But at the same time, he's absolutely good as gold most of the time.
Is he?
He's absolutely good as gold normally.
Would you need obviously these carts have got new technology. Would you need a baby monitor or something like that on the cart now? Do you think?
Well, that's the screen that's on there. I'm pretty sure if we ask Biz kindly, you could probably code some of that stuff in there. Yep. Having had a look at a few little bits, the amount of data now that's available to drivers is ridiculous on that screen. You can pretty much see everything that's going on. If there's if someone's
feeding,
if it needs feeding, if you need to give someone a penalty because they've not dealt with them quick enough, then that's all in there for you.
You can write messages to them as well, can't you?
I believe that functionality's in there somewhere.
It is in there, yeah.
I don't know if it's something they've got active in here. However, the amount of technology that's been baked into the circuit now is ridiculous. So when the general public come down here, the fact that if there is an incident, the circuit goes yellow, you've got now reverse on the steering wheel. So providing you know correctly how to use it, you can, if you need to, bring yourself out of issues. You've got the overtake function, which is disabled for today, but effectively functions a little bit like DRS. You've got boost in there as well. Electric cars just give you so much more scope to have a play with it.
Yeah, we're not using the overtake button today, but it will function like DRS in specific events that we decide to use it. And what it will be is when you are within a second of the driver in front of you and you press that button at a certain place on the track, then it will give you not just a boost, it will give you a significant increase in power to assist you in trying to overtake that driver. It's not just the same as a boost, because the thought process that we have at the moment is they could just boost as well and it would negate what you're trying to do. So it will be more, but the main thing is whether we agree with that tech or not, because it is the whole DRS argument in Formula One. It gives us the opportunity to try different things in different events, mainly specifically for members. So if you guys want to have a go at that in Warrington, we can definitely do it.
Yeah, and for younger drivers, if they do want to move on, obviously BIKC's pitched as the starting point for many drivers in their Motorsport UK journey. If you really want to move on into cars and move into, let's say, the upper echelons of motorsport, you have to get used to managing these things. If you move into even owner karting, let's say, for example, if you move into something like Club 100, you then do buy your own road tax. You have to manage temperatures, you have to manage how the engine is performing. So even in a sense, managing all of that, it's having to manage like your boost, your overtake functions, making sure it recharges, and having all that data in front of you is still going to try and set drivers up for the next level should they decide to move on and move forward.
Indeed. A lot of talk on the chat about the Joker lap and the red flag yesterday, but everyone's saying, oh no, you can't have a red flag. Yeah, you can. Because basically, the longer you leave it, that Joker lap, it's obvious that the best time to take a Joker lap is early, because then you get clear track in front of you, and it takes, but if you leave it, the longer you leave it, the more risk you take that something will happen in that race. So we saw it yesterday in the cadets, okay, and the winner basically left it till around lap 7. But we were commentating on it in the fact that every lap was a risk, and you take that risk, and then he pitted, came out in the lead, and used that Joker lap to actually gain it. But it's part of the Joker lap. Every time you leave it, there could be a red flag. Yeah, and it's the gamble. It's the risk that you take that every driver knows. And if you choose to take a Joker lap right at the end, then you run that risk.
Yeah, and it's similar to the likes of Formula One, where if you have a red flag in Formula One, obviously you can change tyres, and that counts as your pit stop in that category. So it's a very similar sort of idea. So on a circuit like maybe Monaco, in Formula One, maybe you try and maybe gamble on there being a red flag and seeing if you can try and make moves from there. But at the same time, it's the regs will seem to all be followed as they're written in there, which at the end of the day is all you can really ask from race control.
Indeed. I've got a comment on here. We've got a lot to get through, but the new light system, it's brilliant at Warrington. It's something that we've been asking for quite some time, it has to be said.
Yeah, it is something that's been on the cards for a while. It's one of those things that gets mentioned a lot of the time, and now it's actually here. You've even got the lights on the steering wheel as well. So there is absolutely zero way of saying you've missed something.
So basically, the track is now divided into 3 sectors. and if there's an accident in that sector, the system, not today because it's the BIKC final, we are doing it manually, but all week it's been doing it automatically. The system will sense that a kart has stopped. It will slow all the karts down in that sector to just higher than a yellow speed. But the other two sectors remain on green, and those drivers remain racing. That driver who's then in the barrier has the option to press the reverse button and can sort themselves out. So they could be, and we've tried this in Stoke, and a lot of the members, they will, when they crash, on the rare occasion that they do, they're straight on the reverse and they're out and racing within like 2 seconds maximum. So basically what it's meaning is that a lot of drivers are just driving Warrington and there are yellows going on and they're completely unaware, and they're coming off at the end going, that was a fantastic driving session, even though there were multiple yellows happening around the track. They didn't affect them whatsoever. So that is how the yellow light system works. We're really excited by it. It's cost an absolute arm and a leg to put in. It's already in Stoke. It's going into the next new track that I can't say because it's part of a competition. Okay, checker flag is being held out there, so we've got our first grid that starts going to move away from the light system. Christian Hill in pole.
Just want to note that Christian Hill, that's the same car he had in practice, so he's had an advantage there. He's driven the same car twice, but he's going to know exactly how that car acts. So he hasn't quite hit what he did in practice. 51.268 was what we were looking for. 51.473, but it's still absolutely miles ahead. I mean, well, second, third, fourth. Look how close that is between the times there.
Yeah, it is ridiculously close at the start. During this. So Jamie Sherman-Chase, the driver who in BIKC the last 2 years has finished third in the same category, now starting second. Hopefully for him he'll be able to move forward a couple of places on where he's finished in previous years. But now drivers getting ready to go onto the grid for the first heat of the day.
So we've got Casper third, Oliver fourth, Robbie Petchy in fifth, Joe Jennings in sixth place, and Nicky Patel is in seventh, Libby Wolven is in eighth, Harry Gatenby will be in ninth, Archie will be in 10th place, Gina Farina will be in 11th, Kira McEwen is in 12th, Brandon Barker 13th, Grace Lee Davis 14th, George Todd 15th, Adonis Demi will be in 16th at the back.
Whilst it's a bit quieter here, obviously we're doing shout-outs on the chat, but I want to make a big shout-out in the arena in TeamSport Warrington to Mike Sherman-Chase, who specifically asked me, who is here supporting Jamie Sherman-Chase, for a big shout-out. So big up to Mike Sherman-Chase, and I know that he'll be on the bridge there screaming and shouting, saying thank you, but if you're out there...
Well, he's not, because we're looking at the bridge.
He should be.
Which one is he?
Mike, if you're out there, you got to come onto the camera.
He's left. He's down the pub, I think.
No, Mike Sherman-Chase, he'll want that shout out. He was begging yesterday, but I accidentally forgot him. I'm sorry, Mike. But I know he specifically asked me for that shout out, and I just remembered looking at Jamie Sherman-Chase, who's in there. Well, look at that, second place, ready to go.
Here we go. We're going to go racing. Fantastic. So we're just finishing the line up.
Just looking down the order, so that's a great start. Well, Jamie Sherman-Chase in a usual, he's up there. Robbie Petchy in a fantastic fifth. Nicky Patel, quite new to the karting scene from what I've heard from the reviews.
Yeah, seventh place, first attempt.
It's fantastic.
It's a solid starting position there.
So we've got Christian in pole position, Jamie in second. Look at the position of the kart too. We were talking
hand signals going already. Drivers trying to be like, right, we want to move forward. I think that was the 40 of Joe Jennings. Like, right, I want to go racing. We want to move forward.
For me, I don't know curses. That is the perfect lineup for position 2 because there was a lot. He's tight. He's facing into the corner. They've also been watching what happened yesterday because
an outside start here is not the easiest thing to do. And there we go, 5 red lights come on. So for the first time today, heat 1 for the lightweights. Lights go green, we're racing, and you see Sherman-Chase already tries to chop across, and he's down into third, maybe fourth. He's got another driver on his outside, but he's back into his usual position of third place as the drivers all filed through the first couple of corners. Looks like everyone's keeping their powder dry at the moment, and over the line for the first time of asking.
That was a curse of the commentator. I said he was perfectly positioned.
Sherman-Chase down to fourth.
Ends up in fourth.
Oh, so he's been muscled out there as well. So that looked like that was the 10 of Oliver. He's just moved up into third place. As Sherman-Chase from second down to fourth in a handful of corners. But out at the front, the top 2 already starting to build a little bit of a gap here, as it's just about everyone else for third place as they come down the ramp for the first time and filing through the fastest section in indoor karting. It's the 36 of Christian Hill. Let's see if he can try and use that pace he seems to have over the rest of the field at this point, just to start building a gap over the drivers that are chasing him. As Joe Jennings goes down the inside of Robert Petchy. Let's see if he can make the move. Not quite. And you see Joe's like, right, let's go. Let's catch the guys in front. You can see that gap's opened up to Sherman Chase already.
Little apology there from Joe as well. Just to say sorry. Yeah, I went for the move, didn't quite pay off there.
It was solid though. There's a gap. You know, it's we've got to let these drivers race, as we was talking about extensively yesterday. There was a lot of moves which, okay, they didn't quite come off, but hats off to them for really having a go at it. So Christian Hill is leading. Kasper is in second, just 0.9 of a second behind. We've got Oliver Malowinski is in third place. Joe Jennings down in fourth place, Libby in fifth, Robbie Petchy in sixth at the moment, Harry Gatterby in seventh, Kira is up to eighth place, Jamie Sherman Chase, look at that, he's running in ninth position. Wow. Archie in 10th, Gino in 11th, Brandon in 12th, Nicky Patel is next, and it just swaps and look, they've made him think very comfortable, haven't they? Lots of red, lots of green. Okay, right, Christian Hill.
I think the timing screen's just reflected what's actually on the circuit at the moment. So fastest lap at the moment. It's not surprising that Christian Hill holds that one, the first real flying lap of 51.721. So yeah, it's a driver really trying to lay down the law and show exactly what they can do immediately. That being said, Oliver in third place, 51.7 as well. He's not a million miles off in terms of pace, so it could be interesting if we get all of them running together, but you can see Christian Hill has already checked out. Almost looks like he's in a completely different class of kart at this point, as Kasper's looking over his shoulder, just thinking about whether he needs to defend from the 10 behind. Sherman Chase still hanging on to this battle, but again, the second, third and fourth drivers have a bit of a gap over Robbie, who sat in P5, as a warning for the 33 of Gino Farino in 11th place for loading. Now loading sitting on the rear bumper, just pushing in towards the corners, something that you can potentially use to try and unsettle the kart in front of you to gain a bit of time, but it's not really something the Clarks want to be seeing today.
No, not at all. I think sometimes loading out of corners can be considered friendly. You're just trying to get the driver in front to go, but just pushing someone out of a corner and taking that position, that's where it starts to get a bit difficult.
Yeah, it's really on the way into the corners where it can become a little bit of an issue, and it can almost just start unsettling the kart and allow a position to be made, as yeah, black and white's being thrown early and fast, really. The Clarks trying to stamp their authority on proceedings straight away.
And Oliver is all over the back of Kasper. He's gone.
There we go. He's gone for
That's it. That's the move. That's what he wanted to. Can he hold
Still
it?
Got it.
Oh,
that was.
And now I think 10 will be hard done by there. I think that might be a penalty, really, for Kasper.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, bro.
We'll definitely save that.
I will say he's profited from that. Sherman Chase has gained 2 places, which just shows in some cases, if you've got a couple of karts that are fighting together, it can be worth just maybe sitting back, waiting for the fireworks to start, and you can quite easily profit yourself. Now, Sherman Chase isn't a slow driver by any way, shape or form, so we'll see if he can make his way up towards the back of Christian Hill, who no longer has the fastest lap of the race. That now belongs to Oliver in the 10 on a 51.647, but we think he may have the wrath of the Clarks leading over him.
But Jamie Sherman Chase, after that terrible start, going down into fourth place, okay, is you know, that's motorsport. You get another little bit of luck, has to be said, and he's back up in the second position. And second place, you know, what we found yesterday, a lot of these drivers, as we go through the heats, are well aware of their point score going into the race, and therefore are unwilling to take risks. We saw it all day yesterday in the heats. And to clock up a second place is a hat full of points. I will have to see if that changes the way that he approaches the Heat 2 and Heat 3. Christian Hill is leading now, and it's totally checked out. 3.8 seconds is now the gap, with around 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, so as they come through the top end of the circuit, we're watching the fight over second place, and Sherman Chase isn't trying to pull away at this point. In places he's defending from what we can see, but the second, third and fourth still have a bit of a gap over fifth place, which is now occupied by Joe Jennings. He's made that place over Robbie Petchy. Nicky Patel still running 7, Louis Wolven in P8, then Archie in the 43 running in P9, then Kira, Gino, Harry, Brandon, George, Adonis and Grace rounding out your 16 runners and riders at the moment. As Sherman Chase still defending really hard.
Just want to note out there, Sherman Chase has really benefited from that contact.
100%.
After such a poor start, well, you say poor start, he was on the outside, but yeah, he's cashed out in that second. Now look at him, 4 seconds to Christian Hill. He knows with 2 laps to go, there's no way I'm catching Christian. He's cashed out in that second.
Yeah, it's cashing in those points nice and early, and at a format like this, you've really got to keep your powder dry and try and score as many points as you can, because points mean places in the semi-finals, and that's the point where this competition really gets brutal, and we have to cut this field almost in half, as still the 10 and the 2 are fighting it out here. This last time they tried this one, it didn't. It ended in tears. Let's see if this one ends up a little bit cleaner, but it is still all in the same order there, and I think they're just trying to maybe get towards the end of this. There's the black and white going out. That is a black and white for Casper in kart 2.
I'm surprised that's not more than that.
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
It might be early days with that. I think if that was a few more heats in, that perhaps there might have been a little bit more. But what I would point out is that these juniors are having much more joy at overtaking around that second hairpin. We didn't see much overtaking around that second hairpin yesterday, but the juniors here having much more success on it. We've already seen one overtaking manoeuvre on it, which was a great overtaking manoeuvre. So more of the same, please, coming up, I think.
Yeah, so this is a track itself which is really easy to race. It's really easy to have a good race and be easy to overtake. But if you know where to defend, it is quite an easy one to defend on as well. But as you go through the bottom end of the circuit, once again, as they come onto what may be the last lap, I can see the board just there. So Christian Hill, 5.2 seconds over Jamie Sherman Chase, who's now running in second place. And a 5-second penalty does come through for Casper in the number 2, so we did think that something may have come from that instance, and I'm assuming that the clerks have agreed with our estimation, as a 5-second penalty is what's been assessed. So Jamie Sherman Chase running in second, Oliver running in third. That promotes Joe Jennings to 4th place and puts Robbie Petchy into the top 5 as the drivers are on the last lap of this first heat of the day. It's all kicking off here already.
And we're going to have our first winner, and it's going to be easily driver of kart 36, Christian Hill. And here we go, we've got to have a 5-second penalty going out there for the kart driver to Casper.
Yeah, that's deserved.
Oh yeah, that was for the... Yeah.
As I say, I think the clerks have taken a dim view of that, and they're clamping down on it already. So the warning, I think, for the 10, just to say, what are you doing in that part of that, and then 2...
I didn't have a chat to them on this.
No, you've not got them on speed dial.
I haven't, no. But Christian Hill has won the first win of the day. Maximum points. Jamie Sherman Chase will take second place. I think he'd be relieved at that after the start. Oliver in third. Joe Jennings goes up into 4th place. Robbie goes up into 5th. Nicky Patel 6th. Libby in 7th. Archie 8th. Kira 9th. Gino 10th. Casper with that penalty drops down to 11th. And that 5-second penalty, he would have been 3rd. Wow. Harry 12th, Brandon Barker 13th, George in 14th, Adonis 15th, and Grace bringing up the rear in 16th place.
Should we take a quick look at that instant whilst we got a little bit of time?
Oh yes,
let's do it.
So I'll run it through first, and then I'll bring you both in on it. But I'll tell you what I think. I've watched it already.
The ball pad.
The ball pad, if you want to call it that. So we'll watch it through in full first, and I'll give you my thoughts. But you can see where, obviously, Casper has lost the position. I would say fairly. That is a fair move.
That's a move, though. That is brilliant.
That was the black and white, and this one's the penalty.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is a penalty all day long.
I think that's pretty clear cut.
Yeah. So, for me, for the initial move, great. You can see the driver here looks behind. That's his understanding of where he is.
Yeah,
has a little glance. And look, he puts his head forward, and in this moment, the driver behind slips to the inside. He completely sends him for a hot dog, if you think about it. Yeah. In on the move, fantastic move. He doesn't quite cover it off, but I think there's a point in an overtake where you have to accept you've lost a position.
Yeah.
Great sportsmanship in karting is when you know you've lost a position, you say, okay, but you go and get it somewhere else. You don't take it again at the first opportunity. You wait till the best opportunity, like I said. But here, he just pins it on the inside. I think by this point, the driver's already won the corner. Just let him have it and go get it somewhere else on track. But
it's
no.
Front wheel on rear wheel.
Complete ABC. Very unfortunate. I do respect the driver for going for it, but it's a little bit greedy for me.
Yeah, to quote the great Martin Brundle, he was a day late and $1 short.
Yeah,
absolutely. One more time through. But yeah, a good initial move.
This is great, though. That's magic.
Really sent him there. But yeah, here was just a bit like, go for it.
It was a great move out of nowhere. A little robust, hence the black and white, just to say, you're on the borderline there.
But the real winner is Jamie Sherman Chase.
Yeah, and it just proves you've got to be in it. You've got to be in it to win it.
Yep, I'm seeing we're straight on with the practice on the quali, I should say, on heat number 1 for Group 2.
Yeah, so the other 14 drivers now get their chance to try and qualify as we go through at the top end of the circuit. Once again, we want to see drivers that we can have a bit of a focus on. We're looking at the 23. This is Stuart Allen on his first lap out, and we'll wait to see the first couple of drivers come over the line. And Josh, we'll bring you in on this one. What did you think of that one?
What, the ABC?
Yeah, well,
yeah, so I've been following the chat quite closely, and there's quite a few people that are disagreeing with the 5 seconds. However, it's a complete advantage by contact. It has to be a 5-second penalty. You know, they've lost a position with a clean overtake the corner before. The drivers essentially trying their best to hang on to that position, but the door wasn't open, the gap wasn't there, and that cart shouldn't have been there, and ends up knocking out a driver, and they gain advantage. It's an easy 5 seconds.
We were talking yesterday about how severe the penalties are, because the drop from 3rd all the way down to 11th is harsh. But this is the British Indoor, this is the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championship. The penalties have got to be harsh.
But is it harsh?
You've got to make it stick.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's harsh. You shouldn't. That driver should have pulled out. It's the right penalty, and all the drivers know this. They all know the regs. If you gain an advantage by contact, you're going to get that 5-second penalty. And the driver, I'd argue that driver in number 2 there lost their head a little bit. As they came around the corner, they panicked, and they should have backed out of that 3rd hairpin, and they didn't.
Yeah, they were focused on trying to get it back immediately, which, to be fair, I think the best move in that case for them may have been wait a lap and return the favour, because I think with them being as close as they were, 1 lap round, they could have quite easily returned the favour at 1 and 2. That being said, hindsight's 2020, but motorsport is all about those split-second decisions.
It was quite impressive watching on that replay there. You see Jamie can see it coming a mile off. You can see them battling, and he completely puts his cart so far on that left-hand side of the track to get such a good run out of that 3rd hairpin, sees the chaos, takes advantage, gets back to 2nd.
It's one of those as a driver, and you'll know this, Josh, having done a few races yourself, is you'll be watching a battle in front of you, and you'll just be sat there thinking, something's going to happen here. So I'm just going to put myself close enough that when it inevitably happens, I can profit from it, but I'm not going to get caught in it.
I mean, how many times did we see yesterday, Ross? 3rd place would sit there watching the battle 1st to 2nd, and then all of a sudden an overtake comes out of nowhere, a bit of chaos happens in front, and then they end up winning the race.
Tell that to Amanzi, he got taken out.
Well, yeah, let's not go into that. Do you know what? After now saying that on the stream have changed their mind. They think the 5-second penalty was justified. So there we go.
Think of it this way: it could have
justified.
been 10.
It's justified.
It could have been 10.
The point is 5 seconds is a long way in BIKC.
Oh, and it is in this sort of format.
Big penalty. 5 seconds is a big penalty, but at the end of the day, for when something happens, it's really a case of trying to stamp your authority on it. And so long as the consistency is there, then all the drivers play by the same rulebook.
And then that's the thing we were talking about before, is that the people that ended up in the best position for the semi-final were consistent drivers finishing in that top half of the grid. Yeah. But if you go for moves like that, you've got to be thinking about these things. You've got to be backing out of these, because you could ruin your chances for a great starting position in that semi-final.
Okay, quali's over. Got Lewis Cook. There's still some drivers finishing, so provisionally, this is the grid. Lewis Cook on a 51.618 in pole position. Bobby McGurr on a 51.7 in 2nd place. Josh Green, kart 14, 51.8. James Edwards in 4th, 51.8.
It's good qualifying from James there.
It is, isn't it? Thomas Shaw. Megan, great qualifying in 6th place. Charlie Devlin, 7th. Freddie Farrell, 8th. Ronnie Chambers, 9th.
There, when I was following the chat before, there was a lot of love for Megan. There was a lot of people asking for the cart to switch to Megan there.
Jaden in 10th. Freddie Hamer is in 11th. Max Thorne. Disappointing for Max Thorne down there in 12th place. Stuart Allen 13th. Henry Barrington in 14th. That is the grid. That will be lined up for the 2nd race in the heats. And then we'll go straight. It's how fast this is. Mad, isn't it? When we've only got
this
one
format
category.
Ramps so quickly.
We've got one category to run. It's like immediately after this, we're going to be in the 2nd set of heats.
Yeah, and this format as well does sort of reward it. We've said it before, it rewards consistency, but it also means for those drivers that maybe haven't had the qualifying they needed or wanted,
I will say here, Russ, the chat are asking for no commentator's curse, please, here.
I mean, do we really
can't promise
control that?
Well, everything that's come out of this man's mouth so far today has come true. So,
You've worked with him before, haven't you?
I can't take
You've watched
bribes.
this series before, haven't you?
I have. However, is that a curse, or are you just saying the right things? It's probably the latter, isn't it?
I hope so.
Well, yeah, I do as well.
So, drivers are moving on to the grid, so we can run you through the grid for this one. So Lewis Cook in the 42 will start on pole. Bobby McGurr on the front row alongside him. Joshua Green, James Edwards are on row 2. Tom Shaw and Megan Rowledge on row 3. Charlie Devlin, Freddie Farrell on row 4. Ronnie Chambers, Jaden Lyford on row 5. Freddie Harmer and Max Thorne, Stuart Allen and Henry Barrington complete your 14 runners and riders in this one. We just wait for the last couple of drivers to make their way onto the grid. That outside starting position for Bobby McGurr, that's definitely going to give a good chance for the drivers in behind him to get that little bit of a jump. So maybe see Josh Green up into second place.
He's not pointing into the...
Yeah, it seems to be a difference in opinion, effectively, of whether you want to aim the kart at the apex of the first corner. That run to turn 1 is only a few feet, so it's so difficult to try and get the pace up before that first corner.
This Bobby McGurr, Lewis Cook rivalry could go on all day.
Here we go.
They're racing, Russ.
And is Russ, you awake? I know it's been a long day. I know it was a long day yesterday, but I think he completely missed that one.
Where's the lights?
The start, no, it's happened immediately. Looks like a bit of contact with the last 5. I think Jane was Lyford that was spun around. I think Max was in there too. And
I thought you were doing it, Tom.
These two were just looking at each other on the start of the race.
He started immediately, but it's Lewis Cook in the 42 that leads the way from Bobby McGurr in second place. So despite that less favourable starting position on the outside of the first row, he's managed to keep it into second place. And I think that's still Josh Green still in third place with, I think that's Edwards still holding everyone up in fourth.
About Bobby McGurr there, the reason why I got a great start, he had such better reactions than a driver in third place.
Definitely had better reactions than us.
Down, yeah.
Just proves why we talk about racing instead of doing it. It's the 32. Farrell tries to go down the inside, and he just gets covered off by, I think that's Charlie Devlin in the 31 that is holding him at bay at the moment. So as they go over the line, Cook leads McGurr second, Green, Edwards, Rowledge, your top 5.
Look at that.
As the top 3 really close together. Looks like James Edwards already starting to break away in fourth place. So he's trying to starting to catch the top 3 as they come up on the top section of the circuit. Is this going to be another one of those races where we see the top 3 start fighting and the rest of the pack just comes into the battle and makes it 14 karts for the lead?
I think so, but the great thing for me is we're already seeing lots of overtaking, and it's only the first heat. We had to wait yesterday with the juniors for a significant amount of time before we really saw some juicy overtaking moves. And just in that last lap, okay, the driver around this corner here didn't quite make it, but then there was another move further on where the driver went really, really wide, leaving the door wide open, and there was a position change.
Look how fast Edwards has caught the top 3 up.
Yep.
He was about a second and a bit away on the previous lap, and he's just managed to drag onto the back of them. He's not the fastest on circuit at the moment. That's Megan Rowledge on a 52.1, but he's lapping a similar sort of pace now to the top 3. So he's already managed to drag back into them. So it's 4 karts to the lead, and Rowledge, using 5th, is setting the pace at the moment. So it could be a case of 5 karts to the lead. Now, that'd be surprising if Cook's maybe lacking a little bit of pace at this point, because he's just gone out and put that kart on pole position. So it's not exactly slow in that.
Yeah, he's looking behind him a lot.
I wouldn't say he's defending too much either. Maybe a little bit into that second hairpin.
You get a feeling Bobby McGurr just waiting to pounce, in actual fact. He was very, very late on the brakes going into the first hairpin there. And I think Bobby McGurr is lining up Lewis Cook here for a bit of an overtaking opportunity. It's almost alongside him going underneath the raised section there, coming onto the up ramp. We saw some great overtaking on the up ramp yesterday, some brilliant moves going on there, but none on this particular lap. Josh Green is hanging in there in third place, and James Edwards fourth, and Megan in fifth. But we are waiting to see exactly if Bobby McGurr is going to make an overtaking pass. and see if we can go through and put one on Lewis Cook. Here we go down the fastest point of the track, and quite rightly the fastest in indoor go-karting anywhere in the entire land. Look at that, very, very pulls in, but that's the kind of probably, these are the corners that he probably needs to make that kind of move. But I think he probably needs to make a surprise move. That's what was working yesterday. The element of surprise was working so well, and that's what really made the position stick.
Well, coming down the ramp last time, he looked over his shoulder and now notices he's got about a cart or two's length over Josh Green. So maybe he's starting to think, if I push Cook a little bit further, maybe the next minute or so, we try and build a little bit more of a gap. So when he does eventually try and make that overtake, that he doesn't end up getting, if he doesn't come off like we saw in the previous heat, that he doesn't end up getting overtaken by the 2 or 3 carts that are behind him. But it now almost looks like you've got drivers going 2 by 2 as they go down the back end of the circuit. We get a warning for 39. That's Jaden Lyford in P12, who's just been handed a black and white. And I will say, from the back of the grid, Henry Barrington, he's up to 11th place at the moment. So another driver not trying to hang around, trying to make up for his poor qualifying.
Well, I tell you, one driver you do not want behind you in the heat is Bobby McGill. I've raced Bobby McGill now for multiple years. He's widely recognised around the world as one of the most exciting.
He's done a lot of racing this year.
In the World Championship, there was a vote on, some of the rising stars, of the world, and Bobby McGill is voted as one of them up there. And I would not want him behind me right now, because he is plotting his move. He is watching every corner. He's waiting for you to expose that one corner. Next lap, boom, it's going to be there. I just want to also highlight Megan Routledge. That's somebody who could go all the way to the final today and further. We are looking, I'm sure Tom can fill us in, but the highest place finishing female at an event, and I believe that was
Sophie Gill, 2020, in the lightweight P6. P6 managed to finish. Elena got very close to beating that yesterday. She finished in P8, but if Megan's able to beat a 6th place finish, even an 8th place finish today, she'd be the highest finishing girl in BIKC for nearly 5 years. So a driver who is showing the pace, is there or thereabouts in terms of outright pace, currently running in P5. So maybe if they're able to maybe get a couple more positions, get themselves into the semi-finals, and maybe get themselves a decent sort of start point on the main event, could be a shout for a podium.
Absolutely.
And now a little bit of contact, slight contact from Bobby McGill around those hairpins. You just sense a little bit of maybe frustration coming in, because of those two, they're literally dragging each other along. They've moved away now from the battle for 3rd and 4th. So it is a 2-horse race really at the moment for the win in this heat. And we're going to have, I would have thought, one more lap. Let's see if the one more lap board.
So there's 2 to go then, is going to be my guess there.
Unless we can't see the board, because sometimes
behind those two, those two there. The fight for third is really hotting up as Edwards and Green are starting to battle it out. So there's McGurr having a look on the inside. There's the 14, the 3, the 12 and the 29 as Rowledge is in the back of that fight as well. I think that little tap from Bobby was just a little warning shot to say, look, I'm still here. I'm still here. Don't forget about me. But maybe a second gap. If he sees that last lap board, you maybe think he'd try it. But I think at this point, a driver like that is only going to go for a move if they know it's going to come off. At this point in the day, it's your first race. You really don't want to start making silly moves and losing a handful of points. That being said, you've got 4 drivers here fighting over third place, almost as if it's the main event that they're racing in at the moment. Rowledge is looking very, very racy, but a small mistake as the last lap board now goes out to the field. Tiny little mistake though from Rowledge just brings it back into the clutches of Tom Shaw, who sat in 6th place. Some really close racing at the moment here, but I think a lot of sensible driving currently.
This could be some people's worst result. Don't forget, you look at Freddie Farrell down in 8th, that's a very un-Freddie Farrell performance. I think there's higher positions to come from Max Thorne, another driver, as Jaden Lyford just drops to the bottom of the leaderboard, probably with that penalty. Max Thorne, that could be his worst result of the day. He is going to go upwards, I'm sure. But yeah, there's so many. This is the beauty of the format as well. These drivers will be all over the place in terms of points.
Okay, here we go. So let's take it through to the end. Lewis Cook, he looks like he's going to hold on to this. Been a real battle royal all the way through. A little bit of contact from Bobby McGurr. A little bit of contact. Is he lining him up on the final few corners of the heat? He's not going to make it. Lewis Cook is going to go through and take maximum points for the heat. And Bobby McGurr comes home in second place. I don't think he'd be too disappointed with second. It's still a whole hat load of points. It's a great result. Josh Green comes home in third place. James Edwards in fourth. A brilliant fifth for Megan. Thomas Shaw in sixth place. Charlie Devlin in seventh. Freddie Farrell, as Chris was saying, down in 8th place. Ronnie Chambers in 9th. Freddie Hamer 10th. Henry Barrington in 11th. Max Thorne 12th. All the way down in 12th for Max Thorne. Stuart Allen in 13th. And Jaden in 16th place. And that's the end of the first set of heats. We go into
already.
I know. We go through into the second set of heats now. Obviously only running one group. Then we will have the middles and heavies together.
We have a bit of footage here to watch. I just want to go back through the start whilst we have a little bit of time. We'll play it at full speed. There was a bit of contact towards the back. Everything around the front looked pretty good to me. It was very spread out. Look at that. Down to, what was that, 7th place Megan. But this is where it starts to come alive. And I think we're looking for Max Thorne here, there in the midfield. He's going to hit into Jaden Lightfoot on the outside. Bang, there it is. And he's going to lose, looks like 2, maybe 3 positions from it. But Max does let him back through. There's a bit to dissect there, to be honest with you.
There is, yeah.
It starts, obviously, all the karts are back to back, but the drive on the inside here actually swipes to the right of Jaden Lightfoot, actually swipes to the left, like really aggressively, right there, and it pushes Jaden out to the outside. So it's like a gap has just been created.
Almost opens the door.
Yeah, so that's why I can see Max doing it. Max is completely unaware that the driver on the right is there. So I agree with Max that, like, yeah, there's the gap opening. He's like, oh, why not? I'm going to go into it and see what I can get. And I think at that minute he realises and he brakes way too hard and actually hits the side of Jaden, and that's where the contact comes from.
And that opens the door for driver in the yellow helmet.
Yeah, it does.
4.
He only benefits from that as well.
Yeah,
which
he gains 2 places there.
It almost looks like Thorne's hit the brakes, the back of the car. You just see it step, and it just send him into Lightfoot on the left.
He ends up briefly steering in the wrong direction to correct the slide.
Yeah, he does. And in terms of the aftermath, I mean, come on, don't put your thumbs up. He let you back through. Give him a bit of time. Show a bit of sportsmanship around here, Jaden. Yeah, Paul on the exit there. But that's all that we see there.
Yeah, and the fact that even that handing the place back as well, there aren't many drivers that would do that. So it is nice seeing that little bit of sportsmanship. When you make a mistake, at least own up to it on that side, and means that they can carry on racing. But Q2 now, so the second qualifying session for the first group of drivers, getting ready for heat number 2. As we're watching the 36 at the moment. He's gone on my time. Harry Gattenby. So Harry's got Joe Jennings just behind him as they turn into the top end of the circuit. These drivers about to lay down their first lap of the session. A 51.8 first lap out of the pit lane for Casper in kart 10. That's not exactly a slow time. As they come over the line, what can Harry manage? And I think that's a 52.5 last time over the line. So some of these drivers maybe just trying to ramp it up over the next couple of minutes as they head up on the top end of the circuit. Again, a lot of drivers that are quite quick in this, and a decent crop of juniors coming through into the lightweights this year.
I think that's really good to see, isn't it? It's a healthy progression of drivers through the various categories that we've got here. But yeah, Casper with a 51.8. We literally called this lap almost like a tyre warming lap yesterday, but to get that lap in on that kind of first lap, it's literally Oliver's just gone very slightly quicker on his second lap. 20 stopped.
That looks like a kart's not playing ball there, so I have a feeling the reds are going to be coming out as they do, as you can see the red flag on the steering wheel. And to be fair, it actually gives you a good view of the steering wheel itself there. It shows you the information that's available to these drivers.
Also talks to you, Tom. If you get black flagged, it will tell you to go to the pit lane.
Oh, so it's
How cool is that?
Well, I wouldn't know. I never received black flag.
Is that right?
I don't race either, so that's the reason
I get loads, funny enough.
Yeah, the guy's just taking a quick look at the kart, seeing if they can figure out what the score is from there, and we'll look over to the pit lane and see if they can get something new out there. I'm guessing.
Well, just because it's broken down doesn't mean it's a bad car. That could be what he's arguing here. You know, if they restart it, it might still be quite an optimal car.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a case of Control-Alt-Delete, and they'll be confirming with race control exactly what they need to do and what they should be doing, and if a kart is required, they'll get one out there.
So early doors, Oliver Malinowski up there, up high, obviously finishing third in the last heat. Kasper Zizek needs a good result after his penalty in the first race. That dropped him out of the top 5. You know, we're looking at Joe Jennings. He needs a good result. Robbie Petchy there, 5th place in the first round of heats, but now he's up in 3rd. I know it's early doors still, but 51.9. That's a good landmark time. It shows that he's got he's ready to go racing. Is the way to put it. Christian Hill yet to put in really a time to match, I would say.
Yeah, I think drivers just starting to warm themselves up in this one, but yeah, qualifying. I think with these cars, you do only have a really small window to be able to try and get the absolute peak out of them as the tyres just start to overheat a little bit, even though it is exceptionally cold out there. As we get the circuit on a full course yellow, we get drivers rolling, and as soon as everyone's happy, we will go back to green and restart this qualifying session. So some drivers here really need to try and pull their finger out. Sherman Chase being one of them at the moment.
So interestingly, he's kept that cart, so he's kept cart 20. So whatever was maybe wrong with it was deemed not wrong with it, unless they reset a few systems on it.
Yeah,
Control-Alt-Delete.
Sometimes I do find with these electric cars, a simple Control-Alt-Delete can sort everything, like with computer systems. Sometimes if a value isn't right, they can go into a almost limp mode, safety get you home.
Typically, it's more if the cart is missing a wheel, is on fire, or a track rod's bred. That's when they
the sort
look
of
at the
things
swaps.
that you'll know when there is a big problem.
Yeah, it does happen. Not at TeamSport though.
Yeah,
other brands are available.
That sort of problem you'll know about it very, very quickly.
Yes, it has happened to Newcastle a few times. Saying that, I don't want to talk about that. There's just too much paperwork. The staff we caught there. I better stop talking now.
You know your health and safety director stood outside. You might not want to be telling him that.
Hang on, the door's knocking. The
staff recorded what happened on CCTV and put it in their moment of the air.
Is that a P45 I can see over there?
Oh, no.
No. I want to tell you though, but I can't. Oliver Mowinski is fastest on a 51.7 so far. Casper's in second on a 51.8, very tight at the top. Robbie is in third, Joe Jennings is in fourth. Kira's fifth on the 52.1, Christian Hill on the 52.1 as well. Look at that.
There we go. There's a time from Christian Hill, a 51.827, second place, and so maybe not quite as quick as they were earlier on in the day, but still enough to be competitive in this one. And again, this is really a race all about. This is really an event all about consistency. But as they come over the line,
look
there,
at Jamie Sherman Chase. He's not happy with that
car. Looking there to see what that last lap was. But
15th.
That's it. Oh no, Jamie.
Yeah. That's definitely not a qualifying session for him to remember, and I'm hoping.
Oh,
there we
up
go.
to ninth.
It updates there, but still 52.2.
Yeah,
He's
still
half a second
off
on the grid in terms of that.
In the first of the heats.
Yeah, now in P9.
You say ninth. It's only half a second.
Yeah, half a
second though.
Half a second is absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. But however, in karting, it is the difference between the front row
and that's
starting in the middle somewhere.
That's it. He's going to have to battle through from ninth on the grid. Is Jamie Sherman Chase, a multiple podium holder in BIKC, but it's Oliver on a 51.755 that will go and start from pole position. Christian Hill. Casper third, Harry Gettenby in fourth place, Robbie Petchy in fifth, Joe Jennings in sixth, then Kira. Great quali from Kira. Libby in 8th place. That was James we've talked about. Nicky Patel in 10th. Adonis in 11th. That's better from him from the previous heat. Archie in 12th. Grace moving up a little bit as well from the first heat quali performance. Brandon Barker there 14th. Then Gino and then George Todd at the back at the moment. So here we go. Lots of Christmas hats out there. That's great, isn't it? Didn't see any Christmas hats yesterday.
All the Coca-Cola Christmas
hats. So suddenly,
which,
is that what
all
they
the Coca-Cola ones.
We're all celebrating Christmas starts here. Christmas starts right here.
I was outside and Jennifer up in the box just throws me one.
Jennifer?
Yeah, she threw me one. She said, "Do you want a hat?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll take it."
Who's
There's
Jennifer?
something wrong. Is that full naming? Is some
exactly what's going on there?
I know it's
Are you not in speaking terms all of a sudden? You're calling her Jennifer.
Sorry.
I know it's Sunday, but the Sunday names don't need to come out just yet. We haven't done anything wrong just yet.
If I call her Jennifer, she'd probably smack me one.
Oh no!
Oh goodness!
I definitely need to.
What, Jen?
You really don't.
Jen,
your girlfriend, Jen.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Oh man. What was the story? Oh yeah, a hat flew down at me, and I thought, yes, I'll.
Just called you Christopher. You handed it down.
No.
Oh no. Oh,
I'm off.
Back to the racing.
I'm going to miss this one as well.
Yeah, exactly. This could be round 2 between Zizek and Malinowski at the front.
The two drivers, they're line astern on this one. They were nose to tail throughout the entire thing, and if we think the races start as they are, we think second's not exactly the easiest place to be, then I think that battle might reignite between the 43 and the 10, as it looks like the last couple of karts are just getting in position there.
Here we go.
They're making a judicial use of the reverse button. It does make life a little bit easy when you're trying to get a grid in the correct format from there.
Yeah.
But 16 drivers, a decent sized grid on here at TeamSport Warrington.
I can see a determined-looking Jamie Shimon Chase back there as well.
Yeah, that's a driver. He's a driver. If there is a move to be made, he's going to try and make it.
Here we go.
So as we wait for the lights to come on here, the second heat for this first group of drivers, we see the timing screen refresh as the lights start to illuminate. Second heat for these drivers. As we wait for them to go green, racing once again. The 11 moves over. Is that one of the first drivers in second place to hold second?
It is possible. It is possible.
Apart from Bobby,
you've got to have a good start. You've got to have a really good start to be able to do so. As they all file through, looks like a little bit of bumping at the back end of the circuit, but it looks like they're all starting to get through nice and cleanly. As the top 3 already starting to fight, I think Christian Hill is going to waste absolutely zero time in trying to get back to the lead. We've shown when he's got clear track exactly how quick he can be, but he's got a driver in front of him to try and
the top 3. Look how much the top 3 have broken away already.
That's a gap and a half they've got there over the 25.
That's because Robbie Petchy's gone for a move there. He's up to 4th. They've all slowed.
Yeah, it looks like...
green.
We're green again.
Green. According to the steering wheels.
Yeah, so they're heading through the top end of the circuit again. May have been a kart sideways somewhere that we didn't see. Sherman Chase is already getting his elbows out. He's trying to move up the field, coming side by side to that bottom section of the circuit. See, Christian Hill there's just trying to say to driver in front, just let's go, let's just try and move. There's Sherman Chase. He's really getting his elbows out. He's definitely moved up a couple of places. He goes round. That's George Todd. He's spun in the barrier there, using the reverse button to get him out of trouble from there. And hopefully he'll be able to resume relatively quickly. But it's still Malinowski who leads from Christian Hill from Zizek in 3rd place, and that massive gap of 1.5 seconds over Robbie Petchy in 4th place. And it looks like it's just about everyone in 6th place, with Joe Jennings who's broken away from that one as well. So I think Sherman Chase is not reflected on a screen. I think he's running about 6th at the moment. So already in 1 lap, he's managed to find 3 places from his starting position.
Needs to though, needs to. If he's one of the favourites with all the history of making it through onto the podium, that he is one of the favourites for the competition, and to start down in 9th place just shows if you do still have a bad quality, you can still put it back, you can still make some moves out there and get those points. And right, here we go. So in 3rd place, Casper is trying to hunt down the 2 drivers that are in front in Christian and Oliver, but he's in a bit of no man's land there at the moment, because the battle very much is for the lead between Oliver and Christian as they charge up the hill once.
That is Jamie Sherman Chase in 6th.
Yeah, he's flying already. So Sherman Chase has made 3 places. He's got about 1.5 seconds to catch up to Joe Jennings, who's a very quick driver, moved up from juniors. And again, just shows the progression that you can see in BIKC, as a 5-second penalty comes out for George Todd. So reversing into traffic, I think they weren't that happy with the rejoin from that one. I know he was trying to get out of there relatively quickly, but at the same time, you've still got to do it in a safe manner. We're watching the leaders at the moment as Oliver goes over the line in 43 to notch up another lap. Christian Hill follows behind him. Still about half a second is the gap. 2 drivers very closely matched, but Zizek still in 3rd place. He's about 1.2 off, and Petchy's falling away from this one. He's 4 seconds off the lead. It looks like, I think that may have been Wolven and Kieran McEwen going side by side in the bottom section of the circuit. So battles throughout the field at the moment, but I think everyone is really just starting to to get caught up behind 7th place Libby Wolven, who's up on the top end of the circuit at the moment, as I think looks like Sherman Chase has managed to pull a bit of a gap. He's got about 1.1 seconds to find on Joe Jennings if he wants to try and get some more points. But again, format like this, it's all about just banking points.
He lost that.
Right to keep scoring.
That was a terrible hairpin from Oliver there. He had an absolute
allowed Christian to get right on the rear bumper. That corner is quite tricky. I picked it up on the track guide, but there's a bit of a bump almost where you want to be turning in. So you'll see some drivers not taking a almost traditional racing line as black and white goes out to Brandon Barker for contact with no advantage gained. The black and white, it's a bit of a warning from race control, saying, look, we've got our eyes on you. We don't want you to continue with the manner of your driving. Sort it out, or the next thing you'll see will be a penalty. But again, the top two nose to tail at the moment. That fight over 7 still looks like it's really close. You've got maybe 4, 5, 6 drivers all together there, as Malinowski still trying to, just looking over his shoulder, seeing where Christian Hill is. He knows that Christian had a crack at him at this point in the last corner, but you see he's just a little bit further over to the left, avoiding that little bump there, as the top two again going to go over the line to put another lap in the book. Fastest lap of this one at the moment is Christian Hill, a 51.739. Zizek can't quite live with that pace, and he's dropping back by a couple of tenths a lap. But as you look further back, the guys fighting in 7th are maybe running about 4 or 5 tenths slower than the pack behind. So that's really where that battle is shaping up at the moment.
And Jamie Sherman Chase is really not making any impression on Joe Jennings at the moment. If anything, the gap is extending a little bit. It's over 3 seconds now between the driver in 5th place and driver in 6th place. So Jamie, it's not quite working out for him in this heat, but at least he's done a little bit of a salvage job. If he can bring it home in 6th place, at least it's better than where he was tracking at the end of quali. But here we go. We've got more contact for driver number 2,
it's a warning
Libby.
for Libby Wolven.
That's
so,
contact.
Potentially that battle over 7th place becoming a little bit heated at the moment. It looks like Christian Hill, with a couple of minutes to go, is trying to gain maximum points here over Oliver Malinowski, who's in the lead of this one. Zizek still, he's falling back a little bit, 2 seconds behind this pack, with Robbie Petchy running on his own. That being said, he's got Joe Jennings now on his rear bumper, so Jennings trying to make a move that could play in the hands of Sherman Chase if they start really fighting and defending. I think the gap there is about just under 4 seconds, so it's enough that over the next little bit that Sherman Chase could be brought into that pack. But it does look like the likes of Wolven and McEwen are catching Sherman Chase based on the times that we can see.
Yeah.
So maybe that fight over 7th place will be about to become a fight for 6th.
Okay, really good. So in the closing stages of the race, I thought Christian were going to come in there with something. Come is still in the lead. Christian there second, half a second. These guys have been battling out all the way
black and white
through.
For Hill.
Black and white Hill, that had to come, because there has been a little bit of kind of nudging out there, and it's just a friendly warning at this moment in time. He's backed off a little bit as it looks from this particular angle, so perhaps he has settled for 2nd position, as coming round. This is going to be probably 1 lap after this one, and it is Oliver who has led all the way through, with Christian 2nd and Casper in 3rd.
So yeah, I want to know, top 6 exactly the same as the first heat. Obviously in a different order, again, that's the magic of it. But it's the same 6 drivers at the top. Obviously Jamie Sherman Chase recovering into that pack, but that's kind of what Jamie Sherman Chase needed. He probably 6 is not ideal, but no drivers below are really chasing in on him, should I say, sorry, to be that metaphorical. But yeah, if this is Jamie's worst result, he'll take that.
Indeed, I think so. And he's got no choice, because he's finished 6th.
He's got no choice.
He's going to have to.
And I think the fact that we've gone to this more, I call it European style format, where you've got qualifying before each heat. It means now that he's had a poor qualifying. It doesn't mean that his entire day is a complete write-off. Obviously, he's had a really good first heat. He's then got to go out and qualify again for the 3rd heat. So there is a chance that he'll still pull a worldie, maybe potentially stick it on the front row to get a really good result out of that one. But But as the top guys come through the top end, this is Robbie Petchy running with Joe Jennings very close together.
He's cashed out
we
there.
see Jamie Sherman chase, Louis Wolven's pulled away from Kieran McEwen, and then a whole pack of karts fighting over 8th place at the moment as they head through the top end of the circuit, just watching the drivers as they file through the back end of the track. And it looks like they'll be coming to the flag this time around. So as they come over the line, it was Malinowski who wins heat number 2 from Christian Hill. Shuzak in 3rd place.
Because he reversed into the driver, and I think it's really unlucky. Because if you look really closely, he completely missed him.
He did.
Yeah, so
only
the
by
move's
luck.
unfortunate. But yeah, so he drives. Maybe here you could see there's a driver coming.
Like the red arrows.
But you can see he's
so close.
He looks at the wheel. And yeah, he does a little contact the barrier, so he's looking there. The driver's coming around, and look, at no point does he actually see him, because look, he takes a look left to check, and he's already gone. Maybe he catches him just in his eye.
Yeah.
That's really unlucky from George Todd there.
I think it's more the fact the other driver had to take a
look at the surprise.
Try and miss him. He's like, oh no, there's a cart there.
Look at the little flicky, like, oh no, I've just reversed into someone. But that really unlucky penalty. So yeah, just wanted to point that out. Unlucky, George.
And also, all of Group 1 have been called to the race director for just general driving standards.
That's the second time, I think, as well. I'm not sure.
Indeed. So,
yeah, they do like to stamp their authority when things aren't looking aren't looking that good. The Clarks do like to try and keep everything under control before it does escalate a little bit further.
That must be in the midfield then, because at the front it was fine. Christian Hill did get that warning actually for continued.
There was a few warnings handed out in the back end of that race, and there was that big pack over 7th and 8th, and there was some big gaps towards the end of it. Maybe we didn't quite pick it up, but we watch now for the second qualifying session for group number 2, and drivers now trying to bank the fastest lap on our timing screens. It's currently Charlie Devlin who is fastest on a 51.9. That was their first lap round out of the pit lane. Again, another driver who's not hanging about, so some of these guys clearly seem to be able to switch these karts on a little bit quicker than others, as we look at the 23 Stuart Allen and a few other drivers filing through the top end of the circuit. We wait to see our timing screens update. We're now following Charlie Devlin, the fastest driver on our timing screens at the moment. Sometimes you take a hot moment to update, and he's got, I think that's the 14 of Lewis Cook, the pole sitter from the previous heat. As you can just see the 21, there's Max Thorne, who's just come back out. As now the timing screen reflects Charlie Devlin P3, Bobby McGurr on pole position currently, with Tom Shaw just 1,000th of a second slower. And it looks like that top 3 are separated by about 1/2 tenth of a second. Top 4 are within 1/10. That's Freddie Farrell currently P4. That's a little bit of a better showing from him, as I think Max Thorne may have been in to redraw his kart, judging by the fact that he hasn't got a lap time yet.
Max hasn't.
I think there's a lot of drivers there who have had poor quality in the first time and really are pushing hard early on to make up for it, because there's a few names, Freddie Farrell especially. It's early days with that 51.967, but at least tracking much higher, significantly higher than what he did in the first quali session. But Max Thorne, you did see him on tracks. He's obviously maybe
I think he's literally been through. I think he's been through the pit lane to collect a new kart, from what I could see. So it looked like he was going quite slow on the pit straight, which normally would suggest that that's a driver who's just come out of the pit lane. As we're looking at the pole sitter, Bobby McGurry's on a 51.6. Tom Shaw on a 51.6. He's just found 2 seconds on the rest of the field.
And look at Megan, second, 51.8.
Megan Rowledge as well. So the times are coming thick and fast here.
Yeah.
So we had said how close this field was, and then Tom Shaw just blows everyone out of the water by about 2 seconds. Bobby McGurr responds. He's only able to go 2nd place. Josh Green is into 4th on a 51.8. The times are coming thick and fast now.
Our heat winner Lewis Cook only down in 6th at the moment, but it's only 3/10, but he needs to find it. He's got a couple more laps here, I think.
I was going to say, Henry Barrington had a pretty poor qualifying in the last one. He was off the last row of the grid. He's currently P8. Freddie Farrell just in front of him. James Edwards maybe a bit disappointed down in P9 at the moment, as drivers again file over the line. But Tom Shaw, 51.670. That almost came out of absolutely nowhere, as Stuart Allen moves up into P10, a 52.310 for them. Beats Ronnie James and Jaden Lyford. And up on the top end of the circuit, we are watching Tom Shaw at the moment, who is currently on pole. And yeah, that lap time's been absolutely smashed at the moment there. So Christian Hill on a 51.268 is currently up the fastest lap of the event. That was coming
into
that
lap
today.
record.
Yes.
that was previously. We're already well under that one.
Yeah.
We're well under a 51.774 from Sherman Chase in 2023.
I think every lap record's going to get broken this weekekend. We're looking at
the outright
already
record.
Smashing the lap records here.
Yeah, the outright record still stands at a 50.950 in BIKC. As the flag comes out, Tom Shaw on a 51.6. Max Thorne finally gets a lap in. Is enough to go P8. I don't think he'll be quite happy with that one. A little bit better than he did previously, but I think 8th place is probably a little bit lower than he would have been hoping for. But P1 for Tom Shaw, 61.870.
I think the happiest driver there will be Megan. And Megan
there
just
you
on
go.
top.
Last
Look at
lap
that.
over the line, 51.568.
Who said commentators
Megan
curse?
Rowledge currently on
Now
pole
she's going to be
position.
really happy because she's
Josh
got
Green also moving into third.
5.68. That's the fastest lap time ever seen.
I have to see if Bobby's still on. I don't know if Bobby's still on a lap at this point there. Maybe he's able to respond. In fact, 8.18. His last lap over the line was a 51.824, so he wasn't able to improve. Megan Rowledge finding a lap time right at the end of that one. Absolutely amazing for the 42 on pole position for heat number 2 in their second appearance at BIKC.
Wow, that is fantastic. I mean, I followed Megan through this BIKC. Obviously, Johnny McMillan runs in the BIKC team. Couldn't stop raving about her to me. But also, I witnessed her regional at Cardiff. And, I also spent some Thursday members' nights down there with her when she was practicing, obviously because I went along. And, wow, what a driver. Picked up that track really well. Clearly picked up this track really well. And I did say, that's why I highlighted her in the previous heat, because I think that, this is an exciting driver today.
And that's a fantastic lap time. 51.568 is phenomenal and earns a pole position. You really want to convert it, don't you? It's like all the effort that we've put in to female racing over the past 5 years or so, and it's really coming into fruition with so many female drivers racing in this championship, and not just racing in the championship, but doing really well. And this is a perfect example of that, where Megan will be starting from pole position.
Big love for Megan in the chat as well.
In the second heat, huge love for Megan.
And Tom Shaw.
And Tom Shaw. And hopefully it's going to be a fantastic race. So just to take you through, it's Megan in pole, Thomas Shaw second, Josh third, Bobby McGurr in 4th place. It was the early pace setter there in that quali session. Lewis Cook in 5th, Charlie Devlin in 6th. He dropped a few places again from starting off. Freddie Farrell is starting a little bit further up, as is Max Thorne, they're 7th and 8th. Henry Barrington in 9th, James Edwards in 10th, Ronnie Chambers 11th, then Stewart, then Jaden and Freddie Hamer at the back.
Thomas Shaw and Josh Green, they will be friendly with each other. So at the High Wycombe Regional, they drove away 1st and 2nd for the whole final. So they'll be very acquainted. But you've got Bobby McGurr in behind. It's going to be a good heat.
It's going to be about, we're looking at position 2 as a slight point into the apex of turn 1. Just to see if Josh Green can go up the inside there. And maybe have a go with just the final car is lining up. We can see the start-finish lights on our screen. And Silky's just going to give it a, he's done his, that's good to go. We're waiting for the lights. Still waiting for the lights. 1 light, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go! We are racing and Megan gets a fantastic start, and yes, 2nd place is able to move over and protect that position. So Megan has got the start that she wanted. They're 2 abreast further down, but it all looks okay at this moment. They all filter back into single file. They are 2 abreast there, but that's not going to work. Somebody's going to have to back off. And Megan at the moment holding that position, going underneath the race section, coming out, going onto the up ramp. And Bobby McGurr's already looking very racy, a little bit further down, but at the moment it is definitely Megan who is leading the pack through.
Yeah, Max Thorne's pulled the place. He's up into 7th position as the top 4 all line astern. Just saw Josh Green off the start, just trying to put a bit of respect maybe on Bobby McGurr. Say, look, this is my part of the track. Leave it alone. You're not taking this one off me. But as they come through the top end of the circuit for the first time, Rowledge looks over the shoulder and can see Tom Shaw just behind them, but not close enough to go for anything at this point. Really, at this sort of point, I think Rowledge knows now they've got clear tracks. Get your head down. Only start defending at the last minute, because we've seen seen it time and time again where drivers start defending early and it results in a big pack starting to build behind you. But looking at the drivers around, Lewis Cook down to P5, Charlie Devlin 6th, Freddie Farrell, Max Thorne, Henry Barrington P9, as the drivers all file up on the top section of the circuit. Sure looks like he's got a really good run up that ramp, really gets closer to Rowledge, but then Rowledge just stretches the advantage over the back end of the circuit. So looks like a little bit maybe a game of cat and mouse as the top 5 now look really close together as they come over. Again, Rowledge looking over the shoulder there, can just see Tom Shaw is not quite on the rear bumper, and again maybe just giving her that little bit of confidence to just push on that little bit further. But you can see under brake, Shaw just comes right onto the back of the 42, and it is the top 5 that are nose to tail here as Lewis Cook has joined the party, and I think Charlie Devlin, Freddie Farrell and Max Thorne aren't too much further behind this one either.
It's interesting to see exactly where each driver is quicker than the other driver between Megan and Thomas. So I thought Megan on the up ramp missed the apex slightly by about half a foot or so, and that enabled Thomas to really close up. And there's no doubt that Thomas is quicker around the big track, as we call it, the big hairpins, but just around this section here on the previous lap, that's when Megan was able to get a little bit of a gap. This is literally what's happening now, and protect herself a little bit when on this section of a track, charging down past the pit lane to the fastest point on the circuit. And then again you see Thomas, or what happened last, let's see what happens
this back now here,
just hit the brakes and close up a little bit. But that's where Megan is quicker, in that little section for going onto the down ramp, and that's what's really helping her. Then through these hairpins, it all closes back up again.
I look like Max Thorne's just got past Freddie Farrell in the background there, and I could see the hands going. He's like, right, let's catch them up. We've lost that gap. Let's go.
2 drivers. I know Max Thorne, he'd be like, let's go, come on, let's go, let's go. I'm going to go mental on this track in a minute. I am.
I'd heard about the accents. I didn't realise they were. That's what we were expecting. As the top guys all on the circuit. I think Max Thorne's already pulled away massively from Freddie Farrell. So Thorne really has the bit between the teeth, and he's right on the rear bumper of Charlie Devlin and Lewis Cook. But Tom Shaw again is close right onto the back of Megan Rowledge. Again looks over the shoulder, just tries to see
this time
where that driver is. The driver from Nottingham is Tom Shaw in second place, defending for the first time now. So this is where we really start seeing the pack start to build up behind, and there's 2 schools of thought. You either start defending for your life and hope that everyone starts fighting behind you. There's Bobby McGurr going down the inside of Josh Green, side by side through the Dunlop S's, and he gets up into 3rd place. So now a very fast Bobby McGurr, and that's Lewis Cook going down the inside of Josh Green. Again, with a pack this close, all you have to do is just get offline once, and then you can let 2, 3, maybe 4 karts go through. So it looks like Charlie Devlin in the background was having a think about getting past Lewis Cook there, but down 2 places for Lewis Cook, who had a really good showing in the first heat and has been moved down a little bit in this one. But all that has done is has released Tom Shaw to be able to fight Megan Rowledge. Now he doesn't have to look behind him and can just focus on what's in front. As a 5-second time penalty pops up for James Edwards on our timing screen.
It's a better few corners for Megan there. She's got a little bit, but she's much quicker right on that final section. She didn't do it on the previous lap. That's what caused her all the issues at the end of that main straight, but that was better. Gives her a little bit of breathing space, as you can see, which is about 0.2 of a second or so. And Edwards with a penalty.
With Thomas Shaw here, I would look at, I don't say stop racing, but probably look at taking that 2nd place here. No more risks with 3 minutes to go. Bobby McGurr is chasing him, but you've got a nice gap.
He doesn't look like he's settling for 2nd.
No, he is looking racy. He's just caught up to Megan again. But I would say with Bobby and Lewis Cook now in prime position there, I would say you need these points.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Megan is equally as quick on the down ramp. And there's always a little bit of, not so much on that particular lap. And you'll see Thomas Shaw pull up, but still the gap is there. You'll see him pull up a little bit under braking. Bobby McGurr as well. One little glance behind. He really wants to join this battle for the win. We've got less than 3 minutes to go, so there's still a significant amount of racing left. There's at least another couple laps after this one they've just finishing. But at the moment, and that's the biggest gap I think Megan's got at that point of the circuit for quite some time. So perhaps Thomas is backing off and settling for 2nd.
Next door the 6th there as well.
Yeah, Max Thorne up to 6th with Freddie Farrell and Henry Barrington moving through. That may have been sending Charlie Devlin down the order again. We've seen it time and time before where one move can cost a driver 2 or 3 places. Just see them in the back of shot there. That is Charlie Devlin behind even Henry Barrington now at this point. So 3 drivers potentially trying to work together as they get through the pack. But Thorne is right on the rear bumper of Josh Green for 5th place. Still, Tom Shaw cannot quite get on terms with Megan Rowledge as we look at the charging Max Thorne at the moment, who's now got ahead of Josh Green. So a driver really on the move. He's saying, right, come on, let's go. Let's try and catch the guys in front. Max Thorne's having a really strong race here and just showing how well you can overtake on here if you know this circuit well enough. But Megan Rowledge is just using maybe that little bit more experience, being in the 2nd year here at BIKC, to try and lead this heat from lights to flag. And a really measured, really calm drive from a driver who's only just moved up from juniors. So still quite a young, potentially inexperienced driver.
I think she's broken, Thomas. I think she's broken that. Now that gap is the biggest it's been on that part of the circuit, and now she's got literally clear air between herself and Thomas Shaw, with Bobby McGurr in 3rd, and Bobby McGurr not making any impression really on Thomas Shaw. He's holding Lewis Cook at bay from that brilliant overtaking manoeuvre that he did, and they're going to come around here and be shown the final lap board. So Megan has just got to keep it going in the lead for one more lap to chalk up her first heat win of the day, and that would be a very popular win if she can make it happen on the live stream, no doubt about it. Thomas Shaw there in 2nd. He's pulled back up a little bit there, but he's still usually he's been right on the rear bumper at that point of the track, and this is the section now that Megan is just a little bit quicker, just a little bit more precise, and gets a much better drive going out of this corner, which she's done again, a little glance over the shoulder. But that is the trademark, I think, in this race that's really kept Megan in the lead. You see that gap, and that gap is significant on the final few corners. It's going to be a great win. She's not going to get it wrong from this point onwards. Megan Rowledge comes through to win her heat. Absolutely brilliant result. Thomas Shaw 2nd, Bobby McGurr comes home in 3rd, Lewis Cook in 4th, Max Thorne, what a recovery drive,
brilliant drive
all
there.
the way up to 5th. Very good drive. You just see the show of respect from there. Now, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that is the first heat win, at least at senior level.
Oh, goodness.
For a girl in BIKC. That's at least at senior level. There may have been a cadet off the top of my head. I know there's some really quick cadets.
Well, actually, you would be right, because this is the new format where you get 3 qualifying. So that would have implied that there was a female leader in the last 4 years of BIKC. And so I'm trying to think. Amelia Riz comes to mind because she finished quite high, but then had an unfortunate final. I think that is a right claim. Yeah.
Which is great. An impressive feat there for Rowledge. So, again, a very measured drive. For a driver in their first year of senior competition, it's mad to think that a 16-year-old now is considered a senior in karting. To be out there with drivers who have a lot more experience in this, both in this competition and in terms of racing in general, to be able to come out in front of them, that's a lot.
It's only a heat win, and I mean only because I think that Megan has got bigger fish to fry here. I think that she could easily be a main contender for the overall championship.
Yeah, and it just shows this crop of really quick juniors that have come up this year as well.
She's currently only a point behind Bobby and at the moment Lewis Cook, Lewis Cook's sitting there with a 1st and 4th. Bobby's got a 2nd, 3rd, so they draw, and then Megan Rowledge sitting there with a 1st and 5th. So only a couple of points behind. So I think sitting sort of a 3rd place position right now if you were looking at a semi-final.
Man, I love the fact that you're good with maths.
Yeah,
I love.
I am writing this down. I'm not doing all this in my head. Well, I sort of am.
The human calculator.
It's called a good addition to the team, Tom.
Oh, thank you.
No.
As is.
Oh no! There was a joke in there about the team multiplying for this year as well. So maybe
let's get Josh.
Maybe I could just subtract Russ from this one, and that can make it a little bit easier. But Josh, we'll bring you in on this one. You've been watching in the wings of this.
I have.
What do you think so far?
I've done a bit of a Ted's notebook. I've written some things down, some things that you may have missed.
Kravitz.
I am Josh Kravitz today. So, we'll start off with Megan. An incredible drive there. A lot of love in the chat, especially from Coventry. And And something that we did slightly miss in the qualifying, got extremely close to the lap record. Very, very close. So Megan is on a right charge today. So make sure to keep an eye out for Megan as we follow the rest of the day.
She got so close, she actually beat it.
She beat it.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the last thing I saw.
Coming into today, 51.7 was the fastest time we'd
there
seen out
you
of a
go.
lightweight. Christian Hill blew that one out the water with a 51.2, but still, I think, what, 51.5?
Yeah, it was something like that.
It's it's amazing to see how quick these drivers have gotten. To be fair, the karts haven't changed all that much. There's been a slight change with the ramps making it a little bit less
but I'd imagine it's to do with the way the boost system works.
Yes, the fact that now you can actually deploy it in parts. You don't have to use it all in one go. And I've been trying to watch drivers' hands playing on the wheel just to see where they're using it. And I'm seeing quite a few of them using it out of out of the third hairpin, what we commonly know as turn 3, as you have that long acceleration zone. One of the other places I've seen people use it is coming out of the double hairpin at the top of the ramp as well. And to be fair, we saw a comment in the live stream chat saying we needed more random crowd shots to make it feel like Formula One. So the direction team have obliged for us there. So to be fair, it's amazing to see the actual support.
I see some familiar faces on there as well that coming from, I believe that was Luke Battersby, his dad there, stood on the gantry there, all the way from Kent. So
it's not a small run, that.
No.
It isn't a small run.
No. Also something that was quite interesting to notice from the past 2 races there, Joshua Green was starting in 3rd. Both times, second place managed to slot in, and especially in the first race, Josh Green was actually looking the wrong way when the lights went green. So really got a slow start on both of those races, so had to go defensive straight away. And then unfortunately, as we saw down at the end of the Dunlop S's, someone sent it down the inside and then got a massive freight train, which is why we saw him drop all the way down that order there.
Yeah, it just shows when the racing's this close, all it takes is to be offline for one moment. You can get 2, 3, 4 drivers come through, especially when you've got a grid as close as this. And over the course of qualifying, most of these grids are within maybe 8 to 9 tenths of a second. So to see how close this is, I said it earlier at the start when I was chatting with Lex, this championship always takes a step every single year. And I think this year it has just taken that one step further.
It is bumper to bumper, and that's why when we're chatting about penalties, they do seem harsh, but it's because the talent is so high.
Yeah,
everyone's so close together.
If you're watching a Grand Prix, like Formula One, for example, you'd say a 5-second penalty is maybe worth 2 or 3 seconds. I think I just saw a marshal stack it in the pit lane there. So I think that may have been James who was demonstrating the karts, getting a little bit too close for comfort there, as he was getting one plugged in.
Have we noticed all the Christmas hats? Isn't that a bit early?
It's a bit Coca-Cola.
It's very Coca-Cola, but
one of our sponsors.
It's very early in the year, isn't it? It's
just spreading that Christmas joy. And to be fair, at the end of the day, when the drivers are picking up the trophy and picking up that BIKC title, it may feel like Christmas has come early for them.
Indeed.
That's very well put.
Okay, so we are on for, look at that, we are in the Group 1 qualifying 3 is going out on track. So this is the last chance for Group 1 to score points, for go through to their points total, will detect where they start on the grid for the semi-finals. So we're already in the last set of heats. Wow, where is the day going?
Well, how are we doing on time? 11:42.
Yeah, we did overrun a little bit yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, but no, it's all to make a great championship.
Indeed, yeah, it's got to be run right. Simple as that. So here we go. We're in that's kart number 7.
That's Nikki Patel, driver. He's been on their first appearance at BIKC. They're just getting the feet in the water and just trying to get a feel for how these karts drive around this circuit. Not a driver that I've seen down here at Warrington that much. So getting used to the circuit, getting used to the karts and how they feel and how they drive as we wait to see the first representative laps coming through. As we get comments saying it's never too early for Santa hats. It is mid-November. You see it in the shops, but when you see it at Christmas in July, I'm not a fan of that. But we wait to see the first representative laps from drivers as everyone just getting themselves warmed up and getting the karts, more importantly, warmed up as well.
So we're looking for Kasper Zizek in this heat, who is recovering from a penalty but a third in the previous heat. Oliver Malinowski on a first and a third. Christian Hill on a first and second, but needs
that's
to be
a statement lap from Kasper this early on after what happened in the previous heat.
I think 52 is beatable. We'll see.
It's only that one, but one point is that he's pushing hard. From the word go.
Clear of everyone else right now
at the box. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that is a bit of a statement that he means business.
Yeah, and you'll just see some of the drivers towards the bottom, maybe just putting in the slower laps at this point, trying to find a little bit of space on the circuit. I mean, the circuit's 1,000 meters long, but with 16 drivers out there, it can be quite easy just to get caught up around a couple of other drivers. As we still watch the 7 of Nicky Rattel, currently fastest at the moment. Libby Wolven, a 51.807. So it's a decent time from Libby. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough for her to keep hold of pole. Joe Jennings on a 51.9 is currently second, but we still wait to see representative laps from quite a few drivers in this field. 52.9 for Sherman Chase. That's his second lap over the line there.
I got a good feeling about Sherman Chase in this heat. He always pulls one out of the bag. And I think this will be this one.
I've seen it a few times, even in finals gone by, where he will just find the lap time out of nowhere, and another driver's just found the lap time out of nowhere. Oliver Malinowski, 51.627 to go to provisional pole. Sherman Chase goes to 5th on a 52.0. Wolven still there in second place. Christian Hill 3rd at the moment, 51.859. Still a few laps for people to do to be able to alter those times. Still wait to see a representative time of Harry Gattenby, who's missing a lap at the bottom. Shujak P6. I don't think they're going to be too happy with that one, as we're watching the 5 of George Todd, a driver who had quite a bit of support in previous heats. Kieran McEwen, 43, goes to P5.
And Oliver's just going quicker and quicker. He's just beaten his own fastest lap time to extend that gap to pole position off Libby with a great 51.807.
Yeah, he's only 2 or 3 tenths off the benchmark that Christian Hill set at the start of the day in practice. We haven't really seen anyone get towards that sort of level, so maybe Christian Hill pulled all of his cards out just a little bit too early. But a good lap for Kieran McEwen, who's currently in P5, just into under the 52 marker. I really think to be at the front of these sort of packs, you need to be sort of mid to high 51s is really where we see the pole times coming out. So that 51.9 seems to work out quite nicely for her.
That lap from Libby there, oh my goodness, 51.807. That could stay. That could stick to second.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first effort they gave, and to be fair, it's enough for the front row at the moment. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, if you can do it on lap 1, then go out and do it.
Well, that's the point I was going to make we started off with that fantastic lap time from Kasper, and he hasn't really gone any quicker. So he did 52.083 on that first lap, and then his subsequent laps of 52 is 52.3. So 2 tenths away, yet the fastest lap came on that first lap, which is just odd.
Yeah, there seems to be a couple of drivers who are able to put extra time in. Like Malinowski's just seems to be going faster and faster. Jennings put his fastest lap in last time by, as did Kieran McEwen. As you wait to see timing screens refresh as they go over the start line once again. Still, those times from the likes of Malinowski, Wolven and Hill seem to be standing at the moment. Sherman Chase, P6. That's not the worst case scenario, but definitely something that he can come back from. We've already seen he's a driver that can make moves over the course of a race. Nicky Rattel, P12, Archie Cositis in P13, Grace Lee Davis 14, Gino Farino in 15, Harry Gattenby rounds out your 16 runners and riders at the moment, as time ticking down here for drivers to try and make an improvement as they come through to complete their qualifying laps. And as we say, this is the last time these drivers are going to be going for outright lap time. After this, for these drivers, it's going to be all out racing for the rest of the day.
Joe Jennings there, 4th position, already has a 4th and a 5th to his name, so Mr. Consistent. Speaking of which, Christian Hill up to 2nd.
And Kasper 3rd, that's a better lap time.
Yes.
Suddenly he's gone 3 tenths faster, and that really puts him back in the zone that we are used to seeing and pushes Libby back into 4th place. But that 51.8 was set a few laps ago, so maybe there's a bit more time left in kart 36 for Libby, with Joe Jennings in 5th and Kira in 6th at the moment. Robbie Pecci is in 7th, Archie's in 8th. Jamie Sheeran Chase, after coming up to about 5th or 6th, has gone back down into 9th place. Harry Gattenby is 10th at the moment, Brandon Barker, and as for checker flags, for last time, last chance, this is only a provisional grid, it's for last chance for these drivers to set a lap time. Will there be a few stings in the tail of this quali session before we line up on the grid and we go racing once again for the last time in the heats for this group number 1?
Yeah, so Shushak over the line in P3. Christian Hill second, 51.662. Oliver Malinowski 51.427. But that 51.807 for Libby Wolven, P4, second row of the grid. That's definitely a position that you can be quite dangerous from during these heat races. And Kieran McEwen seems to have come alive in this one as well. P6 for her. They were fighting around 7th and 8th in the previous heat, and moving up that little bit further. And another driver just moving up at the absolute death of qualifying there, Nikki Patel into P14 there. So that looks like we've got the complete grid for this final heat for Group 1, and it's once again nose to tail on the grid in 1st and 3rd. Malinowski and Shushak going to be fighting it out again.
Something really important I want to point out here is Oliver Malinowski. If he was to win this heat, he would have a first, third, and if Christian Hill was to finish 2nd, he would have a 1st, 2nd. Now, according to the rulebook,
it's high, wouldn't it?
According to the rulebook, section 5.2, the driver with the highest average finishing positions will be the preferred driver. So in that occasion, if Oliver Malinowski wins this heat, he will be the driver that starts 1st for the semi-final, and Christian Hill will start 2nd in the semi-final. And that's important because people say, if they tie us to fastest lap. No, it is the position. According to the rulebook, 5.2.
Yeah, fastest lap only comes into the semi-finals. So
yes.
When you get into the semi-finals after this, effectively, from 1st to 8th, that decides which row that you're going to start on, and your lap time decides which side of the grid you start on.
So this is important heat
format. So this effectively can decide who can get into which semi-final, because normally the way they split the semi-finals is they'll rank everyone in terms of points, and then they'll split them out 1, 2, 1, 2, so that all the drivers who were at the top of each thing get to start towards the front, and then we have to whittle the grid down from 30 drivers down to just 16 for the main event. But again, looking down the grid, this seems to be quite an interesting race, and a few more stories starting to come out. Obviously, we've got the fight between Malinowski and Shisharzik, but you've also got, again, a poor qualifying for Jamie Sherman Chase in P9. He's really not enjoying this format.
He's settling on P9 though. That seems to be his starting point.
Once again, can see a determined-looking Jamie Sherman Chase. He went to 5th position last time, so...
He's a driver who can race, and to be fair, if you can come through the order, then qualifying doesn't really matter all that much, but it just gives you that little bit more work to do. It makes it a little bit more difficult, as it looks like the last drivers now are out on the grid. We wait to see Silky throw his arm in the air to say that the grid is ready to go. Normally we see a little green light come under the start lights to signal that the grid is complete and ready to rock and roll, as the 5 red lights illuminate the last heat for this group of the lightweights. Lights go green, racing once again. The 13, the 2 try and come together. It looked like Shisharchik was going to try and get up the inside, but not quite enough, as they're 2x2, as Wolven, I think, is trying to hang on for Kieran McEwen. McEwen into the side of Wolven. There's 3 wide into the S's. This normally doesn't end well, and it looks like Wolven's been pushed out a little bit. So I think McEwen's just managed to get down the inside into the second Dunlop corner, and I think
that is the loading.
10. That's the 10 of Robbie Petchy's in the middle of this one, but Kieran McEwen, the big profiteer from that one. She's moved up a couple of places in kart 43. Sherman Chase has his hands full as they're still going 2x2 up the ramp. That's normally not a place that you normally see a lot of side-by-side racing. As a lot of contact, a lot of loading in the back end of this one. Still going 2x2. Come on, guys. It's an 8-minute heat. You don't have to try and win it on lap 1.
And this is a group, and that's a big one there.
Archie Casaitis there. That's Nikki Patel in the 7 in this one, as they finally get back back into single file as they come down the top end of the circuit. Christian Hill has the bit between their teeth, and they're trying to take the win in this one, but we're looking at the fight around the mid sort of part with Kieran McEwen trying to hang on from Libby Wolven as the karts come over the line for the first time. It is Malinowski who leads from Christian Hill. Zizek in third place at the moment.
George Todd has gone from last place there to 10th, I think. He's about to cross the line now, but what a fantastic start for George. There it is, 11th position.
That's probably the best first lap we've seen for someone who's been at the back. I thought it was impressive that Henry Barrington managed to pull 3 or 4 places.
A lot of contact there, and you can see this is the group that got summons to the race director James Hislop, and really I'm expecting penalties. I'm expecting penalties here, because at one point that looked like it was just chaos. And this is the British Indoor Karting Champion, and we can't tolerate that level, that low level of driving. But let's go back to the race. We've got Oliver Malowinski leading, Christian Hill second, and Kasper Zizek is in third at the moment as they rocket over the start-finish line. Very wide line from Oliver. He's very confident there. He's not going to get anybody go up the inside and take that position. Really, really wide line for somebody who is leading a race by less than half a second.
Yeah, and the top 4 now have really broken away. Joe Jennings is a little bit on his own, but it seems to be Malinowski, Hill, Zizek, Jennings, then everyone else is in 5th place at the moment. As currently Kieran McEwen is still hanging on against Libby Wolven in P5's. The top 3 nose to tail under the bridge for the third time of Askin through the chicane and up on the top section. Not feeling the need to defend just yet, as a little bit of a touch from Christian Hill. He's just saying, yeah, I'm here. You'll know I'm here. As I think I can just see in the background, McEwen and Wolven have actually broken away from Robert Petchy. Sherman Chase has made 1 position. He's up into 8th place. Todd still holding on to 11th after his rocket start from the back of the grid. And into the top end of the circuit once again goes Malinowski, Hill, Zizek in 3rd place. And a little bit of a gap still forming over Joe Jennings. I have a feeling if these guys start fighting that we're definitely going to start seeing...
Car 27, black and white for loading.
That's Grace Lee Davis. I think she's in the... She's got the white cosmic suit on, so that'll have been in that pack that we'll have seen on the top section of the circuit. Remember, the stewards have a decent amount of cameras around the circuit. They also have access to the live stream as well, so some of the angles we see is enough for the stewards to try and piece everything together, as well as the additional angles that they have around the circuit. As we're watching the top 3 fighting quite hard, this is the fight over 5th place. McEwen and Wolven still very close together. Petchy still got Sherman Chase just behind, and then you've got Gattenby and Ademi there as well. And the field files through. And this battle for the last 5 as well is all really close too. So really big fights going on through the entirety of the field here at BIKC.
Yeah, it's really, really close stuff. I mean, the biggest gap, really, I'm about to say the biggest gap was for 1st and 2nd, but now they are literally bumper to bumper. And it's now a train of what, 3, 4 karts really that is dominating this race, and it's Oliver Malowinski, Christian Hill, Kasper and Joe Jennings. They make up that group of 4, and their last chance to score points here. Interesting to see what the strategy is going to be. Do they risk their points total? Do they go for a gap? They look pretty racy, it has to be said, and lots of different racing lines. And again, Oliver with a very, very wide, taking seriously wide lines. Let's see if he continues to take that wide line as he goes around the Dunlop. This is a really, really wide line, so not really bothered about anybody going up the inside at this point, and nobody really trying. They're all just pushing on the racing line at the moment. Glances over his shoulder just to see how far Christian is back. The answer is about half a second back, not quite on the bumper at the moment. We've got loading as well for Wolven. Is getting, see if that was a black and white or a 5. It wasn't. There wasn't a pen. Well, 5. It was black and white.
Black and white.
Yeah.
So
black and white.
So they're right in the rear bumper of Kieran McEwen, so those 2 drivers are absolutely nose to tail, hence why you'll have seen that. And you can just see maybe the battle at the front is just starting to fizzle out maybe a little bit, as you can see just about everyone in 5th place. It's a battle of what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts in this one as they go into the top end of the circuit. Massive dive from Robert Petch. Oh no, that's McEwen. No, sorry, that's Libby Wolven. That's Libby Wolven in the barrier there. The kart is quite nicely wedged in there, so that's at least going to be be a yellow in that sector. I'm trying to see what colour.
Again.
Red lights, come on. So it's a red flag here at BIKC for that incident out at turn 1, and that kart looked decidedly buried in that section. Just watching, the marshals have managed to get them out, so obviously with these they look a little bit more impressive than they actually are, but it means for the first time today we're going to get a restart.
We are going to get a restart, and also we're going to look through that footage again once we're able to cut it.
Yeah, Chris working his fingers to the bone there, trying to get that footage as quickly as we can. Really quick to get all of this.
Leave me alone.
To be fair, he's literally going through to get these replays. It's actually quite a lot of work to be able to get it all. So he's literally downloading the live stream, trying to edit it to be able to put it on an iPad so we can show it to everyone else out there.
We've got to see that one again. I mean, goodness me, that was that looked like a little bit of chaos. We like a bit of chaos.
So the drivers are all sat on the circuit now. I can see there's a marshal on the grid ready to receive them. So it is just going to be a case now of figuring out what order we're going to send the drivers up to them in. And from memory in these ones, that's a very happy marshal at the top. Of course, Silky's playing with the Santa hats there, the Coca-Cola branded Santa hats.
I don't think he realised he's on the live stream at the moment.
Maybe he does, and he's just playing to the cameras. So it is nice to see after that incident that Libby is okay. Probably more annoyed than hurt in that one, because it did look like potentially a little bit of a late move from Robbie, but we'll be able to dissect it shortly.
We have it. Any second now.
I think Chris is just being able to tee it up here, so we'll be able to have a bit of a play. As the driver's now discussing
we got a bit of time.
what they need to do as they're starting to put them out on the grid. Yep. And as soon as we have everything, we'll be able to go from there. So,
so I have it here, ready to go. We'll watch it at full speed first.
I've just had a look at the race control chat, and that incident has come back as no further action from what I can see.
Interesting. This is the first time I've watched it back as well.
That's
For me, it's tricky, but we can dissect it. Let's watch the pedals of the drivers. The contact's made here. Libby does lift off here, but then immediately gets back on the throttle there, turns to the left, clearly reacting, and then continues, I guess, flat to the floor. Really confusing stuff, and straight into the wall. That's
with the amount
really odd.
With the amount of running that these karts have had so far, there's a point where if you go too far past, the thing will just understeer, and the only way to really cure understeer is to back off the throttle. Back off the throttle or use the brake potentially to bring the rear round. I think the reason why it may have come back as no further action is how far alongside they were. So let's have a look.
Was he in control? He's on opposite lock.
That's the question.
As the contact happens, he's on opposite lock. So he's now out of control, effectively.
I would say the door was at least open for him, so it looked like there was the gap on the inside. And to be fair, I probably would have gone for it.
Do you know what I'm going to argue? I'm going to argue here, in this instance, Libby should have broken, because you put the wheel in a straight line, you brake, and you filter back into the race. For me here, you got to brake. I know she's full lock into the right.
I get that bit.
But I would slow down. I know that's difficult
all day, but my point is when he goes for the gap, and the gap is there, absolutely.
Yep.
But he literally then just hurls it in to the point where he's out of control.
I think the other part as well is it looks like he catches the barrier on the apex, and that sends the kart over to the left-hand side. So maybe it's a small misjudgment from there. So you can just see there.
No, there's enough. There's enough in. Definitely. I think that you get the kart in, the contact with the barriers just come from driver error on the outside.
And I mean, to be fair, he almost gets an immediate receipt as he gets a good clonk in the rear bumper himself there. So, yeah, I think
he actually hits her with the back of the car. He's oversteering, the back is loose, and it's the back of the car that hits the driver.
Yeah, I think it was exceptionally robust, but like I say, it looked like the door was open, and it's one of those, this is an event where sometimes you do have to go for it.
Yeah, well, there we go.
So karts are back on the grid now, so we wait to see the lights to get them back off and running.
This is big for Christian Hill now. He needs the win. This could be most restarts that go this late turn into chaos, so let's see how it goes.
So 3, 4, 5 lights for the second time. This last heat for this group is off and running, and Christian Hill gets a little bit of a worse start this time as Shishak goes in the side and goes side by side into the second hairpin. The kart's going 2 by 2. Joe Jennings now has managed to get up up the inside, and I think he's managed to pull a position. No, he hasn't, but I think that is Kieran McEwen that's trying to go side by side with Joe Jennings. It's all kicking off here. She's got past Joe Jennings, so I think that's Kieran McEwen's really profited from this one. As sideways goes Robbie Petchy once again, 3 wide. Oh, there's 2 or 3 karts round there. That's chaos. That's the 25 involved in there. So that was Adonis Ademi. I think that was the 27 and the 35 are in there too. So that was absolute chaos. But all that has done is bring Malinowski into this one. Kieran McEwen, 4th place at the moment. She's managed to get up in that battle there. I think Shujak's just managed to hold on to 3rd. That is 5th for Joe Jennings. Jamie Sherman Chase now running in 6th place. But I think the Clarks are going to have their hands busy with this one.
Yeah, it's really, really good. This is, don't forget, even though we just had a grid start, this is the closing stages of this race as they charge back over. The last lap board is out. And let's see, because I think this order is going to get jumbled up quite significantly, I think, further down. Yes, here we go. So Jamie Sherman Chase is up into 6th position. That's a big move. Robbie Petchy is now 7th. Harry Gattenby further down is 8th. Libby Wolven down in 9th place now. Terrible result for her after such a promising start. George Todd 10th, Archie in 11th, Brandon Barker in 12th, Gino in 13th, Gracie Davis 14th, then Nikki and Adonis at the back. But it is Oliver Malowinski on the final lap of the race here that holds a lead of over 1 second over Christian Hill as they absolutely fly down to the hairpins. The final few corners here of their last race in the heats. I think for some of them, they'll be pleased to see the back of the heats and start racing for position where everything matters, for position in the semi-finals. So it's Oliver wins, Christian Hill 2nd, Casper comes home in 3rd place, Kira 4th, Joe Jennings 5th, and Jamie Sherman Chase in 6th place.
Great result, Kieran McEwen there in 4th position.
Yeah, very strong result for Kira, and a driver not afraid to get their elbows out during that one as well. But I think there's going to be a few drivers maybe disappointed with where they finished in that one. A few drivers probably really happy with where they finished with that one. So Christian Hill bags their 2nd place. Malinowski bags their 1st. So based off what Chris was saying earlier on, between those 2 drivers at least, it looks like they're going to top. Looks like Malinowski will top that group.
Yes.
Shujak 3rd place, Kieran McEwen 4th, Joe Jennings 5th, Sherman Chase moved up to 6th, Petchy, Gattenby, Wolven, Todd, Casaitis, Barker, Farino, Lee Davis, Patel and Ademi are your 16 finishes in that one. I will say, though, with everything that happened in those last 2 laps, that is highly provisional, because I have a feeling the stewards are going to be, the stewards and the Clarks at least, are going to be watching those screens very, very carefully.
Surprised that it wasn't more as we were going through that race, if I'll be honest, especially on the early laps. But they've got all the footage, they've got all the VAR, so they'll be analysing it.
Nothing really to look at in that last one. I looked at the restart. We can watch it if you want, but it's just clumsy racing, if you ask me. Yeah, we can watch it really quick. There's nothing too much to say about it.
Let's see some clumsy racing.
It's just there's a driver in front that's sort of spun into the barrier. A lot of hand
signals.
Yeah, a lot of hand signals. And then these lot go 3 in. He turns in.
3 into 1.
3 into 1.
That was never going to work.
And then that's it. It's just 6 barreling karts in behind. And then Nikki Patel gets caught up. Grace gets caught up. I think Grace gives the thumb here. I think it's the thumbs of "Are you okay?" I'm not sure if it's sarcastic. I think it's more of a... no, hang on, wait for it. Right here. I'm not sure if that's a... I think that's a "Are you okay?"
Yeah, to be fair, it did look like that from what I could see with the back end. It looked like that the driver going off to the side. It looked like that stung. So to be fair, it is nice to see where drivers are just being like, you okay after that?
That's just clumsy race. I mean, look in here. This just driver.
Yeah, 3 into 1 is never going to go.
I can understand him not seeing the driver on the far inside, but just cut into the inside. It's just clumsy racing. There's nothing else to say there, really.
But you can tell that the driver on the inside, I thought the gap is there. The driver in the middle knew that driver was there, but the driver on the outside just turned in.
Yeah.
And
clumsy racing.
Yeah, just clumsy. Doing the Piastri.
So, Oliver Manowski, 1-1-3 at the front now, looking like for a semi-final.
In terms of finishing records in a final, that's pretty solid, that.
You know, Christian Hill, 1-2-2, that could still be enough to lead a semi here. Just looking down here, Megan Rowledge won't beat that, even with a win. For some other results, Thomas Shaw only has 1 top 5. Jamie Sherman Chase can't beat it. Lewis Cook on a 1-4, so no, he can't beat it. You know, even I think here, Christian Hill could be leading the other semi-final now. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. It's going to be really close through this one.
And last race in the heats.
Yeah, so last group heading out for their qualifying session. I really do love this qualifying before.
It's great, isn't it?
I really do love this qualifying before a heat. That I keep referring to it like that European style. It seems to follow quite a lot of the big sort of a lot of the big sort of competitions do around the globe. Which again, if drivers want to move on and compete on that European sort of scale, it gives them that little bit of an experience. And the only difference there is they only get 1 lap, not 8 minutes.
European karting, such as TeamSport Utrecht.
Yeah, potentially.
Yep. That's what you meant by European, wasn't it? The TeamSport European tracks. TeamSport Munich and whatnot.
Big shout out. I hope they got it on over there.
Should do our remember I said about the test yesterday? Tom has heard about this. Well, we should say like a code word, like fuzzy duck or something. If you don't get 37 texts,
last words we want to use.
I don't know. 37 texts though from all the tracks to say we've got the stream on.
With that?
I don't know. It's just a code word. What do you want me to say?
Right, you need to respond back. You need to text Russ Mavely with this code, with this word.
Cat grease.
Yes. Cat grease.
If you don't get 37, maybe some translated ones from the European tracks, then quite frankly, they haven't got the stream on.
Oh no. It's just be like one of those things where you watch videos like insert this code to prove that you've watched this the whole way through, and just put a random code halfway through that all the tracks have to put in. And to be fair, I have seen posts on socials that there are quite a few tracks that do have us on in the bars. So if you are watching at a TeamSport track, hello.
But they all should have this on in the bars.
It also comes to the fact that a lot of the chief instructors, even to be fair at the adult level, are insanely competitive.
Yes.
I remember when I had that role at one point, and you just start looking through the entry list, you're being like, right, I've got this many drivers in. It's like, I've got these drivers. Like, you're trying to compete against all the circuits and see who's the most successful. To be fair, there's one track that, based on what we've seen so far, that will probably end up falling down that order, and that's Warrington. This year, no home drivers from Warrington, as it due to it holding the finals this year, they decided not to bring qualifying.
And I tell you who needs to throw a massive party, that is shout out TeamSport Nottingham, as they had their first ever not only podium sitter, BIKC champion yesterday in Joshua Robinson. And not to forget, Leicester, Edgar Azevedo made 3rd place, and Leicester never had a podium either. So yeah, some parties need to be had around there.
Yeah, some really good results been had by quite a few drivers so far. And to be fair, I think there's all but one track is represented in BIKC this year, and quite a lot of tracks that could that have the potential to get some really good results over the course of the day. As watch now this qualifying session.
Also on the chat, there's a lot of chat about can we do an international tournament. Watch your space on that one.
Watch the space.
We need a few more tracks in Europe to make it a bona fide kind of European championship. But yeah,
I'm waiting.
Watch your space on that. I think that will come. Maybe not. Wouldn't be next year, but maybe year after or the year after that. It's something that I think we can do.
Yeah, I think it's a natural progression, especially with so many circuits coming online in various different countries like Germany, the Netherlands, is starting to have their stamp put on it by TeamSport, and some really good circuits as well out there. So for some, I know there's some staff that have been out there and have been having a play just to try and see what the different circuits are like.
They started the mini races out in Europe that we are now doing in Newcastle. So we're now
I've been watching that. So now I've got my own potentially mini racer of my own. So maybe something for them to get involved in, and then you never know.
By 4 to 7 years old in Newcastle. I get it. The carts don't do 45 miles an hour.
I mean, at that sort of age, you really don't want them to do it.
15 kilometres an hour is technically the top speed, and it's very appropriate.
For that age, that's definitely quick enough. Thinking about quick enough, 51.6. Do we think that's going to be quick enough pole from Bobby McGurr? I think it's
51.5 there somewhere.
I think it'll be close. I know Thomas Shaw is 51.8, so he's not a million miles away. Lewis Cook 52.0. I think there's a few drivers that are waiting on seeing some decent lap times from. Rowledge 7th on a 52.5. So they've definitely got a lap time to find in them. Another driver I think is going to be maybe a little bit disappointed with where they are. James Edwards, P12. Henry Barrington as well, back down to the back of the grid on a 53.833. Still a couple of laps for these drivers to make all the difference. But again, these drivers really trying to score their last points, their last opportunities to influence where they start for the semi-finals.
Bobby McGurr winning this heat would take a first, second, third, which is still not enough. That will not beat Christine Hill's first, second, second. I don't think any of the drivers here actually could make a front row right now in the semi-finals. So this is just a case of trying to cash in as many points as they can. But Bobby McGurr, 1, 2, 3, could put him second in a semi-final at the moment. Lewis Cook is well dependent. Megan Routledge as well coming through. So yeah, it's it looks like the front two cashed out now.
Yeah, I think the flag potentially just coming out there for Bobby McGurr. I think he was the first driver to see it. The timing screens we'll need to update in a moment. There's a little bit of a delay from what we can see. We'll be able to bring the grid in a moment, but it does currently, based on what we can see on our time screen, providing they do a massive refresh and change everything, as they do. Bobby McGurr, 51.428. That's a quick time.
Freddie Farrell, 4th.
Freddie Farrell up to 4th. James Edwards, I said he'd be disappointed with 12. He's qualified 5th. Megan Rowledge on a 51.9. She's in 6th. Freddie Harmer just outside the 51 bracket on a 52.050. We'll start 8th. Ronnie Chambers. Josh Green in P9.
That's not the time.
That's not the time to be falling down the order. Max Thorne again has a lot of work to do, starting from P10. But we saw in his last is Max Thorne. So if there's some overtakes to be made, I can count on him to make them.
Josh Green on the 3rd, 6th there as well. Sorry, Russ.
That's right. I was going to say Charlie Devlin down in 13th. He's been up and down the order significantly over the past 2 heats, but that's not great. But stunning lap time from Bobby McGurr, 51.428. He's put that in when he needs it. And
Tom Shaw, very, very close behind him, a 51.481. So that's what, 600ths of a second? Different, but
usually 51.4 would get you pole, wouldn't it?
More Santa hats appearing around the building now as time goes on.
I think Coca-Cola are really taking over. And to be fair, they're not the only drink sponsor that we have out there. As Monster as well have joined us for today. We had Ninju joining us for the cadets and the juniors yesterday, and now Monster joining us for today.
Do we get any samples?
Well, I might not have a Monster in my hand, but that's because I'm more fueled by Monster.
Right, I want one. Can we go get one?
Potentially. I've seen fridges about. I think if you go ask them nicely, and if we keep talking about Monster and saying
Josh,
Monster.
Josh is saying yes. I'll be over there any minute now. No, I want to. After this race, you can swap. You can do a bit.
So what we'll do is we'll just keep subbing in, and then we'll all just come back, keep talking faster and faster as we all have different monsters. I remember there was I think the first year the Monster on board with us, we were commentating in here, and every now and again, Lewis would just come over and put a different flavour of Monster in front of me over 2 days. To say that I was awake for the rest of the month was an understatement.
He ran a 50-second lap time. I heard that. Yeah.
I got home in 50 seconds. But they're just organising the drivers on the grid, and to be fair, events like this can't happen without events like this. Sorry, just watching the live stream comments. Events like this can't happen without partners and sponsors, so we are massively grateful to the likes of Monster, Coca-Cola, title sponsors Club 100, who are providing the prizes for all of the categories for 2025. We'll see our champions racing over in Club 100 for 2026. A driver who has been racing in Club 100 quite a bit already is Bobby McGurr. He's already won a couple of championships over in Club 100, and as John Weigel was saying yesterday, it's nice to see drivers, even though they're making steps up in the world of karting, still coming back and showing what they can do on the BIKC stage.
Here we go then for the start of the last race in the heat. It's Bobby McGurr in pole. It's Tom Shaw in second, already pointing that car over to the inside, worried about the driver in car 42. In third place, here we go, we've got the lights on the screen. First red light, 2 red lights, 3, 4, 5. It's green, we are racing, and yeah, that's a great start in second position there. In fact, he's literally hunting down the leader after that. Who says it can't be done from second place?
That's Freddie Farrell trying to make a move
regaining
already.
his place.
So he's trying to get back on terms then. I think Max Thorne may have fallen down the order from what I can see there. As the drivers all file over the line for the first time, we can get an idea of where they all sit. But Bobby McGurr leads from Tom Shaw in second place. Lewis Cook in third as they fly up the top section of the circuit. That's Freddie Farrell looking over his shoulder in P4 with James Edwards just behind him. Rowledge going to try and get on terms with them. Again, top 3. Bit of a breakaway already from Farrell, but that's just because that back pack have been fighting that little bit more. to try and get on terms with each other as they come back through the top end of the circuit. Now they've got the head down a little bit more. It is 14 karts in a line for the lead at the head of the field, though. It is former junior champion Bobby McGurr, but he's got Tom Shaw right on his rear bumper. The driver's been really consistent today, is Tom Shaw. He's been second place for the majority of the day. Oh, Bobby's just slowing up a little bit, maybe trying to back Tom into Lewis Cook behind as they come over the start-finish line for the first time. Bobby McGurr leads, Tom Shaw, Lewis Cook, Freddie Farrell, James Edwards, Meg Rowledge, Jaden Lyford up into P7. That's a decent start, decent start for them. Something smashing's happened.
What was that?
In the kitchen, I think. If anyone's trying to order food, your food may be a little bit delayed from what we've just heard there. Bobby McGurr, though, is delaying the rest of the pack, actually, trying to hold everyone up at the moment. Normally we see the top 3 or top 4 break away at the start of this one, but Bobby's just looking over the breakaway. Oh, wow. That was a smashing joke, that one, Russ. Smashing. Going in the top end of the circuit. Bobby's not really been able to break away, and Tom Shaw, no matter who's in front of him, seems to be able to live with them in terms of pace, but he doesn't quite have that pace to be able to go for it, as it looks like that's Ron Chambers as well has got his hands full. I think that was Henry Barrington trying to get past him, so Barrington managed to get past Josh Green from what we can see as they come over the start-finish line once again. Josh Green in front of Ronnie Chambers, so that move's already been done. Again, Bobby McGurr's going really defensive out of that, at the back corner down by the workshop from there.
It's strange because the pace that he had during quali as well. Both these two drivers were in 51.4 second lap time, significantly faster than the rest of the field. You wouldn't know it from looking at this because Bobby's driving defensively and Tom Shaw and the rest of the pack are right with him, basically. So Bobby McGurr probably, I would say, wrong tactics, but get the speed. If you pull away, you've just got Tom Shaw to worry about. At the moment, it's turning into a 5 or 6 kart train for the lead, and it's stress. So Bobby McGurr still leading, Thomas Shaw in second, Lewis Cook third, Freddie Farrell having his best race of the day easily. He's in 4th place, and it might get even better for him as we go through this race with James Edwards in 6th, and Megan, after that brilliant victory in the previous heat, currently running in 6th place. That's what a poor qualifying session can do. It can just put you out of position. So you needed a bit more in this really to be a full-on contender come semi-final time. Freddie Hamer in 7th, Joshua Green in 8th, Ronnie Chambers in 9th. Max Thorne is making progress, not as much as in the previous heat, but he is getting it moving forwards. There's Henry, Jaden Stewart and Charlie Devlin having a terrible, horrible race, running around in 14th at the moment with around about 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, defensive moves coming through the back of the pack there, and you just see everything starting to open up. I think that's Ronnie Chambers going defensive over a very racy Max Thorne. He's managed to get one position over Henry Barrington already, and Thorne, I think, again, trying to move up the order once again. But you can just see now Lewis Cook looking a little bit more racy against Tom Shaw. I've been saying that these drivers are a little bit slower than they have been. Bobby's been running the mid-52s for most of this race until the last lap. I think now he's just been trying to hold everyone back, maybe try and build a pack, and now he's going to try and maybe get the hammer down, try and build that gap back up, as he seems to have dropped Tom Shaw a little bit. But we do see that the back end of the circuit going up the ramp is where Tom Shaw seems to be strong, and over the rest of the lap he just starts to fall away a little bit from maybe like the second hairpin onwards, and he just starts to move back a little bit from there. But Bobby McGurr, the former junior champion, is still running around in the lead at the moment, and I can see, I think that's James Edwards, Megan Rowley, Freddie Harmer still running in 7th place, still nose to tail, just over 3 minutes to go. But McGurr now going defensive once again as Max Thorne gets a black and white warning flag for loading. So the driver making moves, you're going to catch the attention of the stewards every now and again, but the key point is to make sure you race within the rules. You don't catch the attention too much. If you get a black and white, take it on board. Just try and monitor what you're doing and don't make any silly moves.
Okay, fantastic stuff here. 3 minutes to go. It is still Bobby McGurr leading Thomas Shaw at the moment. Lewis Cook in 3rd. A few comments going in on the live stream. Somebody's asked me a while ago, when is Brent Cross opening? Oh, you tell me. Right, the most delayed track in TeamSport history.
Oh, it's the competition. Don't say.
So, no, it doesn't matter. Well, we don't know. It might be the next one that opens, might not be the next one that opens. Might be a different track, Chris.
I'm pretty sure we've been talking about that track opening for 2 years. Something like that.
It may be March, April of next year, maybe, but we'll have to wait and see. And there might be another track before that?
It may be March,
Never,
April.
Ever.
It'll be March and April. We didn't say which year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've had the Welsh contingent. I want to speak on behalf of Welsh contingent. They want a new track in Wales.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's build one.
Yeah.
Where should we go?
Newport, where I live, please.
Anglesey.
TeamSport Anglesey.
I started off in a karting track in Newport in 1990.
Oh, wow.
How's that for you? Yeah. Anyway, Bobby McGurr still leading, okay, by 0.1 of a second. Thomas Shaw in second, Lewis Cook in third, Freddie Farrell still there in fourth place. I really hope he does get that fourth place because it would be the best result he's got so far. Yeah. And it's last lap here, so this is the last lap in the heats with Bobby McGurr leading. Thomas Shaw second, Cook third, Farrell fourth, Edwards in fifth. Rowledge is sixth position, Freddie Hamer in seventh, Josh Green in eighth, Max Thorne up to ninth now. So he is making a little bit more progress, but he's giving himself so much work to do by having poor qualifying sessions. Ronnie Chambers in 10th, Henry Barrington in 11th, Jaden in 12th, Stewart and Charlie bring up the rear at the moment. This is the last time in the heats that we're going on top of the race section, plunging down, going down a big track now, past the pit lane, into the sweeping hairpins. Quick glance over through different racing lines, go around here, a little bit of a tap. 39, Bobby McGurr, he's got this sewn up, isn't it? He's not going to lose from here. Super defensive right on the right-hand side. Defending. That was the tightest line I've seen around that hairpin for a long time, but he's done it. Bobby McGurr wins with Thomas Shaw second and Lewis Cook in third.
Yeah, so the last of the heats for these lightweights. The next races that we have coming up are going to be the semi-finals. We are really rattling through these races pretty quickly at this point now.
I can give you a bit of an idea as to what the order might be looking like. We got Malinowski and Christian Hill. I believe, and this is me as a commentator now, so this might be different, but I believe they'll be leading two semi-finals.
Wow.
Bobby McGurr looks like he secured the third highest point scoring position, so he'll be starting second in one of the semi-finals. Looking down the order, Lewis Cook, I believe, will be the second place in another semi-final. Thomas Shaw with that first, second, seventh, I think has promoted himself to a third place spot in a semi-final. And finally, I believe, and I don't want to call this too early, Megan Routledge will be starting third for a semi-final. But again, that's me here in the commentary room talking about that. Could all be different out there.
That is literally napkin maths.
We have got
quite impressive napkin maths, but napkin maths nonetheless.
Yeah. We have got a lot to look forward to in the semi-finals. They're coming up very soon, but for now, we're going to go over to some adverts. Thank you.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one. Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Karts Championship. Gilbert defends the outside, Bishop around the outside. That is outrageous. Goodness me!
So this is the launch of our Girls Karting Academy, which is a brilliant opportunity for any girl to come and take part in karting, many for the first time, and have an amazing experience in the car.
It's really fun, you meet loads of new friends, you just have so much fun overall. It's just the best sport ever.
We just picked a random thing to do for her 9th birthday party, so we took her and a few of her friends to a TeamSport track, and she went out there and she beat all her friends. We just sort of escalated from there.
Going on today, we've had some ice breaking, being bag throws, reaction drops, and then finally a bit of talking with the coaches, see how they're getting on. I wouldn't be scared, get yourselves involved, get into the karting.
Ultimately, we really want to be able to use the Girls Karting Academy as an opportunity for girls to fall in love with karting, to grow participation in the sport, and then for some to be able to transition towards competitions like the BIKC, the British Indoor Karting Championship, with the ultimate aim one day of helping girls feel like they can move towards competing on an F1 grid. If parents would like to find out more about the Girls Karting Academy, they can visit the Motorsport UK website, search for the Girls Karting Academy, find out where their local sessions are taking place, more about the programme and other ways that they can support their daughter fall in love with motorsport.
My name's Adam, I'm TeamSport's Technical Manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric car range of Biz karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in, got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. Future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one.
Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championship.
Gilbert defends the outside,
Bishop
around the outside. That is outrageous.
Goodness me!
So this is the launch of our Girls Karting Academy, which is a brilliant opportunity for any girl to come and take part in karting, many for the first time, and have an amazing experience in the car.
It's really fun, you meet loads of new friends, you just have so much fun overall. It's just the best sport ever.
We just picked a random thing to do for her 9th birthday party, so we took her and a few of her friends to a TeamSport track, and she went out there and she beat all her friends. We just sort of escalated from there.
Going on today, we've had some ice breaking, beanbag throws, reaction drops, and then finally a bit of talking with the coaches, see how they're getting on. I wouldn't be scared, get yourselves involved, get into the karting.
Ultimately, we really want to be able to use the Girls Karting Academy as an opportunity for girls to fall in love with karting, to grow participation in the sport, and then for some to be able to transition towards competitions like the BIKC, the British Indoor Karting Championship, with the ultimate aim one day of helping girls feel like they can move towards competing on an F1 grid. If parents would like to find out more about the Girls Karting Academy, they can visit the Motorsport UK website, search for Girls Karting Academy, find out where their local sessions are taking place, more about the programme and other ways that they can support their daughter fall in love with motorsport.
Okay, here we go. We are back, ready for the semi-finals. Brandon B9 says, we want semis. Do you?
and we will give them to you.
I don't know about your personal problems. We're racing.
And he's muted. There we go.
Done,
so I believe you had some questions for us, Josh. You've been scouring the live stream chat.
I have been. My eyes have been very much drawn to what people have been chatting about. First off, I want to give a shout out to Tom Shaw. There's a lot of love for Tom Shaw, and especially from Nottingham, where they're all currently sat in the bar watching and cheering on Tom Shaw. So good luck, Tom, for the rest of your day. A question that we did get, because Russ, you know, you're loving
now.
You're your back. Yes, let's keep this, you know.
Or will I?
On paper. So
keep it on brand.
On brand. Yeah. So you've been chatting a lot about the mini races.
Yeah.
A lot of people were asking, you didn't quite see it. We're asking for a mini races championship.
Yeah,
when we will get that at BIKC, do you reckon?
Well, it's literally a trial at the moment in Newcastle, so it is one step into a new world. But the karts we've got in Newcastle for the age group, it's 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Wow.
That's the age group. And basically, yeah, they're great little karts. We do a driver's briefing with them. We allow the parents into the pit lane to help them into the karts.
Make them feel comfortable, because it's, you know,
absolutely. They only go.
It'd be overwhelming.
They start off at a walking speed, which they will do for around about a lap, obviously, and they literally are walking speed. And then we'll switch them up to speed 2, which is a top speed of around about 15 kilometers an hour. Which sounds quite a bit, but when you actually see them, when the testing we've done is more than appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's perfect, and for someone that young to be in control of something like that, that's such an experience they can have.
But we'll see how we go with what I mean by that is these karts will go much faster. We have the speed 3 and the speed 4, but that's not the aim.
The
aim is to introduce drivers of that age into motorsport, and hopefully when they go from 7 to 8, they then will join our junior leagues, etc., and then come up through the motorsport ladder is what we are really hoping. But that's in TeamSport Newcastle, and we start running that, I believe, a week Monday.
Yeah, and then having a quick look through here, there's introductory offers as well while it's starting up. So from £15, you can get your child aged 4 to 7 out on a circuit in a controlled environment. So maybe for the little budding Formula One fans that are coming up through and watching maybe the Grand Prix, maybe watching Drive to Survive, and want to be involved in this sport, give them that little bit of a taste to get them involved in it.
Indeed, and we're warming up here for the semi-final number 1. So there is only 3 races left of the whole event this morning, and we got 2 semi-finals followed by the final. Anything else, Josh, on the?
There was 2 people actually going back and forth. Rather worried that if they don't set a quali lap quick enough, that the karts won't have enough power. But electric karts, that's not how the power deployment works.
It's only when they get down to their last, probably less than 10% of charge, that we see a drop off. And we've seen it. So Bobby McGurr put that great lap in lap 4, lap 5. We saw Megan literally, her pole position lap came literally, we thought it was done. We thought the quali was over, and she was still circulating out there, setting a lap time. She set it and she got pole position. So more evidence, if more evidence was needed, Josh. That,
well, this is it. I just wanted to disprove it, because we're not running races anywhere near long enough for any of the performance on the karts to dip. So they can stop worrying about that. And the final thing I have for you, everyone is wondering what the hell happened in the kitchen.
There was a crash, wasn't
there? Was a big crash, and there was lots of screams and lots of laughing around the building. I can report no food was harmed in the kitchen crash.
Phew.
It was just 3 plates slipped off the side. That was all it was.
Was any pork pies hurt in the...
do we dare start talking about the pork pies?
We won't talk about the pork pie theory. With drivers going on the grid, I have managed to find myself a grid sheet for this one, so we actually get the chance to test Chris Ball's math. On pole position, Christian Hill, as we can see in the number 2. In second place, Lewis Cook, kart 40. In third place, Megan Rowledge, P3. So far, everything you've said so far, Chris, sounds like your napkin math is actually pretty
good,
close.
Isn't he? He's good.
Then the rest of the grid, as it lines up, is Joe Jennings on P4, Casper Shuzak and Henry Barrington are on row 3, Kieran McEwen and Libby Wolven on 7th and 8th, Max Thorne will start 9th, Charlie Devlin P10, Ronnie Chambers will start 11th, Brandon Barker will start 12th, Stuart Allen in 13th, George Todd in 14th, and the 15th racer in this one is Grace Lee Davis. Now, this is where this championship gets a little bit brutal, because we've got 15 karts on this track. We only need the top 8 at the end of this one.
But fortunately, okay, I know what everyone's thinking. How will we know? There is going to be a dotted red line is new for this year. That will be on the screen, separating the driver in P8 to P9.
Yeah. A crack team of visual engineers.
It's exciting, if I'll be honest. It's a big step.
Henry Barrington, 6th position. That's actually a lot higher than I thought he was. He hasn't really come up a lot today.
Yeah, he's a driver that seems to have been he's had a bit of a quiet run so far. However, when it matters, he's been right there where he needs to be.
Look at the angle on
just
second.
how racy some of these drivers are feeling, trying to get as much of a jump as the 5 red lights come on for the first of the semi-finals. Lights go out for the first time here, and 40 moves right over. It's not enough though, as Rowledge goes straight up into second place. So Lewis Cook has immediately been demoted down to 3rd. Joe Jennings is on their rear bumper in 4th place, 3 wide in the second hairpin. You've got 1 kart round already. That's that is the number 10. I think that's Brandon Barker that's gone the wrong way round, as they now head through the top end of the circuit. And look at the lead that Christian Hill has already, by virtue of Megan Rowledge having that fight very early on with Cook and with Joe Jennings. You can see it's almost everyone for second place. That being said, Rowledge has just lost a whole host of time going up the ramp. I think that's where we saw this when they were fighting with I think it was Tom Shaw earlier on. That was where the one place that Rowledge wasn't quite quick as everyone else. But look at that lead that Christian Hill has as they head through the top end of the circuit, over the grid for the first time. It's got to be at least a second or so that he's currently got in his back pocket. And in the semi-final, it's where you really want to start pulling the lap times out of. It looks like Max Thorne in the 5 is becoming a little bit racy. That's Barrington just in front of him. So as they go over the line for the first time, we look to try and see the top 8 drivers to see who makes it into our main event later on today. And as they come over the line for the first time, it is Hill, Rowledge, Cook, Jennings, Shuzak, McEwen, Barrington and Thorne are your top 8. Currently Libby Wolven has moved down 1 place. She's currently out of the main event later on this afternoon.
Okay, here we go. And that is probably the biggest gap we've seen in a semi-final at the end of lap number 1. Absolutely streaking away into the distance goes Christian Hill. Absolutely
I'm hearing the line.
Start.
There's the line.
There we go. Lines up on the screen now, so we know exactly who's made it in and who hasn't made the cut.
I was lost before that came up.
Actually, Joel shouting, "There's the line, there it is."
The other thing to note as well is these races are 12 minutes long, so an extra 4 minutes worth of track time for these drivers to make an impression. But it looks like the top 3 already starting to break away.
So what the most important thing is now, lap time. So Christian Hill, he's at disadvantage now because Malinowski will be in the other group and he will know the target lap time he needs to hit to start on pole for this grand final. As the arms go up in the air just there.
And stays in the air. He had his arm up for about 5 seconds.
Oh, goodness.
It's like, what is going on? But here we go. We've got Christian Hill leading at the present moment in time. And we've got Megan, who has done a great first few laps.
Oh, kart stopped at the top there. So I can't see if there's another kart in there, but
Ronnie
in the wall.
Yeah,
in the wall there. She's getting pushed out. Oh, no.
Stuck there. That's yellow lights are on at the moment.
Kira, yeah.
So we'll have to see if this results in a red.
Yes, that is.
Yeah,
red.
that'll be a red.
And Kira is she's sitting on the red dotted line at the moment. So let's see if she gets put back into that position. She still sits on that red.
Yeah, that kart is quite wedged. I think that's going to require, let's say, some brute force and maybe a smattering of ignorance to get that kart out of there. As you can see, assistance is running up the ramp to see if we can try and get that kart unwedged. There's a few bits of assistance running up there. But nice to see that Kira is out of the kart. Seems to be all right from there. Again, maybe just more annoyed rather than hurt from there. There's a lot of assistance here as the marshals get that kart unhooked from the barrier and get the kart back out. They'll do a quick check. As you can see, I think there's one of the mechanics going up there as well, just to make sure the kart is performing as it should, so we can get them off and running again.
So Megan Routledge now going to be on the outside second position. So Lewis Cook will be on the inside this time.
Yeah, it's a standing start this time around. So Routledge was able to move up. So let's see if Cook can return the favour to them.
Should we watch the start real quick and just see if there's anything there worth talking about on the start whilst we wait for these? Oh, they've got to go around again.
That'll be a while.
So. We're looking in the midfield here, so it's all clean up until a point, and there's a driver, I have to identify him, just loses control of the car and goes straight into the side of that, what seems to be number 10.
That looks like, is that the 27? Oh, it looks like Stuart Allen in the Dayglow yellow helmet that went into the side of the 10, which is Brandon Barker.
Looking at it again.
Yeah, he just locks the rear. He's already sideways as he turns into the corner.
But was it enough contact? Yeah, they definitely make contact. That's what
there's definitely a shove in there.
Yeah, he wouldn't spin on his own, but yeah,
he's just caught that bump on the inside.
Yeah,
it looks like he's just settled the car, locked the rear wheel.
He's just sliding into the driver. He's out of control. He's on opposite lock, and he's hitting him with the rear of the kart.
No, so this is different, Russ. So this is a driver who's entered the apex out of control. So that's the difference between being in control and at the apex. So here, I think that might have been missed.
Full opposite lock there.
Yeah.
Full opposite lock into that driver.
I think this might have been missed, and that's what protest windows are for. So it'll be interesting to see if they question that. But they've got to restart. They've got plenty of time. Let's see what they do from here.
And we're getting refueled up here, so Josh has kindly gone and raided our sponsor Monster to provide us with some of the white ultras. To be fair, I've been on the Aussie lemonade recently. That seems to be my favourite at the moment. I spotted you come back with an Aussie lemonade and a Lando Norris one as well earlier.
Yes, I've yet to drink them yet. Could have 3 if I'm not careful.
I do remember there was one year we kept getting the new flavours there brought in. I think what was it, the chaotic that was quite nice, but that Lando Norris one's like a melon, which quite refreshing on a warm day.
But the tantalising thing is, if Megan can hold on to second place, that will give her at least 3rd or 4th, well, at least 4th, maybe 3rd on the grid, and we are generally one step maybe closer to having our first female driver on the podium at BIKC.
But we don't want to curse them, do we?
Well, no, last time I said it, she popped up in pole position.
Okay.
So perhaps the curse is, if I mention it, it might happen.
You raised a really good point there.
Because it did happen. That I said, oh, great, she's going to be happy. Then suddenly, boom, pole position.
So from what I can see, I've got the restart order in front of me
She's got
here.
that direction well.
Yeah.
Swinging in already to aim for that apex. So go for it, Tom.
So I've got the restart order in front of me, and for what I can see, as with all red flags from there, it does go back a lap. So it will start effectively with Hill, Rowledge, Cook, Jennings, as you can see them there. The next one will be Shushak, then Barrington, then Thorne will start off in 7th. Then Kieran McEwen will restart this race in 8th, ahead of the 30 of Libby Wolven, and then Charlie Devlin 36. Then it's the 25 of Ronnie Chambers, who was also caught up in that incident as well. Then the 27 of Stuart Allen, the 11 of George Todd, the 33 of Grace Lee Davis, and then the 10 of Brandon Barker. So that's how they're all going to line up. And currently, the team are just trying to get all of the drivers lined up on the grid and just get them in the correct order so we can get them rocking and rolling for another restart here.
Yeah, it's all looking good at the moment for Christian Hill. Tense times, isn't it, when you've done so well. You've done 3 laps, it's a semi-final, done really great, and suddenly you've got to go around and
looks like there's a cart being pushed back there. So is that a cart swap going on the grid? On the grid from there? Maybe someone with an issue from what I can see. I have to do some digging and see if I can find where that one has come from there.
Indeed, this is what delays us, actually. It's the red flags that really slows the event down.
So having a look
People
through
need
here,
to stop crashing, don't they, Tom? They need to stop crashing.
that would help. That would definitely help. But having been a driver, and to be fair, having gone from our commentator race that was shown at the start of yesterday, not crashing is a little bit easier said than done. Yeah, especially, as I'm pretty sure that's how I won that race in the end. Just having a quick look through chat while I've got it up from here. We've got I've definitely got someone on the Aussie Lemonade train here with Monster. So Jensen White agreeing there that Aussie Lemonade is by far the best flavour of Monster. I think Josh is declaring his favourability for the White Ultra, as we've had 4 cans of that deposited into the commentary box from there. But yeah, we're just getting the last of the drivers out on the grid now as getting ready to get this restart underway. The last couple of drivers just coming onto the grid, and as soon as we have them in order, then we'll be able to go racing once again.
Yeah, okay, so here we are, final preparation. I think there's just another cart needs slotting in.
Haven't seen a restart. Restarts have been pretty chaotic recently, and this is a semi-final.
Yep.
So I'm expecting this to be, for some people, a second opportunity. You know, you've raced the people around you here, especially like you look at Henry Barrington. He knows what the front 5 could do now, but he needs to do something different.
Here we go. Lights are out. They're flashing yellow. They're going to go green any second. That will denote we are ready to go to the start procedure. It's 2 lights, it's 3 reds, it's 4 reds, it's 5 reds for the restart. Here we go. It's a great start from all of the top 3. It's going to be same as going through. And
that's 3 backwards at the first corner.
Oh, wow.
So that looks like, I think that may have been McEwen that was caught in that one. So after the incident at the top, she's been caught up in another one once again. The 36, Charlie Devlin, was in that one as well. I didn't get the 3rd driver, but it all kicking off at the first corner. But it is still advantage Christian Hill as Megan Rowledge doesn't allow Lewis Cook to return the favour. And the top 4 once again breaking away here at the restart of this one, with Shushak still there in 5th place as they're up on the top section of the circuit. This is the last opportunity for these drivers to influence where they start in the main event. For some of them, it's their last chance to even make it into the main event. So of the 30 drivers that we've got in this category, we're going to take them down to just 16. And we'll see as they come over the line, the 8 drivers who currently occupy a ticket to that main event later on today. Rowledge is already going really defensive at the moment. There goes Max Thorne down the inside of Henry Barrington. Side-to-side contact from there. It was potentially a robust move, but it almost looked like he had enough of the cart in there. Rowledge again defending really quick, really hard from Lewis Cook at the moment. All that's going to do is allow Christian Hill to run away at the front of this one, and it's going to allow Jennings to stay in the fight at this one. Wolven gets a 5-second penalty for advantage by contact. I'm going to guess that'll be for maybe the first corner, potentially the incident with the red flag. We're unsure of that one until we consult the race control channel. But currently, your 8 drivers that are in the main event: Christian Hill, Megan Rowledge, Lewis Cook, Joe Jennings, Casper Shishak, Max Thorne, Henry Barrington and Ronnie Chambers sneaking in to 8th place. But you can see Rowledge is hanging on for dear life to that 2nd place. Now, the thing to remember here is effectively the position that you finish in this is the row of the grid that you'll start on. So Christian Hill, if he finishes where he is, will start on the front row. You then compare fastest laps to decide which side of the grid he'll start on. So effectively, the driver who wins the 2nd semi-final will currently need to beat a 51.886 to take pole for the main event later on.
Okay, great stuff. So Megan is absolutely holding on for dear life, and that incident with Kira really has cost her. She was running in 8th place, and now she's running in 12th and outside, unfortunately, of the top 8. It's only the top 8 that we're after, and the gap there for the grand final position has been Ronnie Chambers in 8th place and Stuart Allen in 9th place, and there's only 0.3 of a second in it. So it's very tight, and Stuart Allen, you still got a chance to go through and become a BIKC grand finalist, because its gap is very, very tight. But Christian Hill at the front, 1.1 seconds, and Megan looks relatively comfortable there now, I think, in 2nd place. Lewis Cook there, he's got to make a move. Can you win the grand final from 5th or 6th? Yes, we've had the conversation yesterday where we have had some comeback drives, but they're quite rare. Really, you need to be on the front row. You need to be in the top 3, I think, really, to have a normal shout at winning the overall grand final. We got, time penalty for Wolven. That came through, so she's down in 15th position. But yeah, with 5.5 minutes to go, it is Christian Hill leading, and those gaps now look pretty static there. It's 1 second to Megan, and I think when they cross the line, it's going to be probably about half to 3/4 of a second between Megan and Lewis. And with Joe Jennings in 4th, Casper Zuzak is in 5th place. Max Thorne has somehow found his way into a grand final position at the moment. He's had a battle. If there was a award for the most battling driver of the day, surely Max Thorne would be up there for that award.
He's in a good position, I would say. Max Thorne, the Welsh warrior, as nobody calls him, driving round. Henry Barrington there in 7th as well. Max Thorne to 5th, even Casper Zuzak down the order now, and yeah, it's looking really good. I'm just trying to study lap times as well here. Megan Rowledge still fastest at 51.5.
That's going to take some beating.
That is, yeah.
That
it's
is
just
take
caught my eye. But the lap time, Christian Hill, that 51.8, that's not enough. That is nowhere near enough at the moment.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
I tell you, a driver
needs to go quicker.
It's not for a critical position, but Joe Jennings only 52.3.
Yep. That
would explain why he's dropped off the back of this pack at the front. So that gap now is about 1.8 seconds between 3rd and 4th. So Jennings potentially he's only about 3/10 ahead of Max Thorne. So we've seen Thorne is feeling very racy today. So you can't count Max Thorne on moving up a row on the grid for the main event. And a driver, to be fair, at the start of the day, you could have almost counted him out. But Max Thorne has raced his way back into the main event and is trying to move up even further from here. But Christian Hill, 7/10 is the advantage over Megan Rowledge. Lewis Cook just sticking with them as well. Now it's just over 4 minutes.
Easily closer there to the back of Megan Rowledge. It was like 6/10 of a second. Don't think it's going to be 6/10 of a second when they cross the line in a minute. Or in a few seconds, I should say. Christian Hill still leading. These are long races. Got 3.5 minutes to go. There's a good 3 laps left in this race yet. And this is the bit where, a little bit of stamina comes in as well, because Warrington is a tough old track. It's very, very high grip. It's very bumpy. And they're going to be hurting out there at this particular moment in time with this race of this intensity. To be driving this long, in this fast, when you've got everything to lose here, they'll be really feeling it. But Christian Hill out there, 0.7 of a second behind is Megan. Lewis Cook, he was a bit closer, down to 3/10 at the end of the last lap. So there's a lot of work left to do for Megan if she's going to go through and take that grand final place in 2nd position. We got a contact warning for 36. Charlie Devlin back in 13th position. And at the moment, it's we got 8 finalists: so Christian, Megan, Lewis, Joe Jennings, Max Thorne, Casper, Henry, and Ronnie Chambers. And Ronnie Chambers is just over a second ahead of Brandon Barker. So he looks like at the moment he's got this done.
Max Thorne, I think, is up to 4th. Yes, he is.
is. Max
Joe
Thorne.
Jennings has moved down. So it looks like Max Thorne's been able to get past Joe Jennings, and that's allowed Kasper Shishak to get in there as well. So Christian Hill, Rowledge, Cook, Thorne, Shishak, Jennings, Barrington and Chambers are your runners and riders. And having a look through, some of these lap times are going to be difficult to beat in some cases, but I think for some of the others, it's going to be a little bit easier. So Joe Jennings has only managed to get down to 52.1.
Oh, look at this. Race to the lead.
Rowledge is caught right up here. She's about 3/10 of a lap. It's about 3 or 4 tenths quicker over the last 2 laps than Christian Hill. I think Hill has just made a bit of a mistake, and that's allowed them to get back in. So yeah, Hill's last lap was a 52.1. That's significantly slower than we've seen from Christian. So this could be the fight for the front of the main event, and I think the 51.5, if Rowledge was able to get that move done, I think they'd be a pretty good shoo-in for pole position in the main event later on. But we'll have to see how the second semi-final goes on as they come through the top end of the circuit once again. It's got to be getting towards seeing the last lap board as they come through, as it's still Barker Allen now trying to get onto terms with Ronnie Chambers to try and steal a ticket into the main event. Remember, this is a case of you have to win to get yourself into this one. If you're outside the top 8, then unfortunately that'll be the end of your day as the drivers come through to take the last lap board. Christian Hill has one more lap to hang on to seal a front row start for this main event. Rowledge though now has Lewis Cook. It's only half a second separate the top 3, so this gap has really closed down over the last couple of laps as Max Thorne comes through in 4th place. He's 4 seconds behind this fight overall, which, to be fair, considering these 3 haven't been fighting all that much, is an amazing gap to be able to pull over the course of just over 12 minutes. Look over the shoulder from Christian Hill. You can see that Rowledge is about a kart length or 2 behind. Through the top end of the circuit. Rowledge, you just see a hand going towards the boost, so trying to get that little bit more top end speed out of these Biz EcoVolt GTs, but it's not quite going to be enough. A look over the shoulder, they know they're safe in 3rd position, but as they come towards the start finish line, it is a front row start for Christian Hill for the main event. Megan Rowledge and Lewis Cook will start on the 2nd and 3rd rows. We wait to see the rest of the drivers file over the line, but Christian Hill on the front row. Megan Rowledge, Lewis Cook, Max Thorne, Kasper Shishak, Joe Jennings, Henry Barrington, Ronnie Chambers. Welcome to the main event. Unfortunately, that means we bid adieu to Brandon Barker, Stuart Allen, Grace Lee Davis, Charlie Devlin, Libby Wolven, Kieran McEwen and George Todd. Unfortunately, that means their BIKC journey comes to an end.
Oh, but we have got the first grand finalist there, and it's already shaping up to be a magnificent final. Can I just say that Josh, right? Yeah, commentator Josh is already posting in the live stream. I'm not sure the live stream is directly for us, I'll be absolutely honest. If he wants to let us know anything, he could just tell us. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. You know what I mean? He's going to another room and doing it. But yeah, he did say that he felt very honoured. Comment on Leander Hewitt's. There's a lot of love for Leander Hewitt's win yesterday. It was an incredible drive. There's no doubt about that. So that's what Josh posted in. All right, Josh?
I'm here now. Sorry.
You can talk to me if you want.
I've been chatting to some friends in the chat, seeing what's been going on there.
You've got friends in the chat?
I've got friends everywhere, like Chris, friends all over the world. But something, you can see it there, the amount of love that Megan is getting is incredible. And something that to note there, Megan actually ended up with the fastest lap.
Yep.
So finishing P2.
And a stunning lap as well.
Well, this is it. So
very punchy.
If that is faster than P2 in this other semi-final, where does that put Megan for the final?
Indeed.
Well, P3.
And what do we know about P3? It's a very good place to start.
Good point, Josh.
Well, they have
P3
won yesterday in the cadets.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yep.
This could be a big day for Megan, but we'll see. We've got a lot more races.
How do you rate her chances? Is it like a 6 or a 7? Do you think?
Oh gosh, you've started it already.
He said
there was actually this is something you did miss in the chat, all of you. Tom read out a time earlier it was something 0.67, and the chat absolutely exploded. So yeah, be careful what you say, gentlemen, and I'll leave you with that.
Careful what I say. When am I ever careful what I say?
The reason I'm here is because you're never careful with what you say.
It's like,
that's the only reason they let me come back, is I'm the only person who can keep you on a tight enough leash to allow us to carry on broadcasting. Thankfully,
the only one that can reach the mute button in time.
Yeah, I was giving Josh. I was
They
giving
were
Josh
rubbish at that yesterday.
I was giving Josh a little bit of coaching, trying to see how he had the setup, and I saw the distance between him and the mute button. It was way too much.
We need more competitions throughout the year to promote drivers coming through Race Academy and TeamSport member sessions. Well, I've got some news for you.
Oh, spill the beans.
Grid Series. Is back. But I know nothing about it just yet, so I'm waiting for TeamSport to tell me.
Neither do I.
I mean, historically, Grid Series is something that runs basically an interim between BIKCs. So effectively, every month there's a different event. You score points based on where you finish, and it uses the BIKC weight categories.
It's like a mini BIKC, but
yeah, it's a mini championship.
Yeah.
It is a mini championship, but it is just run all at your home circuit. So it means that you'll be competing with the same sort of drivers, a similar sort of weight category, and it's a really nice training ground for drivers to go into BIKC if you do want to move from there. Plus, as well, as you'll probably attest to as well, Chris, you'll have done a few of them yourself. The members' nights are normally just good fun themselves. I remember back in the Unlimited days, it was quite a good, just even social aspect as well.
Here we go, though. We're about ready for semi-final number 2. We've got Oliver in pole, Bobby McGurr in second, Thomas Shaw third, and Jamie Sherman Chase somehow has qualified on 4th place. How has he done that? So here we go. We are awaiting the start-finish lights.
Don't count out Robbie Petchy here.
Last race. I'm not counting out anybody.
No,
it's been one of them. So we're waiting for the start lights. Here we go. Oh, they're already green. Already green. Are they going to go red?
Does everyone want to go?
This is like a back-to-front version. They're going to go red and everyone's going to go. They're going to go off one by one of green.
One by one as the red lights come on.
Yeah. Well, just thought we'd change the system just at this point.
Oh, we can overtake you. Come on, it's green. Go.
If I was at the back now, I'd be gone. It's like,
Yeah, exactly.
green. I'm off.
Yes, but there's a reason that you're not on this grid. So.
Oh.
Yeah, we proved in our commentator versus commentator race that there's a reason that we don't race. Simply, well, to be fair, the amount of shouting we did between that one was really good fun. We're going to have to redo that one day. I'd say we redo it with the 4 of us, but I think I already know the way that result would go.
I used to be good back in the day, but that day was a
we'll
while ago.
Do it in the mini races. There we go. 5 red lights come on for the second of the semi-finals. We are racing once again. Let's see if Bobby McGurr can hold on to second place. Tom Shaw slots into third, and away they go, running with Oliver Malinowski in the lead of this one so far. There's a couple of cars slow at the back as trying to see what's happened with those two. That's the 14 was one of them, so Gino Farino was a little bit slow away from there. As the drivers all file over the start-finish line, it looks like, so far, they've got themselves all away nice and cleanly. So it is Malinowski, McGurr, Shaw and Sherman Chase, your top 4. 5th, Robbie Petchy, Josh Green, Freddie Farrell, James Edwards occupy the 8 positions and the 8 tickets into the main event. But we're going to have to do some maths at some point with some fastest laps. And thankfully, we've got the human calculator in Chris Ball to be able to help us with that one as they go through the top end of the circuit. And the top 2 just starting to stretch away. I have a feeling those two maybe form a small alliance for a couple of laps, try and build a gap, and then start fighting for the front row as they get a little bit closer. That being said, Bobby McGurr's looking racy already. Freddie Farrell down the inside of Robbie Petch, I believe that was. He's already dispatched of Joshua Green.
Oh, here we
has
go.
A lot of contact from there. That's Lyford's in that one. The 42, I think that's Harry Gattenby.
2 places there. Harry's going to go up to 10th place after that one. Whether that'll get past the stewards, I think got a funny feeling it might, actually, because the gap was there and he went for it. But it's all going on and trying to get that grand final position, get above that red dotted line. Oliver is leading at the moment. Bobby McGurr is second by 0.2 of a second, with Thomas Shaw in third at the moment. And the gap is virtually non-existent. It is bumper to bumper at the moment in semi-final number 2.
This is worrying for Bobby McGurr because Oliver Malinowski's not getting on with it here. He's just pulled a little gap here, but this is the boosting, so Bobby's going to come back in with the boost here, but he doesn't. Yeah, here it is. Doesn't seem to be. He seems to be sort of half defending the corners. They haven't got the lap times at the moment, so they will be starting 2nd and 4th. So maybe Malinowski's just going to take a front row at this rate. But
I think the story here is Freddie Farrell's got the fastest lap in 5th place on the 52.6.
Yeah, that fastest lap of 52.6.
I know.
That's not particularly quick.
I know.
Compared to what we've seen so far, and even now as the first proper flying laps come through, it's still no drivers into the 51. So it's pretty. It's looking like all of these guys are going to be lining up on the even side of the grid, which is not really a place that you want to be starting based on what we've seen so far. And I think it's all because Malinowski's focused too much on Bobby McGurr behind him, and he's just allowing the field to stack up, because you've got the top 4 now running nose to tail, because Sherman Chase is on the back of Tom Shaw. Shaw looking to the inside of the former champion, not able to make a move just yet, and you can see Freddie Farrell is catching up pretty quickly as well. So this could very soon become a 5-kart train for the lead with 10 minutes to go. And yeah, Freddie Farrell has really caught up in this one. The gap was about just over a second last time over the line. It looks like it's just under 7/10 between Farrell and Sherman Chase. Top 4 covered by a second. You can just see how quick Freddie Farrell has caught up to the back of this pack of 4, as Malinowski still hasn't really got his pedal to the metal yet. 52.086. It's his personal best lap, but it's not quick enough just yet.
It's really good. 0.4 now between Oliver and Bobby, with Thomas Shaw in third place. Just in that the amount of BIKC experience out there on show at the moment is pretty terrific. Jamie Sherman Chase has done so well after being qualifying so far down to make it up into 4th place, and he might go even further in a minute, because he's only 0.3 seconds behind the driver in 3rd place, Thomas Shaw, and he's really trying to hunt him down at the moment, with Freddie Farrell, who has had another driver who's had a really tough set of heats, but he's coming good at the right moment in time in 5th place. Robbie Patchy, you said don't rule him out at the start, and he's there in 6th place. Josh Green in 7th, James Edwards. But those are the grand final positions. The first driver in 9th place not to qualify as it stands at the moment is Freddie Hamer. He is 0.6 seconds behind that last grand final position, so a lot of work to do there if he's going to catch up James Edwards and make a move and go through and race in the grand final. But at the moment, it's all pretty static at the moment between Oliver, Bobby, with Thomas Shaw in 3rd.
Just want to note the experience in this heat. Oliver Malinowski, the Liverpool driver, it's his first BIKC, but Bobby McGurr, this is his 4th visit to Warrington. You've got Jamie Sherman Chase, his 3rd visit, Thomas Shaw, his 3rd visit, Freddie Farrell, his 3rd visit, and then Dan Robbie Petchy, his 1st visit as well. So the experience that he's holding off right now is respectable. Yeah, it's really good. You know, all these drivers are super talented drivers. Usually it is quite unusual, because usually you need a bit of BIKC experience of this national final before you really start hitting the front and start kind of being in contention for the overall championship victory. But no, he's doing a fantastic job, and to keep Bobby McGurr, the legend that is Bobby McGurr, in 2nd place, with Tom Shaw, previous winner, there in 3rd place as well. It's pretty spectacular.
Yeah, really impressive stuff so far, but still just under 7:10 separate the top 3. Sherman Chase has fallen away a little bit and into the clutches of Freddie Farrell, and we've seen the lights. We've seen Farrell's a driver who's not afraid of overtaking, so I have a feeling if he gets half an opportunity, he may try and move up a slot on the grid, as it looks like Robbie Petchy's moved out of the top 8, so something's happened there to Robbie Petchy. He's now P9. That's brought Freddie Harmer into the main event, and I can just see in the background there, he has moved out of the top 9 on pace. Doesn't like it's a penalty or anything like that. So Robbie Petchy's got some work to do to get back into the main event, but the top 5 are closing up every single lap they go past.
Can I just say, Lucas, 24314, does the overall points go through to the final as the top 8? Well, we've got, let me talk about that red dotted line again. You know what I mean? There's a lot of, let me just say that it's not on points. The points are gone. It is all about position, and then it's lap time in the positions. So what you mean, if you finish first, you'll have a front row, and whether you get first or second will depend on your lap times in the semi-final stage. So everything that's happened in the heats is past, it's gone, it's finished, it's over. We're just looking at that wonderful red dotted line that we've waited 6 years to actually see, and all the drivers that are above, and they're going to be the grand finalists. At the moment, it is Oliver Malowinski by 0.4 of a second over Bobby McGurr, and I think Bobby McGurr will really want that position. He knows if he's going to make it to be the BIKC champion, then pretty much, you know, to make his life easier in the final, he needs a front row start.
Just want to note, Oliver Malinowski, 51.670 on that last lap. That is pole position for the grand final if he can hold on to the lead of this semi-final.
But Bobby McGurr in second on a 51.7. Didn't Megan get Bobby a 51.5?
Yeah, 51.5. So Bobby at the moment looking at a 4th place start.
4th place for Bobby McGurr.
So
he's got to do something. Yeah, he's either got to get a better lap time or he needs to take that position.
And can I just say,
front row.
If Bobby overtakes Oliver, he will go to 1st in the grand final, not 2nd, because he has a quicker lap time than Christian Hill at the moment.
Oh, wow.
So this is an extremely important one overtake can decide a lot more.
3 positions on the grid.
Yeah.
In the final.
And don't write out Thomas Shaw 51.781. That is against Lewis Cook's 51.640. So at the moment, Thomas Shaw only starting 6th position, which was the worst place to start last year on the grid.
Worst place.
Statistically.
And that's probably why he's made a little bit of contact with Bobby McGurr on that last lap. He really is looking aggressive. He made a little bit of contact going into the first of the big hairpins down big track area. Just to really let Bobby McGurr know, and that might be why Bobby McGurr looks like he's just driving a little bit more defensively. I think he felt that touch and went, right, okay, maybe a slight change in strategy for a few laps. But this race has got a long way to go yet. There's a good 3 laps remaining in it of this massive TeamSport Warrington racetrack with a lap time of literally over 50 seconds to get round for the finest drivers that exist in the UK. But here we go, and again, something happened on top, but they're all running. We snapped to it. But now look at this, 28 Thomas Shaw absolutely alongside Bobby McGurr on both. Fully onside on the right, fully onside on the left. And Bobby McGurr absolutely knows completely and totally he is right there. And this is enabling Oliver Malowinski just to move away into the lead and actually finally get some breathing space. And maybe you might see him really put his foot down and go for a faster lap time. I think he needs it at the present in time. It's 51.670. Should be more than good enough to get in pole position.
Look how quick Sherman Chase and Farrell have caught up to this one now that Bobby's really started defending. You can see him using the brake that little bit more in every single corner. He's basically trying to back Tom Shaw into the 2 drivers behind him. Now we know that both Sherman Chase and Farrell are drivers who can overtake pretty well. Tom Shaw's been having a few cracks today, but he hasn't been able to make anything stick just yet as he tries to hold it around the outside of Bobby McGurr. Here comes Sherman Chase. I said he caught up pretty quickly. Now he's getting a little bit racy. Tom Shaw will have felt that little tap in the rear bumper and he'll realise exactly how fast the former podium finisher is behind him now. So he's caught up really quickly here. So it's 4 karts fighting over the 2nd row of the grid here for BIKC in this last semi-final. Up the top end of the circuit once again, Sherman Chase trying to throw everything he can at the back of Tom Shaw, maybe trying to force a mistake, but all that's allowing is Oliver Malinowski to pull away at the front of the field here.
Don't forget all this work last year, and the man who finished 3rd finished 8th in the semi-final, James Sherman Chase. So anyone in that top 8 at the moment, you know, you look up and down the order, can still make the podium today. So these are playing for positions, but we're nowhere near done yet.
Yes. Final stages here. Final stages for Oliver Malowinski, who's driven absolutely brilliantly.
How hard these guys are fighting.
Wow. It's tooth and nail, isn't it? Right down to the final corner. So it's just brilliant.
Malinowski now is lapping about 1.2 seconds a lap faster than this pack that we're watching, and that is just because Bobby McGurr is defending so hard. Bobby's running around in the 53s at the moment, which is probably the slowest we've seen from many of the drivers.
As soon as he had that tap and he altered his driving style from aggressive to defensive, whole race changed.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to take that defensive point. What he's trying to do is trying to hold Tom Shaw back as much as he can and hope that Sherman Chase and Farrell start fighting with him and maybe slow him down. But all that's happened now is Farrell and Sherman Chase have been fighting between themselves, and it's given Tom Shaw just that little bit of breathing room to try and attack Bobby McGurr. But again, McGurr's going so slow through the corners just to try and hold him as the checker flag comes out. Malinowski takes the win and the front and what we believe will be pole position for the main event. Bobby McGurr will start in the second row. As you can see, penalties coming thick and fast. That's Freddie Harmer has just been given a 5-second time penalty. I believe that's enough to drop him out of the main event. So they're just going through and going through. So 39 got a penalty, but has had it rescinded, hence why he's just come back up. Kart 32 has had a 5-second penalty. That was Robbie Petchy that came on the screen. We didn't acknowledge from there. But yeah, 5-second penalty for 39 came up on our screen, hence why he dropped down. VAR have reviewed it, and that penalty has been rescinded. Okay. So that has been removed. To be fair, we've got to 20 past 1. We haven't mentioned VAR at all today.
We haven't.
We normally mention it quite a lot.
But let's talk about the grand finalists. So, yeah, we've got Oliver, Bobby, Thomas, Jamie, Freddie, Joshua, James, Freddie, and leaving competition now is Nikki Patel. Great drive there up to into 9th from Nikki. Jaden, Gina Farino in 11th, Archie in 12th, Adonis in 13th, Harry in 14th, and Robbie there at the back with that penalty that we will be saying goodbye to.
So if my maths is correct, if it's correct, Oliver Malanowski will take pole position for the grand final. Christian Hill will be second. And on the second row, Megan Routledge will be on the inside with that 51.554 against Bobby McGirr's 51.758. He really was just held up in the end. He couldn't quite get that lap time he needed. Lewis Cook on the inside, 5th position, we think, in the grand final, 51.640 against Thomas Shaw's 51.781. And then we only worked up to row 4. We believe Jamie Sherman chased there, 51.794. Against Max Thorne's 51.804. Max Thorne will take the 8th place on the outside.
Okay, fantastic. Anything on the ball pad?
Yeah, we got one overtake. In fact, it was a Max Thorne overtake. We can take a quick look at this.
We'll have a quick look.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look. This was just a move earlier in the race on, where was it? Yes, on Henry Barrington. This was a better example of a move. We looked at a bad example of a move earlier. This was a great example of a move there.
Yeah, it was quite decisive. I'd probably say it's robust but fair.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
robust.
So going into
he's straight down the inside. He's got the space. I think Barrington just didn't know he was there.
Yep.
So it was turned in as if he didn't exist. But I think you're mainly looking for halfway alongside on the way in the corner. And from what we can see there, he's like Thorne is more than entitled to a bit, as at least a cart's width on the inside, and you can see he's as close to the apex as he can be.
A great example I want to talk about here is that the driver, Max, is turning into the apex. Although he does turn into Henry here, he's not moving him off the apex. That's the most important thing. Max has got the whole kart, 100% of the kart, into the apex, and he hasn't moved Henry off it, and that's why it wouldn't be deemed a penalty. If he was a lot closer to the corner, Henry, the apex, and Max had to push into him to move him off the apex to make the gap for the kart, that's where penalties applied. So this was a very good move.
Okay.
Yeah, firm but fair, I believe the technical term is.
Well, like that. Okay, we are going to go down trackside now. I'm going to hand you over to Lex.
Thank you, Russ. Yes, we're down here in the now very cold Warrington. It's starting to get into the bones a bit, isn't it, here now?
I'm absolutely freezing. I can't feel my fingertips.
I brought 2 pairs of socks, but I forgot to wear the second pair.
Are they white? You can get done for white socks around
here. You are here for 2 days. No. It's 2 pairs of socks, one for each day. You know that.
No, yes, I brought 4.
So 4 altogether?
Yeah, altogether. Yeah. 4 pairs, not 4 socks. Right. I know how socks work.
Are you sure?
Well, yeah.
I'm confusing you now.
Well, I did before this conversation.
We've got all kinds going on down here. We're going to have a little chat with some people. Well, Coca-Cola's behind us.
Yeah.
Let's go and have a little chat with Coca-Cola.
Let's have a chat with Coca-Cola. So, what's Coca-Cola for people that don't know?
Coca-Cola is the greatest drinks beverage on the planet. So if you've not tried it, you definitely should.
And been good today? You've been kind of giving products away and even the hats away. We've seen people with hats on. Having fun?
Definitely having fun. It's been really fun to watch the drivers going round. As you said, we've given out a lot of Santa hats, so you'll see people wearing them. And then we've given out pens as well. If anyone wants a pen, come and see me.
Amazing. And you've done a bit of karting yourself, I heard. You're a regular at our Nottingham track, was it?
Maybe not a regular, but I do dabble in a little bit of karting. I'm not very good. Well, maybe I'm okay.
Neither am I. That's why I'm doing this job.
It gets a bit competitive though, so it brings out the worst in me. But hey ho.
Having fun though, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good day.
Perfect. Great.
Monster. Let's go over to Monster. Hello, Monster.
Good afternoon, gents. How are we?
Very well. What are your names?
I'm Reese. Zach.
Hello. How have you found today? Is everyone having some fun on this incredible little setup you've got going on here?
Going good. It's going good.
Have you been on it yourself?
No, I'm terrible. Absolutely terrible. I'm not going to lie. It's not for me, that.
I do normally, but it's been hogged by the little uns today, so they've all been putting in some good hot laps.
So to shame.
again, for everyone who doesn't know what Monster is, tell us what Monster is.
It's the best energy drink in the world.
Funny, because that's what Coca-Cola said. Not about energy drink, to be fair.
Drink.
Yeah, no. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here.
What's your favourite flavour? Would you like one?
Favourite? I'll have a Lando. Get me a Lando.
Lando.
We'll have a Lando. Excellent. There it is. Product placement. Thank you. Emily, have you got any people over there?
I've got a lot of people telling me I need to speak to Miles. We'll go and grab him. Thank you. Mir. Hello, darling. How's you? Lovely to see you. How are you feeling?
Always great, amazing.
Always great, amazing. That's what we love to hear. You've been here since 8.
8 a.m. Made sure I get my seat, watching my fellow drivers.
How are you enjoying the racing so far?
Great, it's good. It's competitive. It's tight. It's close.
It's looking really great. Megan's been absolutely smashing it, hasn't she?
Yes, she has. It's good. I can't wait. I can't wait for the final. It's going to be a really good final. But yeah.
You rooting it for anyone on track at the minute?
I was rooting for Archie, but he's just managed to miss out. Not sure who I'm going to root for the final though. Probably Bobby.
And how do you think your race is going to go later on?
I think I'm going to do all right. I think I'll be there. I'm hopefully going to make the grand final. Yeah.
Rooting for you. Hoping for the best. Good luck. We got anyone else?
Yeah,
here we go.
I really love that, by the way. So it was Miles's friends that told us to go to him, and they said he absolutely will hate it. So that's why we went to him. He's been done up there. I've got Ben here, Ben Tyson, who obviously used to be a big part of TeamSport. He's moved on now, but still an advocate, still here. You were obviously very heavily involved in BIKC and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, what have you thought of the weekend's action so far?
The weekend's been brilliant. And it was great to see Cadets Juniors yesterday, really close and really good racing. And so far, lightweights have lived up to it. Bit of drama, a bit of penalties in the last few races, but it's lived up to what BIKC really is.
I mean, so you left about a year ago,
yeah.
But the passion doesn't leave, does it? It's kind of, why is that?
I got into karting when I was about 15, 16, joined TeamSport when I was 17, and it's just one of those things, it's got a hook. And especially at grassroots level, which TeamSport is for a lot of people, it's just really good way to get in, especially for younger people getting into Race Academy, Race League, and any adults coming into members events. There's a lot of opportunities, and being able to get to a point like British Indoor Karting Championships, it's a great stepping stone to build your motorsport journey, and it's a real grip.
We should hire you to speak for us. Speak really well.
I've always said this. He's got a great voice.
really well. Yeah.
I've known him for a while.
Yeah, maybe we could.
Yeah. Just remind us what your job was for BIKC.
My job was timekeeping, so looking after all the timing.
Can't even tell the time.
Wow.
Was that the year we overran?
No.
Yeah, we'll leave that there.
We always say that's never my fault.
Right,
cheers, Ben.
Let's try and go up the stairs. You're going to need help getting up the stairs, Jim. But we'll find a way. See who we've got on the way up there, Akil. See if we can find anyone. You know, Ben Tyson has got a wardrobe full of toilet rolls. That's a true story.
How you feeling today?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah. What are your hopes? You're obviously racing today.
No. So she's completed in the BIKC cadets, but didn't make it through to nationals. So, but she's we're here to support Brittany in the heavyweights.
And how have you found karting, like just generally?
I found it really, 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 really good. I find F1 drivers really, really inspiring, like Lando Norris. But yeah,
Something gave it away that you were a Lando fan. Both of you are Lando fans.
Yeah. So yeah, just here to cheer people on and just hope for the best for Brittany. Yeah.
Nice. Well, she's lucky to have your support. So thank you very much.
So you got Aston Martin and McLaren.
Yeah.
Pick a side. Come on.
Brand loyalty.
Oh, okay, fair.
Whoever wins.
Awesome. Right. Let's.
McLaren, but
you go on ahead. I'll try and get up them stairs. And I'll make sure that nobody trips over Jim.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. You got my bad side. No.
It's all right.
I've got bumps in my hair, remember? My straighteners.
This could go absolutely the wrong way, by the way.
Hopes for later.
Well, I hope to go well, but I've got to play the cards that I'm dealt today. So, just see how everything goes. But everything's looking good, so confident.
You've got a lot of experience in this competition. Does that help you on a day like this?
I think it definitely does. Against drivers who haven't been here before, it gives you a little bit of an edge. Might not be a significant advantage, but you can do things which they might not be expecting.
And a big question: are you going to remember to pit this time?
I definitely am. You're not the first person to ask me this, but I definitely will. Yeah.
For viewers, you might remember Gabriel last year forgot to pit.
yeah, not happening again. Don't worry.
He's probably had nightmares for a year about that. Cheers, mate. Let's keep going. Chris, all good?
Yeah, all good, all good. You've heard enough of me. Let's go over to reception if we can. If we lose signal, I'll get shouted at and we'll have to come backwards. But we'll see if we can speak to Club 100 or at reception.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Lots of people here, which is always great. Great atmosphere. Oh,
squeeze.
Bit tight here.
Squeezing through.
We need a one race. We need a bigger bridge. Cheers, guys. Thank you. All right, mate. Oh, let me do the same. So, actually, that.
And the big reveal of reception. Here we go.
This is our reception in Warrington. Hopefully, you can still working. That's great. That's great. We've got Dante Dillon here from Club 100.
Dante first.
Who's also obviously a 3-time winner of this magnificent competition. First, tell me a little bit about what you're doing here at Club 100, and then tell me a little bit about your memories.
So first of all, we are here promoting Club 100. We are actually the headline sponsor, so we are sponsoring the drivers who are eligible for our prize. It's a full season in our championship, a brilliant prize, and also free academy day as well. And yeah, we are kind of that next step in terms of arrive and drive. So again, still we manage all the carts, we manage all the travelling and everything like that, and yeah, we're just kind of getting the word out a bit more. I mean, it's good to see so many Club 100 drivers here anyway. But yeah, so hopefully the prizes will go out to new drivers and we get more regular customers, hopefully.
Yeah. And obviously you've got a big history yourself in this competition, winning it sort of 3 times first 3 years, probably in different carts, different. You just won it. There was no excuses. Just won it. Memories from them?
Oh, always very happy memories, and it really gave me kind of a foundation for, just to do more things, especially like tuition and stuff like that. It kind of gets my name out. It was really good for that. And, back in the days of petrol,
Bit different then?
Yeah, a bit different then. But they've done, I was really impressed actually with all these new steering wheels and everything like that. They've made great steps this year. Very impressed, very impressed.
And where in your house are the trophies?
Usually they're in the lounge, but today they're here.
Oh.
So, there you go. Yeah, it's kind of to show I went from doing BIKC, doing Club 100, and had a great time.
Thank you.
Yep. I am with JV. Hey, this is becoming a regular thing, isn't it?
I think this is our 6th year, actually.
Yes.
6th year, am I right? Not far off, yeah?
Not far off.
Should we call it 6 years?
We'll call it 6, yeah. We've been doing this a long time. Thank you once again, headline sponsor, Club 100.
Yep.
How's it feel to be back?
It's great. It's great. In fact, I haven't been here. It's Will that's been here the last few years. I was here for the first year.
Yeah.
And I hadn't been back since because Will's always done it, I think, with Mason. So we thought, let's have a little switch around this year. And me and Dante come up. I wanted to come up and see everybody and everything and see how it's all. And it really has come on. I mean, for us, it's great to continue with it as being headline sponsor. But to see it all happening now, and as Dante just mentioned about the carts and the organisation, it really has stepped up again. Yeah, very much so.
So assuming for people who don't know what Club 100 is, or even karting, we get a lot of people watching this that are just really interested. Tell us about this. Tell us about these machines. Let's get the camera in and have a little look at these.
All right, fine. Okay, so this is our new livery for next year. This is our cadet. It's a terrific piece of kit. It's an Italian chassis. It's a Birrell chassis. It's called the N32. Adjustable seat, adjustable pedals for age groups 7 in the year of their 8th birthday up to the age of 13. And we run Cadet Northern Championship, Cadet Southern Championship, 2 weight categories in both, super lights and lights. It's a Rotax engine, Rotax powered, and of course this is our new livery because if you see
really nice.
Down here, we're with the Rotax Racing Club now, where we have been working very hard the last few years, where we're introducing next year the World Finals of Arrive and Drive Rotax Performance Karts. So it's just like their RMC, which is owner driver, they do every year. We're now kicking off with the Arrive and Drive concept, which they're really very much in love with. So that's going to happen at Genk next year. So a lot of our winners this year will get entry into that, along with a lot of other international drivers. So that's the cadet. Sorry, I just wanted to get that on in.
Of course, absolutely. Go.
That's the cadet.
Go on over to that.
And this is the junior and senior basically. So the juniors racing the same car kart as the seniors. This is the N35 Birrell, and a bigger engine. It's the Junior Max engine as opposed to the Micro Max on the Cadet. And this is the juniors race from the age of 14 up to in the year of their 14th birthday, up to the age of 16 in the year of their 17th birthday. And then, of course, our seniors are from 16 years upwards to, I think our oldest driver is Pete Gillette, and he's 73 years of age.
Wow.
And still racing.
Incredible. I
Yeah.
love that. So what are you doing in terms of sponsorships, prizes for BIKC? What can our Podium people expect?
Yeah, right. So obviously there's an eligibility process. You know, we do want to get new drivers winning the prizes. So our highest finishing driver today, and we're running the lights currently, senior lights currently. I think they're just about to start the final out there. So the highest finishing eligible driver, of which there are a lot of drivers eligible in the lights at the moment, will win a full season in Club 100.
Absolutely incredible.
Plus some testing as well.
Yep.
Runner-up will ring 2 races plus a test session, and third place wins a race and a test session. So there we go.
Incredible.
All on us.
Awesome. I know, that is really nice. Any names that you've seen, noticed today that you've been here that you recognise?
Oh, well, certainly. I mean, yesterday was crazy. I couldn't believe the amount of Club 100 cadets and juniors that were here. I was seeing. I think they both categories represented about 2/3 of the grid, wasn't it, Dante? I couldn't believe that. But today, there's only a small handful of drivers I recognise that are current Club 100, which is great.
Yes.
Because, you know, there's a lot of new drivers here, and we're getting the name to them, and hopefully, you know, it's new drivers that finish top 3 steps on that podium.
Yeah.
So they all get the prize, yeah.
We're very close to finding out. Thank you so much for your time.
Cheers, man.
I'll take that microphone off.
Take care.
And you. Thank you, JV, Club 100. Let's go that way. Akil, do you want to take lead, or have you got anyone you want to speak to? Yes, you do. Do you want to speak?
We've got a wave.
Come on, let's have a where are you from? What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Max Givens and I'm from Neston.
Hello, Max. Did you enjoy your chips before?
I really enjoyed my chips before, thank you.
Good. What do you have any sauce?
No, I just had them bland.
I love that.
Well, there's chips.
There's chips, yeah. He's at them all now. Thank you. Have a good day. See you soon. Right, bridge walk. Go.
Starving. Bridge walk.
Let's find. This is our version of the grid walk. We're going to call it. Hello, Charlie. We're going to call it the bridge walk. It's going to be absolute chaos, and we'll see what happens.
Hello.
Hello. How do you feel today's going to go? Excited?
Yeah, very excited. Yeah, going to be a good race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's the start of the bridge walk.
Yeah, there we go.
Fabulous. See if we can get any more.
Right, this is the normal annual chaos of the bridge walk. These on the phone.
Hello, hello.
There we go. I wonder who he's talking to.
I'll find out. Let me find out. Who are you talking to?
Who am I talking to? My mate Dan, who's trying to park.
Say hi, Dan. We'll come out to see you in a minute.
Dan, we're going to come see you in a minute.
Excellent. There we go.
Oh, they're the chips that we were talking about. They look nice. Don't drop them, though.
I've seen a few of these T-shirts going around. Can you just come out and give us a spin? Love that. And you're getting all the signatures of all their drivers that they've got in. It's pretty good.
That's pretty cool.
What does it say?
Trafford is massive.
Trafford is massive. And I'm sure there's another T-shirt going out.
Lovely. Love it. Right, let's keep going. Hello, guys. Who are you here to support? But the camera's here, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge. If you come here, how's your day been so far?
It's been good. I got a P9, so I didn't make it to the grand final. Yeah.
But the experience that you've got from being
Really good, like the overtaking, the atmosphere, it's been really nice, yeah.
How does it feel, though? 5,000 people have entered this competition. You were in the top 150. I mean, that alone is so impressive.
Yeah, it's been a good journey. It shows how challenging and the competition is crazy. And the drivers out there, just wishing the best because they're just really good. So.
And how proud are you?
Oh, very, very proud of her.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, sorry, mate. After you.
Oh, me first.
Okay. You all right?
Leading the way. Got anyone else? Everyone's looking at the lightweights as they're getting
ready.
Oh. I'm looking for people in suits. Oh.
Just ask someone what the last film was that we watched.
What was the last film you watched?
Top Gun, Maverick.
Nice.
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
Talk quick.
If I gave you £1,000 right now, what would you do with it?
Give it to you.
Oh, that's that.
That is the best answer I have heard.
Has anyone
I
got
have tested that.
£1,000?
Yeah. Give it to him right now because it's going right into my bank. That's brilliant, that.
I love that.
Thank you. You're my new favourite.
Yeah. Oh, nice hoodie too.
Yes. Where are we getting all these Santa hats from?
Is Louise in front of you there?
Oh man, isn't it?
I might go and nick myself one actually.
Probably keeps
Louise
you warm
is
as
here.
well.
Louise is here. She's got her pasta. Is it
yeah.
good?
Well, I haven't tried it yet.
What is it?
Let us know.
It's carbonara, thanks to Chris Gibbons for delicious hot lunch. You need that in a cold warehouse in Warrington, don't you? So,
Big up Chris Gibbons. I think we all know where we're going.
Squeezing past Ben Tyson once again.
Ben just wants to get on again.
Always gets in the way.
Chance, Ben.
See, I told you there was another one. Look, here we go.
There's the other T-shirt.
And here we go. And what does your T-shirt say? Look at that.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, you've got more signatures, to be fair.
Go on, just have your moment.
So on the front it says "Let's go Trafford." Kieran's Barmy Army used the chief instructor, and then we're just better than you. On the back, it's got hashtag Trafford's massive, all the signatures from the drivers, and then catch us if you can.
Perfect. Well done.
Let's go Trafford.
Love it.
All right.
Love the support that they bring for their track.
Let's get down to the pit lane if we can, guys. Let's go straight down there and chat to some of the drivers before they go out.
Let's go. Let's go.
What we can get.
Right. The excitement is building. The excitement's building. Ahead of the grand final.
Empty pits.
So we are moments away, I think, from the final. James, how's the day been so far?
Tell you what, it's been action-packed. We've had our eyes on stalks all morning. Lots of reviews going on in the VAR room. But yeah, the racing's been great. Really has. Yeah.
I was going to say, obviously you have a very important job to do here, but you are a pure motorsport fanatic, lover, obsessed by it even.
Yep.
So how excited should we be for this national final? It's about to start.
Yeah, I think with all of these categories, they've all got a little bit of something different to show us. The lightweights, very, very reactive, lots of loading going on out there, and we've got pages full of warnings up there as well. Middles and the heavies, heavies are traditionally really, really good to watch as well. The guys love it, they commit to it. Same with the middleweights, that's ferociously competitive. Sorry, Nieswell there.
I was about to apologise for it, but you were okay.
Yeah.
You were okay.
Look, it's as Senna said, the purest form of motorsport, really, and we're witnessing it here today.
And it's so unpredictable too, right? It's so unpredictable, and that's why we love it, really.
Yeah, exactly. And we had a first today as well. We had the first female race winner and pole sitter as well. She's, I believe, lining up third in the grand final. So we could have our first female podium as well.
Amazing. James, thank you very much. I think I'm going to go behind to Lex. Or
I'm coming over to you. Don't worry.
You're coming over.
Just to remind you of the karting giveaway that we have. Given away 5 go-karting vouchers yesterday. We're going to give away 5 today as well. All you've got to do is answer the question, which TeamSport track is the next one to open. Send it to win@bikc.co.uk before 7 o'clock tonight, and terms and conditions and all that are at bikc.co.uk/live. Winners will be chosen at random, and we'll email you with your voucher code. We're going to hang around for a little minute while we just get going, because we're pretty much nearly ready to rock and roll. So if we want to turn around that way, Akil, take Emily's down there. I don't know if she's got anybody to chat to. We're trying to find drivers.
Oh, I do know.
There she does.
Yeah, okay, let's go to Emily.
Yeah, again, we've got Joe Jennings. So we started an interview with him when he was in his car. Want to know how you're getting on?
Brilliant. I couldn't have asked for better. It's been amazing.
Yeah, how did that last race go?
Not the best, to be honest.
You did very good defending, I'll give you that. That was a good defensive drive. How are you thinking for the grand final? What are you feeling?
Well, I'm just going to wait for a yellow flag to pit, honestly. But if not, just wing it. That's basically what it is.
Just wing it in clean racing.
Clean racing.
That's what we like to hear. Well done, Joe.
All right, turn around to me, because I've got Jen here. Jen Tompkins last year was on commentary. Can I get a microphone for Jen so that it's easier?
Yep.
There we go.
Oh,
there you go. Awesome.
Hello. Who?
Yeah, you were on Genpad, you were on comms. You're now the first female race director of BIKC. Very quickly before we get on to the exciting news, how's it been yesterday, today?
I'm really enjoying it. I love racing so much. The energy is unreal from me. They're all falling asleep, and I'm just like, let's keep going, guys. I'm so excited.
I don't know anyone with more energy than you, so it's great. Anyway, let's get to the point, because I know you've got to go.
Yeah.
Tell us about the exciting news, Grid Series.
Yeah, good series. So it's back for 2026. some changes, some not changes. We've got some bigger things in the future, hopefully coming as well. So it's going to be a 6-round championship running once a month, obviously letting drivers have some break in between. There's going to be 2 drop rounds as well. So we have voucher bundles available for drivers. So it's a fixed price. So whatever your Thursday night kind of price is going to be a discount down on that. And obviously cadets as well, you get extra track time. So it's going to be 45 minutes of track time around the 30 minutes like your race league. And the voucher bundles will be £100 for cadets, £120 for juniors, and £120 for your adults as well. The juniors will now race the same format as adults, but on the Monday instead, finishing a little bit earlier than on the Thursday nights and things like that as well. So we're going to keep the same weight categories as last year, but all racing on track together, and that'll be on the Thursday nights. A bit busier racetrack and this and that. But yeah, no, I think it's going to be great this year.
So who's that going to appeal to? Someone who hasn't got a clue what it is. Who's that ideal?
It's for everyone, I think. You know, like you got drivers in every sort of form of team sports. You got obviously your members 3 for 2 to kind of like to relax and chill. You got your sort of step up into Thursdays, and Thursdays can be quite overwhelming depending what format you do as well. You got Gridlock, which is fun. Then you got things like Heat Seeker, which are a bit more intense. And Grid Series is the perfect step up just before you go into BIKC, so you get to race your fellow competitors in your category. So cadets racing your cadets,
Brilliant.
Juniors are racing your juniors, and obviously lights, middles, and heavies as well.
Yeah, we'll let you go, but for more information on that, it's team-sport.co.uk/grid series. Someone just nearly went flying on the floor and you missed it. It was absolutely hilarious. But
Jen knows her stuff, by the way, doesn't she?
She does. She's
Wow.
awesome. I love Jen. But let's get some more racing action. Let's hand back to commentary for the finals.
Okay, here we are. We are just in the final setting up stages for the big race of the day, the grand final of the lightweights, where we will once again crown yet another British indoor karting champion. And there's a lot of love going on for a lot of drivers on the live stream out there. There's a lot of love going on for Emily as well. Has to be said.
there was a lot to talk about Emily, about how an incredible job she's doing this year hosting here at BIKC. There's a lot of love here as well from the Trafford lot. Do you see their homemade tops with all the signatures
love all that.
on the top? I mean, Harry Eden is actually one of those people with those white tops.
Yep.
And he basically begged me before that I had to give him a shout out at some point. So here you go, Harry. This is it. This is all you're getting.
That's your shout out.
But the tops are very nice. I think they've done a very good job.
So we're waiting for the grid to come through, and it's all about the lap times. And we have a grid. I can hand you over to Tom, who's going to take you through.
I have a grid from Race Control, and this includes an update as well on the last driver that's qualified. So pole position, Oliver Malinowski, Christian Hill on the front row with him, Megan Rowledge, Bobby McGurr on row number 2, row 3, Lewis Cook and Tom Shaw, then Jamie Sherman-Chase and Max Thorne, 2 drivers that have been very, very racy today. So from 7th and 8th, you cannot count them out. Casper Zizak and Freddie Farrell round out your top 10. Joshua Green and Joe Jennings, and it's James Edwards and Henry Barrington, then Freddie Harmer and Libby Wolven. So during one of the intermissions was, I believe, a protest where they were looking at a penalty, and that was rescinded. That's allowed Libby to take the last starting position in today's main event. So 16 runners and riders, and you can see the drivers now starting to get into their karts, getting ready for their last race of the championship, and for many drivers, to be fair, the last race of the season as well.
Yeah, it's that time of the year, isn't it, where it's getting a bit colder and there's not as many championships running. So good luck to all drivers.
Yeah. BIKC, or the BIKC finals, almost feels a bit like the last day of school, where everyone's out there to have a bit of fun. It's the last big event of the year before the small off season. For many drivers, I mean, BIKC normally kicks off in June, July, but again, a lot of championships start around even as early as January in some cases. So for some drivers, they've had quite a long season. So a couple of weeks to have a bit of a breather, maybe do a few little bits here and there before the season kicks off again, start of early next year.
I mean, the last day of school, that explains all the tops with all the signatures.
Yeah, it's almost everyone's signing all their own shirts shirts like you would at the end of high school.
I mean, that's one of the best bits about BIKC is the amount of familiar faces you see year after year. It does have that family feeling. And, you know, we talk about paddocks up and down the country, some of the friendliest places, and everyone gets brought together. Whether you're here watching in person or whether the hundreds are watching online or thousands over the replays.
20,000 tuning
I do
yesterday.
believe, yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them. Do you see that cadet final? Oh.
It's good. Top class entertainment always is the BIKC Grand Finals. So here we are looking at the drivers doing the final checks. They're all sat in their carts. We've got Oliver, I can see, in the semi-final with that lap time of 51.670, who would serve him well on that front row position. We've got Megan, that we know is going to be in third place. So we know that's going to be the thing. And yeah, Tom's just taking you through the entire grid. So we are just awaiting the final moments where they go out on to the grid and when we will be. And I'll tell you what, right, pick a winner is going to, that's what I was literally about to say, pick a winner. I'm going to go Bobby McGurr. Is that I'm going to go for the win. Tom, what are you thinking?
I think, especially with the Joker lap, this thing is very wide open. You can't really count out some of the drivers a bit further down. I think they've been really racy all day, so I'll go for a bit of an outside one. I'll pick Max Thorne.
Okay. Josh?
I think Megan's driving all day has been absolutely incredible.
Well done.
I think that's where my bet is, and it's what I said earlier as well. You know, third place for the cadets won the race yesterday, and I think the same might happen again.
Chris, who's left? You're going to have to go for Oliver, surely.
I'm going for my personal favourite in this event, and I'm not biased, but Jamie Sherman Chase to the top, to the moon.
That would be a story, wouldn't it? And just for the Joker lap, we haven't mentioned it, so anybody tuning in for the first time, let me just explain. Very different for the grand final. Every driver has to do what we are terming a Joker lap, and that is do a pit stop at some point during the final. It's proved to be very, very strategical. And it was worked brilliantly by Leander Hewitt yesterday, who literally stayed out, and it was risky after what we'd seen happen in the junior final, where the drivers are pitted early, then there was a red flag, so it did give them a bit of an advantage, but it's usually the advantage for hanging on late, so it is very strategical. Yesterday in the juniors, everybody had the opportunity to take their Joker lap early, but only about 5 or 6 drivers did. But it's for Joker lap. They come into the pit lane. They have basically a drive-through for going back out onto the circuit. That costs them between 12 to 14 seconds is what we kind of calculate. But it does mean that if drivers get stuck behind other drivers, they can take their Joker lap, they can go out into clear air, they can put some lap times in, and maybe literally overtake other drivers literally in the pit lane. So it's an added strategical element that we introduced last year, and it worked really, really well, and it's definitely stayed for this year. Kind of the last 2 minutes of the race, that's when the pit lane closes. So they've got to get it done before the last 2 minutes. But we will be having lots of Joker laps. We have a camera in the pit lane with some very tasty graphics on it as well. I just want to point out, you know, even better than the dotted red lines, what we've got coming up in the pit lane. So watch out for those. But it will be Joker Lap City in a few minutes' time.
Let's talk about some of these tracks then at the top. Oscar Malinowski on pole is a Liverpool driver. Now, the best ever finish for a Liverpool driver is 3rd position. That was Vito Vokes in 2021 junior category. Christian Hill comes from Trafford. So Trafford looking for another podium here. And in fact, we're going straight away here. No,
well, they're not on the grid yet.
There's more drives. Sorry, I saw the bottom right come up, and I thought, all right, we're ready to go.
If I was in 4th place here, I'd be really gutted.
Yeah, Trafford.
I was thinking there's a few drivers missing.
Yes, absolutely. Trafford looking for potentially another trophy this week, and 3rd position Megan Rangers from Coventry. Bobby McGurr there. Bobby McGurr is representing this year at least Basildon. So Basildon looking for another champion. Basildon, one of the most successful tracks. The only other track is more successful is Warrington, the track we're racing at. But yes, here we go. Bobby McGurr, the last driver now to filter into his position for this final.
Okay, so here we go. Final checks going on. I don't think Silky's giving that thumbs up. We're going to see the start-finish lights reappear. They're kind of moving around the screen, aren't they, just to catch us out a little bit. Bottom right, here we go. It's going to be, we can't see if it's green, but we're going to see some red lights in a minute. Oh, he's drafted back a bit. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, we're waiting for the red lights to come on. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are racing in the grand final of the lightweights. There's a bit of contact already going on there from second and third, because the second driver really driving hard to make sure that they still post second place as they go through the first few laps. So there's a little bit of contact everywhere further down the field, but really the main drivers that you need to worry about are in the lead, and it is business as usual. There is no change in the top 3 drivers, as it even Megan looks behind her there, the drivers that are coming behind. Come on, Megan, you can push forward. Can we have our first ever female winner of BIKC this year in 2025?
Yes, the drive is now coming through the top end of the circuit for the first time so far. It is a nice, clean start for all the drivers. You've got Malinowski, Hill and Rowledge, your top 3. Magura has dropped back a little bit, but it is still running in P4. So they all file through. This race, 15 minutes, a little bit longer again. So just adding to the time these drivers have been on track. Prior to this race, these drivers will have been on circuit for nearly 70 minutes. And by the end of it, it's going to be a good hour and a half they'll have had on track, as we see the first driver who's been through the pit lane already.
Bobby McGurr and Freddie Farrell have been through the pit lane on this lap. I'm just trying to find out if any more have. At the moment, it doesn't look like it. Just waiting for them to come through. The top 3 haven't jokered. That's the important thing here, as we see all 3 on screen.
Look how close Megan is. Megan's got speed here. Megan's got real speed in third place. There's no doubt. I'll be considering, if I was Megan, doing a joker lap now, because she's being held up there. She's being held up by the drivers in first and second in the event. Surely maybe an early joker lap to get some clear space and use the pace that she's obviously got at the moment to maybe leapfrog them. And
now we have in the pit lane.
Loads of drivers going in early here.
So that's the 35 through the pit lanes. Freddie Harmer's through the pit lane there. Looks like Louis Wolven's through the pit lane as well. Top 3 still haven't been in for theirs. Remember, we're only 2 minutes into this one. It's the first couple of opportunities for drivers to make their pit stop. As we saw yesterday in the juniors, an early pit stop really did pay dividends for some drivers. But the top 3, there you go. Christian Hill's gone in. So Christian Hill's gone in. Tom Shaw's taken it as well. So a couple of drivers taking it early, maybe trying to learn from what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
There's really 2 different strategies that played out yesterday, either an early joker or taking it almost as late as possible.
That has released Megan, because Megan was being held up, and now she does not have Christian Hill directly in front of her, and so she can hopefully put some great laps in, and that might really come to her as we get further on when she takes her joker lap as well.
Yeah, so
let's see the lap times that Megan can do now that she has been released in second position. Can she get right on the tail of Oliver and go for the win?
Yeah, so drivers flying through the top end of the circuit, just trying to see who has come out where.
So Bobby McGurr's got a 3-second penalty for unsafe entry into the pit lane.
Okay, so that's a big call. So 3 seconds applied already. We did see last year.
And also Jamie Sheeran Chase, I can see on the screen, 3 seconds as well. Also, most probably I would have thought for unsafe entry into the pits.
We did see drivers that were being penalised quite heavily last year for stuff like that.
2 of the favourites there with 3 seconds penalty each.
Yeah, so Malinowski, Rowledge now are your top 2 on track. As we go through, try and double check who the lead drivers that have pitted. I think it's Christian Hill that's going to be a lead driver that has taken the joker lap at the moment. So we're still waiting on around about half a field now to take their joker lap. 11 and a half minutes remaining as they all head through the top end of the circuit. Malinowski, though, still just holding on at the front. 8 tenths is the advantage, and there were a couple of tenths quicker last time over the line compared to Megan Rowledge, so maybe just extending that gap a touch.
Let's see what's happening here, because so many drivers have taken their joker lap early. They're all racing with each other, so perhaps they've all gone too soon, taken their joker lap early, and they're all now just stuck in a battle where they were battling for second, third, fourth, fifth. They're battling for like 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, but they're still battling rather than gain a clear track that is the idea why you stop early, to go and put the lap times in order that it all comes to you by the time that everybody takes their joker lap.
So that's James Edwards is in the pit lane as well. So he's pitted from the back of this pack as the 22. Josh Green goes down the inside of Kasper Zizek. So nice move down the inside for Josh. So he heads off in 4th place on the road. Still waiting on a pit stop. Still owes us a pit stop at this point. It looks like there's been a change between Lewis Cook and Bobby McGurr maybe. Let's double check for the timing screen to update. That'll be the 3-second penalty showing in. There goes the 41 of Zizek into the pit lane. So Kasper jumps out of 5th position and he heads through the pits. Again, a lot of drivers going very early here. So we're only 5 minutes into this race, and I think there's only about 5 or 6 drivers left to come through the pit lane. So I think it's Malinowski, Rowledge, Sherman, Chase and Green that still owe us pit stops at this point. As you see, Rowledge and Malinowski still nose to tail. There's the 41 of Zizek coming through the pit lane at a walking pace.
That message that came up for Jamie Sherman Chase, it can't be right because he hasn't been in the pit lane. So that was obviously Bobby McGurr. Let's have a quick look. Penalty is incorrect. It is 30. Yep. In fact, so Jamie Sherman Chase, it did come up on our screen, but no, in fact, it was Bobby McGurr that gets that penalty. So Jamie Sherman Chase is very much in the chase to try and become BIKC champion 2025. And what is important here for top 3, Oliver, Megan, Jamie, it's top 2 really, Oliver and Megan, they are the 2 drivers who are currently in the podium positions that have not stopped yet. So when they come in, it's going to be fascinating to see where they appear back on the circuit compared to drivers like Max Thorne, Bobby McGurr, although that 3-second penalty needs to be applied to him, that Lewis Cook. It's going to be interesting to see where they pop up. But at the moment, there's no sign of them, absolutely no sign of them going into the pit lane. And once again, Megan has got the pace. Yeah, I mean, she's now pulled right up to the rear bumper of Oliver. She's only less than 4 tenths behind and really wants to go through. And I think it's important here for Megan. She's got the pace. She's got to use the strategy to give herself a clear track, to try really hard to get those lap times in, because she's got a real chance of winning this. This is the biggest chance I think that a female driver has got to win BIKC that I've seen in the whole history of this championship, because she's running second and she has got pace.
Yeah, so looking, if we assume that 14 seconds is about the point where you'll come out after your stop, it looks like both Malinowski and Rowledge are far enough ahead of Christian Hill, who's the lead driver who is pitted. So the top 5 currently still owe us a pit stop. Christian Hill, Cook, Thorne, Shaw, McGurr are the drivers who have. So these 2 at the moment, if they pit as they are, I think could be enough for them to get into the pit lanes. It looks like actually Christian Hill's had quite a slow last lap there, a 53.3, so not sure what has happened there. Yeah, he seems to have recovered some of it back, as he's just done a 52.0. My guess is maybe is he starting to defend a little bit from Max Thorne, from Lewis Cook, is he maybe? Because that gap isn't too different versus the 2. We watch the 2 leaders on the road here at the moment. We believe these guys have enough time to get into the pit lane and get back out in front of the lead drivers who've pitted.
The problem that they would have, they might come and just behind Henry Barrington maybe, and that's
going to be close if Barrington doesn't pit.
Indeed, and that might slow them down. So that's the only fly in the ointment, so to speak, about pitting at this particular moment in time. There's no doubt they'd come in front of Christian Hill, absolutely no doubt whatsoever, but it's that, you know, it's great. They've got lots of information on their screen. I'm not sure they have that level of detail of information with Henry Barrington in 6th, which is 11.9 seconds behind.
I mean, the driver I'm watching at the moment actually is Jamie Sherman Chase. So I was chatting to him before, and he's not, and he wasn't too much of a. He wasn't too confident with his ability to get on the podium. He said he hasn't been really feeling it. However, he's only needs to find about 2 seconds on Christian Hill, 2 seconds, and he'll end up in third. And he'll end up in 3rd place. I think if he came out now, he would split Christian Hill and Lewis Cook. So Sherman Chase isn't out of the shot here for a podium. Which, if he can do it, that'll be 3 years on the bounce. He's finished on the podium in BIKC. In 3 years, he'll have finished third if he can get the kart in there. So don't count out Jamie Sherman-Chase as Rowledge comes in.
Megan's gone.
Rowledge comes in, so they've pulled the trigger. So hopefully, we'll see now where they come out. We think they'll split Barrington and Christian Hill. The question really is if Henry Barrington, the ideal situation for Rowledge right now is Barrington taking their pit stop now, because that would mean that they've got some nice clear air to come back out in. But 16.7, 16.5 seconds was the gap between Rowledge and Christian Hill. So watching the pit lane camera at the moment, I think it's going to be very close to them coming out of the pit lane. So Sherman-Chase and Green have Josh Green have just gone past the pit lane. There is Rowledge. So that one is, there's Barrington going past, and look at the gap that Rowledge has over Christian Hill. That is an amazing gap they've got at the moment. So Rowledge comes back out in the net lead. Now, I wonder if Oliver Malinowski knows if Rowledge has made that stop, because if he has anything left in the tank, if he has any latent performance, this is where he needs to use it.
Megan needs the laps of her life at the present moment in time. It is now a fastest lap competition between her and Oliver Malowinski to really decide who is going to come out when they pit.
Christian Hill's dropping.
Yeah, Christian Hill's just fallen way down the order there. So he's just had his last lap was a 56.1. And Lewis Cook has come back up into what we believe is net second at the moment.
This is all playing into Jamie Sherman-Chase's hands here. Third place could be a dream here.
Yeah, so he's got Oliver Malinowski 4.8 seconds ahead of him. He's got about 15 seconds over Lewis Cook. So if your maths is correct, and by the look of it, it seems to be pretty accurate here. If Sherman-Chase can have a really nice clean pit stop, there's a good chance he's going to get back out in front of this one here. So as they head up on the top section of the circuit, still watching the leader Malinowski, we wait to see if Sherman-Chase has taken his stop. I can see him just tucked up behind Josh Green, so he hasn't been in the pit lane yet. So it's the top four that owe us a pit stop. Oh, Lewis Cook, 5-second time penalty. So that, again, plays in the hands of Jamie Sherman-Chase.
Oh, it must have been something to do with Christian Hill there, because he has dropped a lot. And Max Thorne actually is one of the beneficiaries of this as well.
Thorne's up now behind. Thorne now goes on to what we believe is second on the road.
And then we turn, Megan's just done a 51.6, whereas Oliver's done a 51.8. So already that's 0.2 of a second.
At the moment, Megan would be 2 or 3 turns ahead.
It's looking likely.
Here's the issue now. Rowledge is right on the rear bumper of Henry Barrington, so... Barrington now potentially could end up holding Rowledge up.
Oh, she's got him though, look at that.
Oh,
that's
nice
a great move.
Beautiful move. She hasn't completed it yet though. Barrington's still trying to hang on.
Wow.
But just as we said, she may get hung up. Rowledge shows her talent.
That was a champion's move.
That was beautiful. That was a beautiful overtake there for Megan Rowledge. Potentially a crucial one, as that looks like Malinowski's in the... Is that Malinowski in the pit lane? That is the 11. That is the leader. So this is now where we see where Oliver comes out to against Rowledge. She has had to spend a bit of time getting past Henry Barrington.
Oh no, she's going to be second. It's not good enough.
Yeah, it's not quite enough. She's got a bit of pace now to try and catch up. Just over 2 minutes to go. Let's see if they can get into this one here. And Chris is tapping the screen, looking at Jamie Sherman-Chase. There's still a chance here. He could end up in a podium playing position.
We need to find Jamie Sherman-Chase on camera.
He needs to take his Joker lap though as well.
Yes, he does.
So this really, if he
30 seconds to go to take the Joker lap,
pretty much has to come in this time if he hasn't done it already. Otherwise, otherwise he ends up risking doing what Gabriel Quinter did last year and missing his Joker lap and ending up being removed from the results. So we're just waiting to see. It's Josh Green and Sherman-Chase now who still owe us a pit stop. I'm watching the pit lane camera to see if we can see them come in.
But it's going to go past the 2 minutes. They're going to get disqualified.
They're 2 tenths apart. They're going to have to go in together here, surely.
Yeah, they're quite literally going to have to come in together. I'm trying to spot where they are on the circuit at the moment. So.
Oh, hang on, 2 minutes has been added. We're now 4 minutes.
Wow.
There we go. Now they got a bit of time.
So the two leaders, Green and Sherman-Chase, are currently just coming over the start-finish line now. So as they head through the top end of the circuit, they pretty much have to pit this time around to be able to get through and get back into the pit lane. I think I've just seen them do so from what I could see. I'm watching the pit lane camera to try and see if they've come through.
So this is it then. This is a showdown with 3 minutes to go, which is approximately 3 laps. We it is all about Oliver Malowinski and Megan Rowledge. The gap is 1.6 seconds, but there's no doubt that Rowledge has got the pace in that car to pull up to the rear bumper of Oliver and maybe give us an absolute grandstand finish, which we all want. So
Sherman
to decide the BIKC champion.
So Sherman Chase hasn't pitted, but Josh Green and Henry Barrington have. So it's just one driver now that owes us a pit stop from what we can see. And as they come through, Malinowski is in the lead. 1.6 seconds is the gap Megan Rowledge has to try and close down as they head through the top end of the circuit. Let's have a look at the lap times. Rowledge is a little bit quicker that last lap. Took 3/10 off them. So it is now 1.6 seconds. The gap. It's a really tall order for Rowledge to try and overcome as they're starting to run out of time here. What Rowledge could really do with is someone in front of Malinowski to try and slow him down. But there's Sherman Chase serving his stop. This is the interesting one now. Let's see where Jamie factors in. So
that's Bobby McGurr behind Megan. Sorry to talk over there, Tom.
So as they come through from here, we're just trying to see where Jamie Sherman Chase filters back out. So I think Bobby's gone past him from there. Remember, Bobby's carrying a 3-second penalty as well. So we'll have to see where they come out over the line. So last lap board goes out to Oliver Malinowski. He is 1,000 metres away from a British Indoor Karting Championship. Megan Rowledge just put up a really good fight at the moment, but is currently second place on the road. As we see Bobby McGurr in third place with Jamie Sherman Chase is 3/10 behind him on corrected times. Max Thorne in 5th, Josh Green in 6th, Tom Shaw 7th, Joe Jennings in 8th. So it's not impossible for Sherman Chase to get on the podium. Well, looking at that now.
3-second penalty for an unsafe pit entry.
Well, there we go. Now it is impossible for him to get on the podium. So as they come through the bottom end of the circuit for what we believe is going to be the final time, Oliver Malinowski 1.8 seconds to the good over Megan Rowledge. Bobby McGurr currently in third place, but through the final couple of corners, through the last hairpin, it's his first time here at the BIKC National Finals, and it's over the line. Last lap board still out again?
Another last lap.
Or is that a 2-minute board? I'm going nuts here.
I just want to say Bobby McGurr has a 3-second penalty, but Max Thorne is less than 3 seconds behind in 4th. This could be the difference for the podium.
Indeed, for Oliver, here we go. This is the final lap of the race. Now the timer is literally going to run out just as they cross over the start-finish line. It's looking like all he's got to do is just keep it on track for another about 10 or 12 corners, and Oliver Malowinski will be crowned BIKC champion 2025. Megan is there in second, less than 2
I've confused
seconds.
the 2-minute board for a last lap board. That's why we can't see the back end. We can't see the back of it.
Yeah. It's closing.
I'm useless here. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. So through the last corner, the 11 car, Oliver Malinowski comes through over the start-finish line. Checker flag and a British title for Oliver Malinowski on his first attempt. Congratulations to Megan Rowledge, second place, and a podium for Bobby McGurr. Max Thorne, he was racy all day, finished in 4th place. Josh Green, Tom Shaw, Jamie Sherman Chase in 7th place. Over the line goes Joe Jennings, Christian Hill, Casper Zizek, James Edwards in 11th place from there. Freddie Farrell, Lewis Cook, Freddie Harmer, Libby Wolven and Henry Barrington. But a first British Championship on their first attempt for Oliver Malinowski. Well done. My hat goes off to you, sir.
TeamSport Liverpool have a new champion. Their only ever champion. He joins
first champion for Liverpool, and that's Coventry's best result since 2020 for Megan Rowledge. They have had a previous champion, but no one's been able to get close since 2020, so in 5 years.
And on the 6th BIKC, it's disappointing it took 6, but we have a female
on the podium.
It's not quite the championship, but 1.8 seconds from the championship.
I will say as well now, Bobby McGurr in the last 3 has now finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the BIKC. So he's had a win, he's had a 2nd, he's had a 3rd and a 4th in BIKC over his time in juniors. It's his first time in the lightweight category, so he's done extremely well in that sense.
What a fantastic result, and we are going to hand straight down to Akil for the pit lane interviews.
Another great final. These are getting really good, aren't they? Oliver, I'll give you a second to get your helmet off. Go give your family a hug. Some real emotional scenes here. The The drivers just giving their families a hug. 3 fantastic drives here. Oliver, have a quick word. First. Let's do it. Let's go with it. Talk me through the race.
Eventful. I managed to jump P2 in the pit. And then towards the end, I was looking behind me and I saw Bobby McGurn. And I was like, oh no, not like this. But lucky the race ended. And yeah, P2, P1 next year.
Right. Great. Talk me through the whole journey that you've been on as well, because it's been tremendous.
Locals, I topped the whole of the sessions. Regionals, I topped the whole of the sessions. And here, it's just amazing.
How does it feel to be officially the second best driver in the country in your category?
Yeah, it definitely feels good.
You're amazing. Enjoy. Go talk to your family because you deserve it. Bobby.
Hello.
Eventful race for you a little bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race. I fluffed up the pit entry a little bit, but managed to get a 3-second gap.
Still finished third though, which was an amazing drive. When you knew you had the penalty, what was going through your mind?
I didn't actually knew I had the penalty, but I think I definitely overshot it, so I just presumed I had one. But just had to keep pushing, putting the laps in.
So we're getting used to this. I've interviewed you a few times because you've been in 3 podiums. I mean, you're definitely one of the best in the country. I mean, you've been tremendous for a few years. You've obviously stepped up now to this category as well. What was the difference like?
I don't think there was much different. I mean, congratulations to the guy who won it. It's been tough competition since we started practicing, yeah, and I'm looking forward to next year.
Yeah. Well, so are we. Go celebrate with your family. Well done again. Amazing. Wow.
I'm very proud of myself for that.
You should be.
I didn't expect it, but...
Talk me through the race a little bit.
Through Heat 1, I kind of had a really rough start, but we brought it back with 2 P1s in a row in the 2 heats. Semifinals, I brought it home with a big gap. And obviously I had Bobby behind me in semifinals, which was quite frightening, but I kept it in. And then in grand finals, I pulled off. I think I did really well, but I did. But,
did you won?
Well, yeah. But I gambled really hard on there being no reds. And I could hear all of them screaming, box, and it was, and then I just, and then it kind of went on from there.
Yeah. Who have you got here with you?
I got all my friends, family, and my dad.
Come on, make some noise for him, come on! And just quickly, on the Joker lap, you talked about it, they were shouting, box. Did you have a strategy in your mind on how you were going to combat it?
I was going to box once second place boxed, but honestly, I just stayed out and just kept on staying out and just took a huge gamble that I wasn't going to turn red. So
officially the best driver in your category in the country, 5,000 entries, you are the best. Amazing feeling, eh?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I still can't fathom it, but it's amazing coming P1 in nationals after only like 2 years of karting, but it's amazing. And thank you to Lewis, obviously, because he was my mentor in Race Academy last year, but it was amazing.
Oh, mate, you've done absolutely fantastic. Well done again. Let's make some noise for our podium winners. I think we're handing back to the commentary team. No, we're staying with us.
Yeah, we're just getting some photos done. That's like my second job, you know? Setting this up, you know what I mean?
Right, let's go talk to some of the families. I think they're very much part of the journey as well. How proud are you? Feelings during that race? I bet it was the slowest 15 minutes of your life.
Yeah, probably it was. Yeah, I can't find adjectives to describe it. Just ginormously, enormously, just so proud. The hard work that he's done, and just fantastic. In a second season, when he's karting, just feels like sky's the limit. I don't know what he's gonna do next year.
Yeah. Well, come back and defend the crown, maybe.
Well, definitely. If he wants to, it's up to him. Yeah. Well, I expect he will.
Let's let him enjoy this first before we start thinking about what he's going to do next. But brilliant. You guys happy?
Yeah.
He fell over there.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. I've been racing with him since Academy last year. I remember beating him once in the first session he did. Never beat him again. Never beat him again, not once.
Do you think he maybe took it easy during that session?
Maybe. Might have just I'll just light breeze it today. I'm happy for him.
Cool.
I'm so proud of him. I am, yeah.
I'm very proud. I trained them in the gym. 100 hours on the bike, non-stop. Trained his glutes to the max.
That's obviously paid off and made a difference.
It's all about the glutes. Who have we got here?
Megan Moledge's parents.
Are you proud?
Yeah, we're proud.
Silly question, isn't it, really? Tell us about the journey here. Not like the physical journey, I'm sure it was Coventry. Where are you from?
Well, we're from Rugby, the Coventry local track.
So go on, how's it been, this whole experience?
In this, it's been nerve-wracking, but I was never in doubt of her ability. So, but, you know...
I'm really proud of her.
What's next?
Number one next year.
Thank you both. Get back safe. Have a good time.
All right, thank you.
Who else have we got round here? Let's have a look. We're nearly ready for podiums anyway, I think. Shall we head over to the podium area? Then maybe not.
See if Bobby's family were here.
Of course.
Bobby's family.
We got Bobby's family anywhere.
Bobby's family. They've gone.
Does anyone want to pretend to be Bobby's family?
They've gone to celebrate. I mean, Chris, I know you've been talking a lot out there, but how was that final? I mean, it was another such high standard again.
Well, I picked Jamie Sherman Chase to win it, and or at least he had a good go, but unsafe pit entry. Come on, Jamie, you're better than that. You've done enough BIKCs by now. But no, it's just set ourselves up for the final two categories, middleweight, heavyweight. It's going to be really fun. I can't wait.
Me too. I think we're just setting up the podium. Who are you supporting?
Sorry, what?
Who are you supporting?
I'm supporting Lewis Smart for the middleweight.
What do you think of this final just now, the one we just saw?
I think it was quite interesting, and that it's equally fair between the drivers, and that it was a pretty good race. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, just a great race. I think that's a good conclusion.
Let's head over there then. Let's go over to the podium. You can. If you want to walk that way, you can do. There's much more better things to look at than me.
Than us.
Yeah. And then you won't fall over the millions of tyres. I'd love to know where our runner's gone to help you over the tyres. I've told you, don't be filming me while I'm going over tyres. Go that way. Oh, for God's sake. Right, going this way. Where have you been? This is our runner, right, who's supposed to get cameraman over, who's called Jim, over...
I was just congratulating P1 for Liverpool there.
There's plenty of time for that.
Also, Lewis, you've had your moment. It's his moment now. He's thanked you publicly.
Where's Phil? I think we should talk to Phil.
Oh, is that
I love
mechanic / technician?
Look at him with his
Phil.
hat on. Can you zoom in? Are you allowed to zoom on that camera?
Can you see Phil? There he is. Look, he's gonna ignore us.
We got a wave. I think that's as good as it's going to get.
Are you coming over?
That's a bye. No, he's waving us by.
We'll get there one day with Phil. We will.
It's a step closer every year, to be fair.
Yeah. Go and check those trophies out. Look at those. Aren't they lovely? There's Dan, our official photographer, getting involved in the chaos.
We all love a bit of chaos. So these are the trophies that our podium winners are going to win, or have won.
I've found Simon Wooldridge.
Have you?
Yeah. Can you give him a microphone so he can?
Didn't find him. He was right there. He was.
Well, yeah. He was kind
I wasn't hiding. Like
loitering.
I've been here all day.
Yeah. How have you found it today? I mean, it's only the first grand final.
Yep.
Exciting as always.
It's been brilliant. It's been awesome. I mean, the racing's been fantastic to watch. Yep. Competitive. Fair. A few bumps here and there, but that's to be expected. But no, it's been wonderful to watch. The team have done a great job as well.
Yeah.
And spectators as well. I mustn't forget. The drivers don't kind of do it by themselves often, do they? So everyone coming along and supporting is mega important.
Yeah, we were just speaking to some of the mums and dads there as well. In their journey, very much part of it with them. And they experienced the whole thing. So it's fantastic.
Yeah.
You were giving out some carbonaras before. Have you had one yet?
I did. The carbonaras, it ran out.
Oh, yeah, it did.
I ended up just having a bit of pasta and tomato sauce, mate.
No, you missed out on
that. But as long as all the crew are happy and fed and keep focused for the rest of the day.
That's the main thing.
That's the important thing.
You're doing the presentations with, obviously, the Club 100, the headline sponsor.
Yep.
Once again, it's brilliant to have them involved for the 6th time now, is it? 5th?
I think so, yeah. No, absolutely, yeah. And I went and experienced outdoor karting for the first time in a long time a few weeks ago.
You did.
Went to Daytona and Wilton Mill outdoor. The karts aren't as fast as Club 100, but it still scared the hell out of me.
Are we allowed to mention lap times? Or are you
No, we're not.
Didn't think we did.
No.
Simon, thanks for your time, we'll let you get back to
All
this.
right, cheers.
Prep for this. Thank you.
Hello, testing. Oh, I'm on. Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you can all make your way down to this end of the building, over the bridge, because we have a very important duty to do. We need to crown yet another British indoor karting champion of 2025. But before we do that, I'm going to hand you over to our COO of TeamSport. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together, Mr. Simon Wooldridge.
Thank you, Russ. What an intro. Thank you very much. So firstly, just want to say a massive well done to all the drivers. So this is the world's biggest motorsport participation event, which is, and to get to the finals of that is something absolutely spectacular. So well done, brilliant racing, wonderful to watch. Great as well to see that we've got more female participation this year than ever before, and one of our female participants to be on the podium as well. So that's absolutely fantastic. I'd also like to thank the team. Running this event is quite a challenge, but they do a great job. So thank you to all of them, and of course spectators and everyone that's come along to support. Because often it's you've got to help in the background massively. And finally, big thanks to our sponsors. We've got Coca-Cola, we've got Monster. Thank you to Motorsport UK who helped make this event possible. And I'd like to hand over to John as well from Club 100, who we've been teamed up with for many years, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you very much, everybody. You know what I'd like to do? I'd actually like to congratulate the TeamSport staff who are doing a fantastic job here the weekend. They really are. I mean, I was here for well, thank you. Why not? Thank you. I was here at the very first, the first one we had. It's about 6 years ago now, and I haven't been around until now, and coming back and seeing this and the way it's grown and the way it's just impressed me no end. So very good indeed. So well done, TeamSport, and the BIKC continues to grow in strength. It's great news that our top two actually win our sponsor prize. So our champion is going to win a full season in our Club 100 Senior Championships of choice this year, and our runner-up as well, winning a couple of races and runner-up prize, and I think it's our 4th place driver that wins our 3rd prize. So fantastic, well done Senior Lights, and looking forward to our middleweights and heavies later on this afternoon. Just to let you know, a little message from me, sorry guys, we're only going to be here till around about 5-6 o'clock this afternoon, so any middleweights or heavyweights want to come and have a chat with us at reception, we'll be there until then. Thank you very much everybody, cheers.
Okay, then, so here we go then for the podium. But before we get to the podium, we do have a special prize for the driver of the day. Okay? So, driver of the day for the lightweights, BIKC 2025, who battled and battled and battled. It goes to Max Thorne. Okay, fantastic, well done. Driver of your day, ladies and gentlemen, Max Thorne from Cardiff. But now we get to the podium. So first of all, your third place driver scoring the fastest lap of the race of 51.439, third place, BIKC 2025, Bobby McGeer. Great job, right? We move into the second place. Ladies and gentlemen, lift the roof for this one, okay? The highest ever position that a lady driver has ever finished in the whole of the BIKC history. Runner-up, vice champion of 2025, it is Megan Rowledge. But here we go, we have one driver left to come up, and it is your new lightweight BIKC champion. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic drive in that grand final. It all goes to Oliver Malinowski! Whoop, whoop! We've got a little bit of a paparazzi moment here. Just get some nice pictures. Be in the newspapers tomorrow. This is like a military exercise these days. Okay, here we go, gents. Those champagne bottles are armed and loaded. Here we go! The champagne! Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the 2025 lightweight BIKC final. Okay, all that's left for me to say is thank you all for all your support you've given us. And ladies and gentlemen, BIKC 2026 is coming very, very soon. Thank you for all your support and good afternoon to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Let's look at this trophy real quick. Let's get this trophy on here. Is it for... You actually drinking that? You really drinking that right now? Listen, we're going to have to just end this live stream because of YouTube rules, but we are going to come back for the middleweights and heavyweights, probably about 2-ish or something like that, okay? So just keep an eye on things. It's gone to, okay, we're delayed.
It's actually 2:30, Lex.
2:30, all right. But for now, we're just going to leave it there, but we will be back very soon. Congratulations. We're going to have a party. See you later.